Chapter 4881. The time they took to refine the invincible weapon wasn't slow, it was fast too. However, compared to Lin Fei, there was a huge gap. Therefore, when they looked at Lin Fei, they were even more shocked. Of course, they were even more polite. He was definitely a ruthless person. They had never seen such a ruthless person before. If it wasn't for Daoist Lin, they wouldn't have had the chance to obtain the invincible weapon. They also knew that they had met a super big shot. At the very least, he had unlimited potential. Who knew when he would break through to the invincible war god realm before them? Since there's nothing else here, let's go. Lin Fei thought that there would be some good stuff here. However, he was quite disappointed. There wasn't even the power of faith. However, it made sense. The power of faith was pretty useless. Even the invincible war gods might not be interested in it. They weren't like Lin Fei, who had a special liking for the power of faith. However, it didn't matter. At least the Emperor of Tang, the war god of 100 birds and the war god of 9 clouds owed him a favor. With their strength, they would definitely get it for him. Finally, he had some connections in the Jiangnan area. This was a good piece of news. I know of a place that has the power of faith. After we leave the Black Sea, I will bring Daoist Lin there. I guarantee that he will hand over the power of faith. The war god of 9 clouds said a piece of good news. No matter what, he had to let Daoist Lin obtain the power of faith. With this invincible weapon, his strength would naturally increase greatly. He would be able to crush anyone in the same realm. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would be severely injured. This was the power of the invincible weapon. His strength had been greatly boosted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone went back the way they came. They came out of the island. Instantly, the sky darkened. Lightning bolts struck down. These lightning bolts were extremely powerful. Each of them had the strength of a 9 stars war god. This meant that someone had set up a super formation here. Damn it. Someone actually set up a formation here. Watch how I destroy them. The war god of 100 birds had a bad temper. He waved the fan in his hand at the void. There was a loud rumbling sound. This was an invincible weapon. He directly displayed it without any hesitation at all. The huge formation instantly made a loud crashing sound. In the void, the expression of the young master who was prepared to see them in a sorry state changed instantly as he stared at the fan. Not good, damn it, they actually obtained an invincible weapon. The power of this fan was simply too strong. Even this formation was shaken. If it wasn't an invincible weapon, what was it? Originally, they were already quite strong. Now that they had this invincible weapon, their strength naturally increased by quite a bit. That one move was enough to make them feel pressured. Young master, if this continues, I'm afraid the situation will be quite bad. Our formation might not be able to hold on much longer. For such a super formation to encounter the war god of 9 stars, who possessed an invincible weapon, there would naturally be a problem. The young man snorted coldly. All of you, kill your way in. At most, they will get an invincible weapon. The young man had brought a lot of experts. Just the 9-star war immortals alone had brought 3 of them, and they had also set up this super formation. This was to catch them off guard. They had never expected that there would be an invincible weapon in the treasure land of the war god of invincible. Moreover, it was refined by the opponent. If they had known earlier, they would have directly killed their way in. After all, the weapons left behind by the war god of invincible were very powerful. At the beginning, they did not expect the existence of an invincible weapon here. Now, they actually made a wrong move. Even this ferocious formation was shaken. It should be the people of the Sea clan. In this Black Sea, only the people of the Sea clan can detect our whereabouts. I wonder which young master it is. The great Tang Emperor said coldly. He reacted faster than the others and realized that there was definitely an expert of the Sea clan here. This formation was indeed very powerful. Even the war god of 100 birds, who had used an invincible weapon, was unable to break this formation in a short period of time. Tang Emperor, 100 birds, war god of 9 clouds, welcome to the Sea Clan. You dare to search for treasures right under my nose? You are looking down on me. A voice floated in from outside. It was filled with sharpness and anger. So it's the young master of the Sea Clan. Since you know who we are, do you think that this formation can trap us? I advise you to open this formation and mind your own business. The Tang Emperor said coldly. If you wait for us to come out of this formation, you might not have a good ending. Although the Sea Clan is powerful, we are not that easy to bully. Although the people of the Sea Clan were here, the Tang Emperor and the others did not have anything to worry about. If it was in the past, they would indeed be afraid of the Sea Clan. However, it was different with an invincible weapon. Their strength had been greatly improved. Unless the war god of Invincible came, it would be impossible to capture them. This was where their confidence came from. So. More than 10 figures charged in directly. The leader was a war god of 9 stars, and the rest were war gods of 8 stars. It was a very impressive lineup. The experts of the Sea Clan used the power of water at the beginning, and their strength was also improved. Tang Emperor, how dare you say such words to our young master? I wonder how much strength you have left after entering this secret territory. These 9-star war gods who had come up had their eyes on them. As for Lin Fei, he was also targeted by a group of war gods of 8 stars. After all, Lin Fei's cultivation level had always been very low. Therefore, they felt that Lin Fei was easy to deal with. The Tang Emperor and the others saw this and shook their heads. It seems that people with low cultivation levels are easy to bully. A group of war gods of 8 stars besieged me. Lin Fei laughed. His physical body rumbled, and with a loud sound, the void collapsed. It directly sucked the war gods of 8 stars into it. The collapse of the void was very powerful. It was also very powerful. In the blink of an eye, not a single one was left. The pupils of the 3 war gods of 9 stars shrank. The most inconspicuous guy was actually so strong. He killed so many war gods of 8 stars with one move. Even they might not have the ability to do so. Oh no, there is a great expert here. In just a brief moment, they felt what danger was. Chapter 4882. The most inconspicuous young man among them was actually a great expert. He killed all the 8 stars war gods directly. On the spot, the remaining 3 9-star war gods felt their hearts skip a beat, and they immediately retreated. This was the only way to avoid danger. We can't let them go. We have to keep them here. Otherwise, if the news gets out, everyone will be in trouble. The Tang Emperor's reaction was the fastest. He immediately chased after them. He wouldn't let the 3 war gods leave this place. It was the same for the avian war god and the 9-cloud war god. Lin Fei activated the void collapse at this moment. This move stopped the 3 9-stars war gods on the spot. They were already prepared, but they still couldn't withstand the ferocious crushing force. The Tang Emperor and the others immediately chased after them. Once again, they were stopped. Meanwhile, the young man in the void outside had an even uglier expression on his face. He knew that he was in big trouble this time. Gather the great experts of the Sea Clan immediately. There is an invincible weapon here. We have to take it down no matter what. We can't let them leave. I suspect that they have more than one invincible weapon with them. The young man was prepared to enjoy the fruits of his labor alone. An invincible weapon. By then, he would be almost invincible among those in the same realm. Even if he was facing an expert who was a small realm higher than him, he would be able to fight them. However, he didn't expect that there would be a great expert here. His attack was so powerful. He realized that he was in trouble. It was probably impossible to take down this invincible weapon. Therefore, he could only find someone else. The young man turned into a stream of light and flew out immediately. With the formation blocking them, they probably wouldn't be able to catch up with him for a while. Oh no, the guy outside seems to be leaving. He is definitely going to call for help. The Nine-Cloud War God had a treasure that immediately sensed the movement outside. Someone was going to leave. He didn't have to guess to know that it was the young man who spoke just now. If he left, there would definitely be big trouble. Leave the guy outside to me. Lin Fei replied immediately. Then, he flashed and left the formation just like that. The Great Tang Emperor and the others looked at each other. This Taoist Lin gave them a different sense of mystery. They could also feel the power of this formation. It was very powerful. It was a famous array formation in the sea race. Who would have thought that the other party would be able to leave so easily? In other words, he was very powerful in the Tao of space. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave. They were also glad that they didn't have any ideas at all. Otherwise, they really didn't know what kind of trouble they would have gotten into. If such a person wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Of course, Lin Fei knew that these people must have gone to find helpers after they left. The sea race wasn't that kind-hearted. He was afraid that they were going to find experts to take back this invincible weapon. With an invincible weapon, he was practically invincible in the same realm. That was how powerful he was. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei sensed a stream of light flying into the distance. As soon as the void collapsed, the subordinates who were originally outside were directly turned into ashes. Not a single one was left. With 2 great teleportations, they caught up to him. It could be said that he only used 2 great teleportations to appear in front of them. Your speed is quite fast. Come down and have a chat. Lin Fei smashed over with a punch. This punch was like a meteor shower, directly smashing into the stream of light. Even if the stream of light had a certain level of defense. Gotcha. The stream of light broke. A figure directly fell into the bottom of the sea. My flying treasure was broken just like that. Hai Wuxin directly fell into the depths of the sea. Such a punch made Hai Wuxin experience a different feeling. This person was really strong. What he couldn't accept the most was how the other party could come out of the array. This was the most unacceptable thing for him. Did I tell you? Let's have a good chat. Why didn't you listen? Why are you in such a hurry? A figure followed closely. Hai Wuxin waved his hand and directly mobilized the power of the sea. A huge torrent of water surged over. Then, it followed him and escaped again. This time, its speed was even faster than before. It was as if its entire body was about to merge into the water. Just as he was about to move, a silhouette dashed out. Gotcha gotcha. Cracks appeared on Hai Wuxin's body and he had no ability to struggle at all. Lin Fei stood quietly in front of him just like that. Just now, he directly used spiritual projection. This move was quite useful. It could be said to be a top-notch blow to those with weak physical bodies. No one would be able to withstand it. This was even when Lin Fei held back his strength. Otherwise, this guy would definitely die. I'm asking you now, are you still leaving or not? Hai Wuxin was completely terrified. A fragment fell from his chest. That was a top-notch defensive treasure. He actually couldn't withstand it. Just now, he felt that he was going to die for sure. He was gasping for air. He panted heavily and kept shaking his head. I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving. Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. I'm the young master of the Ocean Clan, Hai Wuxin. What do you want? Just say it. No matter how stupid Hai Wuxin was, he knew that this person in front of him was really strong. He was so strong that he couldn't resist at all. His top-notch defense couldn't even withstand a single attack. His physical body was almost destroyed. His entire body was covered with cracks. He knew that if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fan had a use for him, he would have definitely been turned into pieces. This was a top-notch blow. No wonder those 9 stars war gods realized that they couldn't defeat this guy. They were even able to come out of this formation. He stretched out his hand and pulled Hai Wuxin over to his side. Then, he returned to the original island. At this moment, the formation outside the island was rumbling loudly. Then, the entire formation was broken. Just now, Lin Fei had already used his methods. Therefore, when he returned, he was able to break the formation. The 3 9 stars war gods inside had already been killed. With invincible weapons, they went all out and killed the 9 stars war god. Their strength had greatly increased. The moment they came out, they saw Lin Fei return. He even brought the young master out. The great Tang Emperor recognized the young man at a glance. "Hai Wuxin, you are quite daring. You actually set up a formation to kill us. I wonder how the Ocean Clan will explain this." When they saw Hai Wuxin, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were so close to being in big trouble. Chapter 48-83. Hai Wuxin knew that he had completely failed this time. He didn't think that this young man would be so strong, being able to catch up from so far away. He had only just begun his attack when he was caught. It wasn't going to be easy to survive now. He didn't know how this fellow would take care of him. It was a good thing that he was a member of the sea race. If he really made a move on him, he would have to think about the consequences. This was the only thing that he had some confidence in. "I'll pretend that I didn't see what happened today. You guys can just leave the Black Sea and turn a blind eye to it. I can swear that I won't spread the news of what happened today, and no one else will know about it." This was the only thing that Hai Wuxin could think of. "Young Master Hai, that's not what you said earlier. You said that you wanted to catch all of us in one fell swoop. I don't know if I heard wrong or not." The great Tang Emperor coldly said. It was a bit difficult to take care of this fellow. Killing him would be offending the entire sea race, but letting him go would be even more troublesome. After all, they would know that they had obtained an invincible weapon. This was not a good thing. An invincible weapon was enough to attract everyone's attention. Not to mention that the 3 of them had an everlasting weapon, not to mention Lin Mu. He also had quite a few invincible weapons on him. When the time came, the commotion would be huge. Those 9-star experts that didn't have an invincible weapon would all move. Even some old monsters would be the same. Don't look at how few old monsters appeared, they were all in closed-door cultivation, hoping to break through to the invincible war god realm. That was the realm of a 10-star war god. Therefore, they wouldn't care about what happened outside. To them, this was a small matter. Breaking through to the next realm was what they wanted to see the most. "How about we take care of this fellow? Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble." The 100-bird war god regretted taking out the invincible weapon. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have used another weapon. Then he wouldn't have been noticed. Now they were thinking about how many people knew about this invincible weapon. Did the others know? Although fellow Daoist Lin had killed all of them, who knew if the news would leak out? Hai Wuxin's complexion changed slightly. He was indeed quite frightened. If it was really destroyed, then he would be dead for sure. "I really didn't spread any news, even those subordinates. They were killed before they could spread the news. I'm the only one who knows the news." Hai Wuxin quickly said. If he didn't say anything, he would be killed in one hit. Then, there would be no hope left. It's not appropriate to kill him. I heard that the young masters of the sea race have a special power in their bodies. Once they are killed, this power will be activated. At that time, it will be very difficult for us to leave this place. Once that person makes a move, it will be very terrifying. He couldn't kill them, but he also couldn't not kill them. It was indeed quite a headache. Lin Fei smiled. "This is my first time here. Why don't you leave first, and I'll take this guy for a stroll around the sea race. I'll take a look to see if there's anything I want." Lin Fei's words. The great Tang Emperor and the others were slightly stunned. This was the sea race. It wasn't like they were anywhere else, so they were quite worried. "Are you still not assured with my strength? I can take a stroll around the sea race. Perhaps I'll have a harvest. I'll leave the matters outside to you 3. Since Lin Fei had said this, the great Tang Emperor and the others thought that it was fine. No one was clearer than them on how powerful Lin Mu was. Even if this Hai Wuxin had any ideas, it would be useless in front of fellow Taoist Lin. Then we'll be leaving first. Fellow Taoist can come to our place after you come out. When we return, I'll definitely help you collect those things. I won't disappoint you. The three of them quickly spoke. After all, they owed each other a large favor, so they had to find the power of faith when they returned. After Lin Fei nodded, the three of them left. It was time to use a long-range treasure. A treasure like that? They were usually reluctant to use it, but this was the Black Sea, so they had no choice but to treat it seriously. When they left, Lin Fei smiled at Hai Wuxin. I'm not interested in your background, nor am I interested in destroying you. But if you can make me happy, then anything can be discussed. A seed of power was condensed. It directly entered Hai Wuxin's body and quickly took root, turning into a terrifying power. Hai Wuxin instantly knew that if this seed of power exploded, then his body would be torn to pieces. If that happened, his body would definitely be torn to pieces. No treasure would be able to withstand it. I think you should know how powerful my method was, right? You couldn't withstand it? Because your body was too weak? But as long as I'm happy, when I leave, I'll naturally take this seed of power with me. What do you think? You've already planted this seed of power in me, what else can I say? Of course, Hai Wuxin wouldn't say this out loud. Senior, what do you want me to do? Just say it. As long as I can do it, I won't hesitate. Hai Wuxin would still say such words. He knew that if he didn't behave himself, he would definitely be in big trouble. Those 9 stars war gods actually listened to this young man. This made him even more aware that this person was definitely a great expert. He might even be an old monster. After all, old monsters had many treasures that could make them younger. This wasn't something rare. Of course, it was just rare. I want to know if the Marine clan has the power of faith. Don't tell me that you don't. I don't believe you. The Marine clan doesn't interfere with the matters of Jiangnan, but that doesn't mean that you don't have any tricks up your sleeves. Am I right? Lin Fei was very direct. This guy would either say it or not say it. If he didn't say it, then it would be simple. He would just send him on his way. Lin Fei didn't care how strong that expert was. If he really came, he would definitely think that he could catch him. In this Jiangnan area, there probably weren't many experts that could catch him. This was Lin Fei's greatest confidence. You want the power of faith? This is a very useless thing. I'm not sure if it exists. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold. You just have to confirm whether it exists or not. If it doesn't, then I'll send you on your way. Wait. I remember. There seems to be the power of faith. I can take you to find it. Chapter 4884. As for where the power of faith could be found, Lin Fei felt that a place like the Sea clan would definitely have it. As for how much there was, Lin Fei didn't know. Anyway, it wouldn't be a small amount. This was an opportunity for Lin Fei. Moreover, he had captured Hai Wuxin this time. This guy was planted with a seed of power. As long as he didn't want to die, he would be obedient. Even if he played any tricks, Lin Fei could turn him into ashes with just a thought. Of course, Hai Wuxin was aware of this. Therefore, he was very obedient. He couldn't wait for this guy to get the land of faith and leave. If it was something else, he might not be able to get it. However, if it was the power of faith, he was confident that he could get it. After all, this thing wasn't the most expensive. It was just of little value. Although Lin Fei didn't know why this guy wanted the power of faith, it didn't matter. As long as the other party took the power of faith and left, it was that simple. Senior, if you want the power of faith, I think there's a place that should have it. That's the treasury of our Sea clan. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This wasn't a good thing. The power of faith was in the treasury. Did he want to break into the treasury? Although Lin Fei's strength had improved rapidly, it wasn't that easy to break into the treasury. He was afraid that he would be besieged by powerhouses before he could enter. Moreover, there were many powerhouses in the Sea clan. If he was besieged by them, although it wouldn't be dangerous, it would still be a headache. He didn't want to be chased by the entire Sea clan. If that happened, everyone would know that he was coveting the power of faith. Otherwise, why would he break into the treasury alone? As long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to tell. From what you've said, I can only go to the treasury if I want to obtain the power of faith. However, isn't your idea a bit too whimsical? If I go to the treasury, I might be killed by the experts of your oceanic race. Hai Wuxin's expression changed slightly. Senior has misunderstood. Although our sea race's treasury is heavily guarded, there is a chance to enter it this time. Hai Wuxin didn't dare to think too much and hurriedly said. As soon as he said that, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. It turned out that there was a competition within the sea race. Whoever won would be able to choose something from the sea race's treasury. Hai Wuxin was one of those who was qualified to participate. This was a pretty good method for Lin Fei. It's obviously your internal affairs. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to get involved. Hai Wuxin shook his head and said, this time, it's a little different from before. This time, we don't need to go on stage. Instead, we'll rely on the strength of the people behind us to take action. With senior strength, it won't be a problem to sweep them away. I'll tell them that you're the external help that I've invited. It sounded a little interesting. It sounds quite interesting. Then tell me in detail. I'll see if it works. However, are you sure that there's the power of faith in the treasury? Don't make me come here for nothing. Otherwise, your body won't be able to withstand the explosion of the power seed. You'll be turned into ashes. How could I dare to lie to Senior? I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 guts. I'll tell Senior what's going on this time, so that Senior can understand. I, Hai Wuxin, sincerely want to help Senior obtain the power of faith. Unfortunately, I'm too lowly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain the power of faith. After listening for a while, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. There really was such an opportunity. At the very least, there was a high possibility that there was a land of faith in the Sea Pearl Treasury. After all, the sea race had never participated in the affairs of Jiangnan. Who knew if they had collected the power of faith? Even if it wasn't much? Even if it wasn't a lot, it was definitely not a small amount. This was definitely an opportunity for Lin Fei to take a gamble. With the power of faith, wouldn't he have an unlimited divine body? There was hope for him to break through to the 50th layer or even higher. As for when the Tang Emperor would get the power of faith, Lin Fei could not guarantee it. If they wanted to obtain the power of faith, they would have to use some tricks. Now that the sea race was here, Lin Fei felt that it was a pity to leave like this. He might as well go and take a look. Seeing that you've said so much, it would be a pity if you don't go. Let's go and have a look. No matter what happens to your brothers and sisters, I'll go and have a look. As long as I can enter the treasury. That's naturally not a problem. Lin Fei brought Hai Wuxin away from the island. At the same time, Lin Fei turned around and instantly sank the island. It sank directly to the bottom of the sea, so naturally, no one would notice it. After all, there were so many islands around. It was normal for one island to be missing. The sea race's territory was very large, but with Hai Wuxin leading the way, naturally, it would save them a lot of trouble. Along the way, there were no huge sea beasts. There was no movement at all. It was completely unimpeded. Only the sea race could achieve such a feat. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the deep sea. One could imagine how powerful the sea race was. Amidst the lightning, Lin Fei saw a city. Senior, that is the only big city of our sea race, Sea God City. It is hundreds of millions of kilometers wide, and there are many cities of various sizes built inside. There are even more experts here. Experts from the human race would come to our sea god city from time to time to trade. Therefore, when Senior appeared in our sea god city, no one would think much of it. They would treat it as an ordinary matter. Not long after, in the harsh environment, they saw a huge city. It was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide, and they couldn't see the border. The two of them entered Sea God City one after the other. Inside, just as Hai Wuxin had said, there were indeed many people of the human race moving around. Apart from them, there were also various experts of the sea race. They were doing a lot of business in Sea God City. As for the super experts, Lin Fei also felt countless auras. These auras were not obvious, and he didn't need to guess to know that they should be in seclusion. Senior, this is my mansion. Please come in. In the central area of Sea God City, Hai Wuxin brought Lin Fei into a mansion. As soon as he came in, the people inside all greeted him. Hai Wuxin didn't care at all, and directly stopped in his study. This is the invitation this time. Only this invitation is qualified to participate. There are many brothers and sisters in our sea race. I'm afraid there will be at least 40 to 50 brothers and sisters participating this time. Therefore, everyone will invite some external help, so there won't be any doubts. Chapter 4885. Of course, Lin Fei knew that Hai Wuxin didn't have the guts to lie to him. In that case, this matter was definitely true. His brothers and sisters would probably look for these experts. The higher-ups probably wanted to see how capable his brothers and sisters were. No matter what, it was a good opportunity for Lin Fei. As long as he could get the power of faith, he might really be able to break through to the 50th level of the infinite God body. The possibility of this was still very high. How would he know if he didn't try? Just like that. Now that Lin Fei had settled down in the mansion, Hai Wuxin continued to collect information and information. He couldn't wait to settle this matter as soon as possible. After all, there was such a seed of power in his body. Who knew when it would explode? If that happened, he would really be dead. Thinking about it, he couldn't sit still. This was quite normal. In the blink of an eye, a lot of time passed. This matter was also spreading like wildfire. Many of his brothers and sisters looked for powerful experts to help. Hai Wuxin also brought a lot of information over. However, Lin Fei didn't really look at it. To him, it didn't matter which expert he invited. Could there be someone whose body was stronger than his? No. Absolutely not. Senior, my big brother is holding a small banquet today. He's here to show how strong he is. I wonder if Senior is interested. Hai Wuxin came over to invite him. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in such a banquet. He was just waiting for the final time to come. My big brother has collected a lot of good things. Maybe there's power of faith. I think Senior can go take a look. If it was something else, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be interested. However, if it was the power of faith, he was more or less interested. Are you sure your big brother has the power of faith? Don't make a wasted trip. Hai Wuxin nodded seriously. It's possible. After all, my big brother is the favorite of my father. He has a lot more than us. We don't have the power of faith, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have it. Therefore, it's very likely that he does. This was not bad news for Lin Fei. Then let's go and take a look. Anyway, we've been here for so long, and we haven't gone out yet. Lin Fei was different from the others. He had a clear goal this time, which was the power of faith. That was all. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin left the mansion. She rushed towards Hai Wuxin's eldest brother. Hai Wuxin's big brother is called Haifeng. It was a rather ordinary name, but it was given by that person herself. The implication was that it meant a bountiful harvest. It could be imagined that he still had high expectations for his eldest son. And this Haifeng didn't disappoint. Ever since he was young, he amazed the world. It could be said that out of all the siblings, this Haifeng was definitely the one that his father doted on the most. Even Hai Wuxin and the others couldn't compare. Therefore, if his big brother has the power of faith, then it's very likely that he has the power of faith. When they arrived in front of his big brother's mansion, quite a few people had arrived. Apart from them, there were even a few important people from Ocean God City who came. Looks like your big brother's influence isn't low. So many experts have come. Just the 8-star war gods alone are here. This kind of realm is actually very high. Most war gods are at a very low realm. An advanced level war god like this isn't something that just anyone can invite. It could be imagined that this Haifeng has a lot of influence. Lin Fei was full of expectations for this. If there was the power of faith, then it couldn't be better. When Hai Wuxin came in, quite a few people came over to greet him. They were all his siblings. Lin Fei stood beside him and didn't say anything. Being quiet, he was naturally treated as a follower. This was exactly the feeling that Lin Fei wanted. Just now, Lin Fei had already glanced around. There were quite a few experts here. Even 3 of the 9-star war gods had come. They weren't very strong. They were still 9-star war gods. Coming here was already giving them enough face. Lin Fei also heard them discussing. The most discussed topic was that their big brother still had points. It seemed like he had roped in quite a few experts. This time, he might be able to take first place forever. He heard that this time, his father organized this small event on a whim. He even took out quite a few rewards for everyone. It all depended on who had the ability. The more Lin Fei listened, the less interested he became. Fortunately, Hai Wuxin also knew the purpose of this visit. He didn't say too much to his siblings. He casually found a place to sit down and sat down quietly. Everyone didn't pay much attention. After all, these siblings might speak in a friendly manner. In their hearts, they wished that the other party would die a violent death. That way, there would be one less competitor. Scheming against each other would be the norm. Not long after, a figure walked in. He had a strong aura. All of a sudden, the entire hall became quiet. Lin Fei also looked over. He knew who this person was. It was that Haifeng. Young master was indeed quite capable. With one look, he was also quite strong. He had actually reached the 8-star war god realm. This realm wasn't low. Moreover, in his body, Lin Fei also discovered a very dangerous aura. In other words, there was a sealed power in his body. It seemed like that person had also placed a power to protect him. Whoever wanted to deal with young master would probably be obliterated by this power before they could even kill him. Only someone like Lin Fei could sense such a power. As for the others, they could only stand aside. It was impossible for them to sense it at all. This caused Lin Fei's eyes to narrow. He felt that this trip wouldn't be in vain. This guy definitely had a lot of faith power on hand. Even Hai Wuxin's brothers and sisters would have some faith power to some extent. The marine race was different. It was rare for humans to come here, especially those experts. In this case, something as useless as faith power was dispensable. It was highly likely that they would keep it in their hands and not value it. Everyone's here so early. Haifeng smiled at everyone. However, his face was still filled with arrogance. Big brother has already invited us. Why can't we come? I put down everything to come. I haven't been to Big Brother's residence for a long time. It seems like Big Brother has obtained a lot of good stuff. He's ready to show off his skills today. These were all to please this Big Brother. Everyone knew that if there were no accidents, this Big Brother would most likely become the future ruler of the marine race. Chapter 4886. This Haifeng was quite powerful. As soon as he arrived, many people came up to greet him warmly. One could imagine that he was quite powerful among these brothers. No wonder he held such a small banquet. It's rare for everyone to come here today. Don't stand on ceremony. Eat and drink well. There will be a small activity later. I believe everyone will enjoy it. Eat. Of course, no one would have any thoughts about it. However, the small activity later would be different. They clearly understood what Xiao Xiao was trying to say. After all, this big brother was very different. Whoever treated his big brother as an ordinary person would definitely be in big trouble. It seems that my big brother must have found some powerful external experts and is preparing to show off his skills. In this way, he can suppress everyone. When that time comes, no one will dare to fight against him. Hai Wuxin said in a low voice. He had a good understanding of his big brother. Just now, he saw the two black-robed men beside his big brother. These two black-robed men were very conspicuous in their black robes. It was hard not to notice them. Lin Fei also laughed. Your big brother is really powerful. Compared to him, you guys are really far behind. Only these two black-robed men are quite powerful. Most importantly, they are not humans but puppets. Hai Wuxin was slightly stunned. His pupils shrank. He knew what puppets they were. My big brother actually got these puppets. It seems that he has obtained support from someone again. Of course, Lin Fei could tell that they were puppets. These puppets were different from other puppets. They were refined by a living expert. It could be said that they were not much different from humans. However, they were puppets. They were immortal, impervious to swords and spears. They had strong defense and strong attack power. They were very powerful. In Lin Fei's opinion, even if 8 to 10 8-star war gods attacked these two puppets, it would be useless. They couldn't stop them at all. These two puppets were so powerful. This made Lin Fei even more excited. He guessed that the activity later would be related to these two puppets. It seems that everyone is destined to be disappointed this time. Hai Wuxin wasn't too disappointed. After all, he had come on this trip to bring his senior along. As long as senior can obtain the power of faith, there won't be a problem. As for the rest, he really didn't care much about it. He didn't really care about it. No one ate much. Big brother, I heard that you have a small activity later. I wonder what kind of activity it is. Let us broaden our horizons. A tall man spoke up. He was one of the siblings. So it's Helen. It seems like you're quite interested in this. Since everyone wants to know, I'll talk to everyone. Haifeng laughed. Everyone stopped and wanted to hear what this big brother had to say. I've just found 2 helpers from outside. I want everyone to help me test their strength. If anyone can defeat them, I'll give everyone a strand of the sea god's bloodline for free. I wonder if everyone is interested. As soon as the word sea god's bloodline came out, everyone's expressions clearly changed. Even Hai Wuxin spoke in a low voice. Senior, this sea god's bloodline is unique to our sea race. I heard that the higher the refinement, the higher the compatibility with the sea. In the end, the more powerful the power of the sea, the stronger it will be. In the end, I heard that it can reach the level of immortality. As long as it's in the sea, no one can kill it. With such an item, it was no wonder that everyone was so energetic. Big brother, you're not lying to us. It really has the sea god's bloodline. You're really generous. I heard that the sea god's bloodline is getting harder and harder to find. I didn't expect Big Brother to be so awesome. You can even get it. It just so happens that I've also brought my subordinates today. I can give it a try. Big Brother, don't be offended. A ball of blood appeared on Haifeng's hand. This ball of blood was golden and full of a noble aura. As soon as he took it out, everyone's expression changed again. This was the genuine sea god's bloodline. They didn't expect it to be so big. If they refined it, it would greatly improve their strength. I never lie. If there's something good, I definitely have to share it with everyone. Haifeng smiled. If everyone is not interested in these things, of course, you can also tell me some things that you are interested in. As long as it's not too precious, I'll be happy to take it out to satisfy everyone. Taking this out would be very attractive to everyone. Big brother, then I'll go first. Immediately, someone jumped out. This won't do, we have to change places." Everyone followed their big brother to the training field at the back. This was a very large training field. As the formation was activated, a light barrier was formed. The two puppets instantly rushed in. One of them stood at the side. The other one just stood there quietly. "I got these two puppets. No matter which one it is, as long as you can defeat them or withstand 10 moves from them, it will naturally be your win." When everyone heard the word puppet, they were a little surprised. After all, puppets were still very destructive. However, they still believed that they could defeat these puppets and obtain the sea god's bloodline. This way, it would be of great help to increase their strength. Big Brother had made a lot of contributions this time. Without saying a word, one of them came up. Naturally, it was these experts that came up. The realm of war gods. It would be embarrassing to come here today without a war god by their side. The one who just came up was a 5-star war god. He was quite strong, and his first move was a thunderous strike. However, this puppet warrior turned into a black fog and instantly defeated him. There was no trace of it at all. In an instant, everyone felt that these puppets were different. They could actually use such a method. After this 5-star war god was defeated, another war god immediately came in. However, each time, they couldn't block a single attack from these puppet warriors. They either released the black fog or instantly used a strange divine ability. It was truly extraordinary. This made everyone's expression even more unsightly. It seemed that the sea god's bloodline wouldn't be so easy to obtain. If it was anything else, it would be fine. However, these puppets really weren't that easy to deal with. Lin Fei saw everything clearly from the side. His brothers and sisters probably had no chance. They couldn't defeat these puppets at all. Even if 10 of them went up, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Those who hadn't made a move knew that if they really did, they probably wouldn't have any chance of winning. Chapter 4887. These two puppets were rather powerful. Just one of them was enough to defeat most of the war gods. Their injuries weren't light, but they weren't heavy either. However, it also made everyone realize that the puppet was definitely showing mercy. This puppet is too hard to deal with. It's indeed quite hard to deal with. I was almost done for just now. With such a puppet, I'm afraid Big Brother won't be able to defeat it. This time, he took all the benefits in front of Father. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come today. It would have been a wasted trip. No matter to any of the brothers and sisters, they were really at a disadvantage this time. Who would have thought that Big Brother would actually find 2 such powerful puppets? They didn't know where these 2 puppets came from. In any case, they couldn't deal with them. Even if they went to look for external help now, they might not be a match for these 2 puppets. This really made them feel helpless. At this moment, Haifeng was smiling more than anyone else. There was a faint smile on his lips, and he seemed quite proud of himself. He brought these 2 puppets over to let everyone know that no one could compete with him this time. Is there any brother or sister who is prepared to come up and give it a try? Don't stand on ceremony. I have quite a lot of sea gods' bloodline and other things here. Don't miss this opportunity. Even though Haifeng's things were quite attractive, everyone present knew that the strength of these external help experts really couldn't compare to these 2 puppets. Haifeng had also achieved his goal this time. Big Brother, I'm prepared to give it a try. I heard that you have everything here. Is that true? I'm not interested in this sea god's bloodline. At this moment, Hai Wuxin took a step forward and looked at Big Brother. Of course, Haifeng knew about Hai Wuxin. He was a rather high-profile guy. He didn't expect this guy to be so unhurried. He was probably a little embarrassed. This was good too. Since he was defeated, he would let him know that no one was a match for him this time. I wonder if little brother is interested in this sea god's bloodline? If so, feel free to tell me what you are interested in. Big Brother has quite a lot of things here. When Hai Wuxin stood up, the other brothers and sisters were a little surprised. They had seen Hai Wuxin before. He was one of the more troublesome ones among the brothers. Who would have thought that he would only make his move now? Sure enough, he was very calculative. Big bro, do you have any faith power here? I've been researching this faith power recently and I've gained some insights. It's a pity I don't have enough of it. The power of faith? Everyone was stunned. One must know that the power of faith was indeed something of little value. He did not expect that Hai Wuxin would actually want the power of faith. It was quite unexpected. I thought it was something. It's actually the power of faith. I have it, and I've collected quite a lot of it. As long as you can defeat my puppet, the power of faith won't be a problem. Haifeng laughed heartily and casually took out a lump of something. Jingguang smiled brightly. I still have quite a few lumps of this power of faith. As long as you can defeat the puppet, I can give them to you. Anyway, it's useless to keep them. So, you have to work hard. Lin Fei just looked at it quietly. Of course, he could see it clearly. This was the power of faith. It was really like what Hai Wuxin said. His big brother really had the power of faith. If he could get his hands on this power of faith, then this trip would not be in vain. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Hai Wuxin laughed, then I won't stand on ceremony. It's not easy to come across this power of faith. Big bro, you're so polite. Lin Fei walked out expressionlessly and directly entered the battlefield. As soon as he entered, the puppet made its move. It turned into a huge black fog and rolled over. Everyone had seen such a method before, but they really couldn't think of a way to break it. They also didn't think that this guy would have the ability to break the puppet's attack. Whoosh! The void collapsed in an instant. Wave after wave of energy crashed into the black mist. Just like that, the black fog was isolated. The black fog instantly turned into the shape of a puppet. At this moment, Lin Fei took a step forward and punched the puppet. This step was really fast. No one could make it in time. The puppet was sent flying by the punch. Kacha kacha, cracks instantly spread all over its body. The entire puppet was like a work of art. It seemed like it would break into pieces with a light touch. Big bro, this subordinate of mine is not bad. It's not easy to find him. He's not good in other aspects, but he's pretty strong. I didn't expect Big bro's puppet to be so weak. Hai Wuxin laughed. Of course, he knew that his senior was strong. Even he wasn't a match for him, let alone these puppets. Haifeng's expression did change a little. He naturally knew how strong the puppet was. He didn't expect that the expert that his little brother found would have some ability. He could actually cause cracks with a punch. Just as the puppet was about to retreat, another figure appeared and punched out again. The puppet was sent flying again. Then another punch. 3 punches in a row. With a bang, the puppet turned into pieces on the ground. Big bro, I'm really sorry. My subordinate was a little reckless. He broke your puppet. I'm really sorry. I don't know where you bought it. Let me know. I'll buy you another one. In such a short time, a puppet was destroyed just like that. Not only was everyone shocked, but even Haifeng's heart was bleeding. This was a puppet that he had gone through a lot of trouble to get. In the end, it was finished just like that. It's okay, it's okay. It's just a puppet. It's nothing. I said that if I lose, I'll give you the power of faith. Take it. The other brothers and sisters smiled even more brightly at this moment. Just now, their faces were bitter. Now, all of them were smiling brightly. No one wanted Big Bro to lose more than them. As expected, Hai Wuxin's little brother was really awesome. With just a single move, he had caused his big brother to lose a puppet. If such a scene were to happen again, it would really be quite satisfying. The power of faith flew over. It was kept by Hai Wuxin. Big bro, I think you wouldn't mind sending the second one up quickly, right? One puppet was enough to make Haifeng's heart ache. If the second puppet was broken, although the possibility was low, Haifeng didn't dare to take the risk. But in front of his brothers and sisters, if he really didn't go, wouldn't it mean that he was afraid of Hai Wuxin? Chapter 4888. One puppet was already in such a state. If another one appeared, he might not be able to handle it. He braced himself and went forward. Otherwise, he would probably be laughed at. Today, he originally wanted to show his strength. These two puppets were just a part of his strength. It didn't matter if they were destroyed. However, the helper that Hai Wuxin found was quite powerful. He was actually very strong without any warning. He could also see that the other party's strength was purely in close combat and physical strength. It was really difficult to find such an expert. He really didn't know where he got it from. It's just a puppet. If it's broken, it can only be said that it's useless. At most, I can just find another one. Don't feel sorry for me. Haifeng laughed as if he didn't care about the puppet at all. However, Hai Wuxin had noticed a slight change in the puppet. This puppet was still quite valuable. The second puppet moved again. This time, it turned into a black fog as usual. However, when it turned into the black fog, a figure instantly appeared behind it. It turned into a stream of light as if it was going to penetrate the opponent's body like a spiral. This method was indeed quite powerful and people couldn't defend against it. Many people broke out in a cold sweat. What a terrifying move. The black shadow instantly attacked the opponent's back. However, after the attack hit the opponent's back, it didn't continue. Instead, the opponent turned around and punched the puppet directly. Following that, his figure flashed. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of sounds, the puppet was instantly covered in cracks. Then, it turned into fragments all over the ground. Haifeng's pupils shrank slightly. Of course, he knew how powerful the attack just now was. It was a killing move that specialized in penetrating the physical body. In the end, this guy was actually more powerful than he thought. His physical body was very strong, but he didn't suffer any damage. This younger brother of his was quite capable. He had found such an expert. This was not a small problem. Big brother, I'm really sorry. I broke your puppet again. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let the puppet fight. This way, your puppet will be gone. What a pity. Hai Wuxin spoke seriously. He could feel that many of his brothers and sisters were looking at him with gazes filled with worship. This was also a chance for him to hold his head high. Big brother, you're just unlucky this time. If Senior wants this faith power, then I can only jump out. It's fine. Aren't they just two puppets? If it's gone, then it's gone. I'll give you the power of faith. Anyway, we should keep the goodies to ourselves. I know that better than anyone else. Everyone burst into laughter. Big brother was pretending not to be angry. His heart was probably bleeding. A puppet like this was worth a lot. Perhaps it was even obtained from somewhere. In the end, both of them were damaged. It was a huge loss, but he couldn't get angry. After all, this was a small banquet hosted by his big brother. Everyone was having fun. Now, they were indeed having fun. Big brother, why don't we just let it go? Hai Wuxin smiled and said. At this time, how could Haifeng be willing? This brat destroyed two of his puppets. What if he didn't heavily injure him? At that time, it would be an invisible danger. Fortunately, he was able to use two puppets to test Hai Wuxin. Did he find a powerful expert? What if that day really came? He would definitely be caught off guard. This Hai Wuxin. He really wasn't anything. Haifeng was angry, but he was more or less relieved in his heart. In any case, it was a foresight. He wanted to cripple this guy first. At the same time, he sent a ball of faith power over. Another big ball fell into Hai Wuxin's hands. Thank you for the power of faith, big brother. I think it's better to end it like this. Hai Wuxin suddenly shouted at Lin Fei. You can come out now. How could Haifeng bear to let him out? After all, the other party was so powerful. What if they really let him out? It wouldn't be so easy to make a move next time. Maybe it would be a strong enemy. Now that he found one and dealt with the other, it couldn't be any better. Big brother, you've already destroyed 2 puppets. Let's forget about it. I already have enough power of faith. Haifeng understood what he meant. His brother didn't intend to play anymore. That wouldn't do. Wait. It wasn't easy for you to come here. I have to play to my heart's content. Isn't it just the power of faith? I can take out some more. This much should be enough, right? After all, you study the power of faith. How can you do it without the power of faith? Although there were 2 balls just now, it digested quite quickly. Of course, Haifeng wasn't happy. He hurriedly took out some power of faith. More than before. Hai Wuxin glanced at the power of faith. Indeed, he revealed his greedy thoughts. However, he quickly put them away. I think it's better to forget it. I already have enough power of faith. Haifeng wanted to curse in his heart. His brother really wanted it again and again. But he felt that the power of faith wasn't enough. What a bastard. All the power of faith. Let's play another round. How about it? The more it was like this, the more Haifeng believed that although this guy was strong, he probably used some secret method. That was why Hai Wuxin was so anxious to call him down. If he didn't do it well, he might lose. Lin Fei had to admire Hai Wuxin. He was indeed quite resourceful. He made his big brother take out so much power of faith with just a little bit of effort. So much power of faith was much more than the 2 puppets he had defeated just now. Maybe with the help of this power of faith, he could break through to the 50th level. This power of faith was very attractive to Lin Fei. He was standing expressionlessly. There were no emotional fluctuations. I have to ask my men about this. Otherwise, I can't do it. Hai Wuxin's question was different from other people's. Can we play another round? If you can, you will be greatly rewarded. Choose for yourself. Wasn't he asking the other party to fight to the end? Haifeng was overjoyed. His brother was still a little inexperienced. He was tempted by the power of faith that he took out. It was indeed cheap. However, he didn't think too much about it. I've decided to play another round, but this will be the last one. The more it was like this, the more Haifeng believed one thing. This guy must have used a secret method. That was why he said such words. He probably wouldn't be able to hold on for this round. Big Mountain, go up and follow him. Remember, you must show mercy. Yes. I will definitely show mercy. I'm really not strong. A guy as burly as a mountain flew out. Chapter 48-89. As soon as this burly guy came up, everyone realized that he was definitely a powerful existence. They didn't know if Hai Wuxin's subordinate could handle him. Although they hadn't fought before, they could more or less see that he was powerful. He was definitely powerful, but they didn't know how strong he was. As soon as the guy called Mountain entered, he instantly transformed into his original form. It turned out to be a dark, liquid-like existence. It made people feel very different. In an instant, it turned into a ball and directly wrapped around the opponent. This action was very fast. It was so fast that no one could react. Some people on the scene had already exclaimed, "This is the legendary Devourer Sea Beast. I heard that when it cultivates to a very high level, it can even swallow the sky. No way, this is the Devourer. I've heard of its existence before, but I didn't expect it to really exist. Doesn't that mean that ordinary people can't handle this guy's power? The guy inside is really unlucky." As soon as this guy transformed into his original form, he instantly wrapped the entire void. It was as if he had let out a satisfied burp and directly swallowed it. This kind of fighting style was really beyond everyone's expectations. It was also beyond Hai Wuxin's expectations. However, he was very confident in this senior. Even if there was a sea beast like the Devourer, he still wouldn't have any advantage. Big Brother is indeed Big Brother. He can even find such a sea beast like the Devourer. If he is trained, he will definitely become an indomitable helper in the future. Hai Wuxin's expression also changed slightly. Haifeng didn't hear the meaning behind it. He just felt that the other party was envious. After all, he had spent a lot of money to find this Devourer. Fortunately, everything went as he expected. The Devourer was still very powerful. If it was any other time, Haifeng certainly wouldn't send Mountain. However, the guy in front of him was too strong. Such an existence would definitely affect him. Therefore, he might as well subdue this guy first. Anyway, he didn't prepare such a trump card. Besides the Devourer, he still had another one. This guy doesn't have much combat power. I'll eat him in one bite. I'll be able to digest him completely in a day or two. Big Mountain also returned to his human form, patting his stomach with a look of enjoyment. Hai Wuxin's expression changed slightly, which made Haifeng even happier. I'm sorry, Big Mountain's appetite is too good. I didn't expect him to use his main body mystique when I asked him to attack just now. I'm really sorry. Haifeng was overjoyed to have swallowed this guy in one gulp, and the faces of the other brothers and sisters also sank. The situation wasn't looking good. He didn't expect one of them to be killed just like that. They wanted to see their big brother's sorry state. There was a loud bang. The Mountain, who had just taken a step forward, instantly turned into a pool of blood that scattered all over the ground. Fortunately, the surrounding people were isolated by the array formation, so they were naturally not affected. Haifeng's face instantly darkened. His devourer was actually dead. He had paid a huge price to get it, but now it was killed in front of his eyes. A figure walked out. Such a mystique is powerful, but it's still far from it. Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, said faintly. This time, everyone couldn't stay calm, even Haifeng. His devourer was killed by this person just like that. Big Mountain couldn't even withstand it. What was going on? Big Brother. I'm sorry, I didn't expect my subordinate to be so strong. It seems like you didn't nurture your devourer well. I'll be taking these things away. Hai Wuxin smiled. He directly took away all the power of faith. Haifeng didn't say anything, and could only let the other party take away all the things. Big Brother, I still have something to do today, so I'll be leaving first. If there's such a good thing in the future, you can inform me. I'll definitely come. Haifeng opened his mouth and let Hai Wuxin leave just like that. After Hai Wuxin left, the others also found reasons to leave. In the blink of an eye. This place was empty. Haifeng's face turned even uglier. The surrounding people all knelt on the ground. They could feel the master's anger. Arrange 2 assassins for me. I must finish this person tonight. He destroyed my 2 puppets and my devourer. I'm irreconcilable with him. Those were Haifeng's 2 trump cards. But now, his trump card was destroyed just like that. How could he sit still? He definitely couldn't sit still. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin returned to the mansion just like that. Hai Wuxin also took out all the power of faith. My big brother is probably going to vomit blood this time. According to his character, I'm afraid he'll find someone to take revenge on Senior tonight. By now, Lin Fei had already collected all the power of faith. It was indeed a huge number. Being an assassin depends on who you're using it on. For me, it's useless. You can just pretend that nothing happened. Lin Fei returned to his room. Hai Wuxin was very happy. At least this time, he could let his big brother have a good time. He was afraid that his influence among his brothers and sisters had increased a lot. Although it was all given by Senior, it was still beneficial to him. Those who didn't know would really think that he found a pretty good expert. Of course, the most important thing was to hit his big brother. That was the most important thing. Who didn't know what his big brother was thinking tonight? He just wanted to give everyone a good lesson. In the end, before the lesson was finished, he was taught a lesson by himself. He was happy. Hai Wuxin even opened a bottle of good wine. He drank more than half of it. If he wasn't afraid of Senior, he would really want to invite Senior for a drink. Staying in the Sea clan was indeed the right choice. I didn't expect to receive the power of faith so quickly. This power of faith should be enough for me to reach the 50th level. Lin Fei directly began to level up. In fact, it was really as Lin Fei expected. He directly rose to the 49th level. He was still a little bit away from the 50th level. Although he was more or less a little disappointed, at least he had risen by 4 levels. His big brother, Hai Wuxin, still contributed a lot to him. What a pity, it's still a little bit away. If only I had a little more power of faith. It seems that I can only go for the treasury. Chapter 4890. To be able to break through to such a realm in one go, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. At the very least, his physical body was much stronger. His strength had become much thicker. He really had to thank that Haifeng. This guy had contributed a lot, but he didn't know when he would contribute again. He probably wished that he could kill him now. After all, he destroyed 2 of his puppets and destroyed the heaven-devouring mountain. He definitely suffered a huge loss. Not everyone could sit still. That night, just as Hai Wuxin had said, there were indeed people coming. 2 assassins had come. These 2 assassins were quite powerful. As soon as they arrived, they launched a fierce attack. However, as soon as they got close to Lin Fei, they were quickly killed by Lin Fei. Now, no matter how strong his physical body was, Lin Fei's speed was really strong. With just a thought, he broke through their bodies. They didn't even have the ability to resist and were turned to dust. Lin Fei casually dealt with the 2 of them like nothing had happened. But to Haifeng, this wasn't good news. He had failed again. What was going on? He couldn't believe it. Why did he fail again? Was that fellow so hard to deal with? Or did Hai Wuxin arrange for people to lay a trap? He miscalculated again. If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have acted so quickly from the start. In the end, he suffered a huge loss. It seemed like he could only wait for the last day. Only then would he be able to take revenge. At the same time, he remembered Hai Wuxin. He didn't expect that he would be schemed against. If he knew that this would happen, he would have been more careful. Now, he didn't even have the chance to regret. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. These few days, some people were quite unhappy. That person was Haifeng. He suffered a huge loss in front of his brothers and sisters. Even though they didn't know whether or not he arranged for people to take revenge, they all knew what their big brother's temper was. He definitely arranged for people to take revenge. They probably suffered a huge loss. From the beginning to the end, he had suffered a great loss. Early morning. Everyone was heading towards the main hall. This hall was the gathering place for today. All the brothers and sisters had come. This was an event that belonged to them. As soon as they arrived, they were all looking for Hai Wuxin. They all knew that Hai Wuxin had caused their big brother to suffer a huge loss this time. Unfortunately, when they arrived, Hai Wuxin hadn't arrived yet. When Hai Wuxin arrived, everyone came up to congratulate him. At the very least, they were familiar with him. Of course, they also saw the man in black beside Hai Wuxin. Back then, it was this black-clothed man who made Big Brother suffer a great loss. He didn't expect that he would bring it here again today. It seemed like today was destined to be a fierce battle. First place was out of the question, but the other positions could still be considered. Not long after, Hai Feng also had a smile on his face. As soon as he saw Hai Wuxin and the black-clothed man, his expression immediately turned ugly. It was these 2 guys who caused him to lose 2 more killers. Although 2 assassins weren't a big deal, the thought of it made him feel quite unhappy. The change in his expression disappeared in the blink of an eye. He cheerfully greeted everyone. Those who didn't know would think that nothing had happened. Only they themselves knew that their big brother had really suffered a great loss. It was quite rare to see someone like this now. Big brother, you seem to have had a good rest these days. Maybe you can get first place today. That's really worth celebrating. The more Haifeng didn't want to see Hai Wuxin. He didn't expect that Hai Wuxin would take the initiative to come up. For a moment, everyone looked over. They had to admit it. In Hai Wuxin's opinion, at least not many people could fight against this big brother. Now their big brother had suffered a lot. Didn't they see that he had even lost 2 puppet warriors? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they really wouldn't have believed it. Very good. I have been resting recently and it's been quite good. It seems that you are very confident this time. Then, we can have a good fight. I haven't fought with Big Brother for a long time. I hope we can have a good time this time. By the way, Big Brother, I don't know if you still have this power of faith. I'm almost done studying it. If you do, how about giving me some? After all, you are my big brother. It's useless to keep it. Don't you think so? Haifeng didn't have the power of faith. His expression was a little ugly. Why did he mention this? When the power of faith was mentioned, he thought of the 2 puppets and the mountain. It cost him a lot to make them, but they turned into ashes just like that. It was all because of this guy. Big brother doesn't have the power of faith, but I do. I really have some. I have some too. The other brothers and sisters enthusiastically brought the power of faith. Although it wasn't much, it added up. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. These brothers and sisters of the ocean race were really quite rich. They even had the power of faith. Although it wasn't much, when added together, there was a chance of breaking through to the 50th level. Brothers and sisters are the best. You all know that I need this power of faith. I won't stand on ceremony then. Hai Wuxin was very happy to be able to receive the power of faith. The more the better. It didn't matter how much he received. The more the better. When the time came, Senior would be happy and he would be happy. At the very least, the power in his body wouldn't explode with a bang. The feeling of dying at any moment was really, really bad. All the power of faith was collected and stored away. When no one saw it, he handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei casually kept it and in the blink of an eye, it turned into honor points. However, this time, he didn't upgrade it. He was prepared to wait a little longer. If he accumulated some more power of faith, he should be able to break through to the 50th level. Just thinking about it was shocking. The 50th level infinite god body. Everyone would definitely be shocked and amazed. The Sea God King is here. The ocean race in the past only had one name, which was the Sea God. However, only the first generation Sea God was the real Sea God. There were strong and weak Sea Gods among the later ones. Although they could use the power of the ocean race with the help of treasures, they were far inferior to the real Sea God. Even so, the human experts didn't dare to easily step into the ocean race. If they fought, the difference would be huge. Chapter 4891. The arrival of the Sea God instantly made everyone feel a sense of pressure. This was a supreme expert. Even Lin Fei could sense the aura of a supreme expert from him. This was the strongest expert he had ever seen. Even the great Tang Emperor seemed to be lacking compared to him. It was said that as long as the Sea God did not leave the sea, he would be invincible. In other words, he could be considered an invincible war god. An invincible war god like him, even though he had the word fake in front, was still a true invincible war god. This was the reason why the human race did not dare to attack. Unless an invincible war god came one day, then he would be a fake. With the help of other war gods, they would be able to contend against the Sea God King. Otherwise, no one would be able to defeat the Sea God King. The Sea God's King's gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone was swept by his gaze. Lin Fei had already sealed up his physical body long ago. Aside from himself, no one could see through him with just a thought. This was where his strength lay. The Sea God King swept his gaze around and walked to his seat. He sat down. As he sat down, his aura was like a mountain, able to topple mountains and overturn seas. Even the surrounding void was faintly trembling. Powerful, powerful, powerful. I'm very happy that all of you could come. You didn't disappoint me. Some of you have gotten stronger, and some of you have done very well. That's why I organized this small event. Let's all celebrate together. It's been a long time since we've gathered together like this. The Sea God King spoke unhurriedly. However, there was a lot of meaning in these few sentences. At the very least, everyone was a little surprised when they heard it. How can we not listen to Imperial Father? This child will come even if it's 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers. Big Brother Haifeng immediately said. The other brothers and sisters cursed this ass-kisser in their hearts. However, all of them started to agree with him. Who didn't want to show their face in front of Imperial Father? Originally, he still had a chance this time around. However, with his big brother Haifeng, the situation was completely different. If they wanted to perform well, it would probably be quite a headache. Alright, let's cut to the chase. Today, I'll let all of you have a good workout. Whoosh! A grotto heaven world appeared just like that. This grotto heaven world was not big, and there was actually an island inside. So. These brothers and sisters were directly led inside. Father has left a reputation token on this island. Whoever grabs the most reputation tokens and accumulates to the first place will be able to enter the treasury and take 3 treasures. The second place will be able to take 2, the third place will be able to take 1, and the 4th to 10th place will only be able to take 1 pill to improve their strength. Everyone instantly became excited. So. Rays of light flew in from the outside and landed on the island. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared completely. Those who didn't have sharp eyes wouldn't be able to catch it at all. Remember, don't overdo it. If anyone is cruel and merciless, I will cripple him on the spot. The voice was neither light nor heavy, but it was filled with the might of thunder. Everyone knew that. If they were to really get into a life-threatening situation, they would definitely lose their lives. Don't doubt Father's words. Father's words carry enormous weight, and no one would dare to underestimate him. Lin Fei was also sent to a different place. He didn't expect this grotto heaven world to be so much stronger than he had imagined. It was extremely sturdy. In fact, Lin Fei could even feel a hint of danger in here. A figure actually came over just like that. It turned out that there were actually beasts on this island. This beast wasn't weak either. It was actually at the level of a heavenly god full circle, and it pounced straight at Lin Fan. Lin Fei punched through the beast. Another demonic beast came over. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fei's surroundings had already been filled with demonic beasts. Some of these beasts were strong, and some were weak. Some of them were even at the level of a war god. Lin Fei knew that this reputation token wasn't easy to get. This ocean god was quite interesting. He actually set up such a test. Not only did he need to be strong, but he also needed to team up. Lin Fei initially thought that it would be a one-on-one spar. But now, it seemed like it was going to be a huge battle. He just didn't know where Hai Wuxin had run off to. He had to find Hai Wuxin. It was fine if his performance was dazzling, but at least Hai Wuxin had to be by his side. If Hai Wuxin was chased away, it would be really troublesome. Lin Fei pounced over without using the power of the void. Otherwise, he would be able to kill all these beasts in an instant. What he needed to do now was to kill these beasts first. He had to create a path of blood first. As he was killing, his eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Fei actually saw a reputation token on a tree in front of him. He didn't expect this reputation token to appear just like that. He grabbed it casually. This reputation token actually contained honor points that surprised Lin Fei. And this reputation token was actually refined using the power of faith. At this moment, Lin Fei was smiling so widely that his eyes were about to squint. This was simply an unexpected surprise. This ocean god really had a lot of good stuff. It seemed like this time, if Hai Wuxin got the top 3, no, first place, he would be able to pick the power of faith. There was probably a lot of power of faith inside. Even if he didn't have these reputation tokens, it wouldn't matter. It would be a huge gain. Lin Fei casually looked at the record on the reputation token. It was actually 100. So this was a reputation token with 100 points. Lin Fei also understood one thing. If he wanted to stand out and take first place, the more reputation tokens he accumulated, the better. He just didn't know what the largest reputation token was. Lin Fei subconsciously felt that his reputation token should be the largest. 100 reputation points was really not a small amount. Lin Fei directly killed a path of blood and began to sense Hai Wuxin's location. After all, he had left a power seed behind. Others might not be able to find it immediately. But Lin Fei was indeed able to find Hai Wuxin easily. Oh no, he should be on the other side. Good fella, he ran quite far. I'm in the east and he's in the west. Luckily, I'm fast. Finally finding traces of Hai Wuxin made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have been quite worried. Without Hai Wuxin, everything would have to be pushed aside. Chapter 4892. Hai Wuxin's luck wasn't very good at this time. As soon as he came over, he was surrounded by a group of powerful beasts. This was an 8-clawed beast. The power of a single whisker was extremely strong, equivalent to a wargod's attack. If it was just one, it would have been fine. But now, there were over 100 of them, trapping Hai Wuxin within. Not to mention the other beasts outside. If that was the case, Hai Wuxin would more or less be able to struggle out. He was a war god after all. But while he was struggling, another group of people came over. When this group of people came over and saw Hai Wuxin, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. My good little brother, looks like our luck is pretty good. We met so quickly, but I don't know where that powerful expert of yours is. I really want to spar with him again. Big brother Haifeng came. Other than that, a group of beasts followed behind him. I'm quite sorry, we brought a lot of beasts along the way, now we can only rely on you to help share the burden. Even though Haifeng wanted to cripple his little brother at this time, he didn't even manage to snatch the prestige token. Naturally, he couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, he brought a group of beasts over. These were all quite powerful. This time, they instantly used their treasures. Disappeared. Therefore, these beasts that came over had their eyes on Hai Wuxin. Hai Wuxin didn't know how many times he cursed in his heart. He really was his good big brother. This was definitely hitting him when he was down. Just this 8-clawed beast alone was enough for him to suffer, not to mention that there were beasts that weren't inferior to the 8-clawed beast. If that was the case, he would definitely be in big trouble. As for where that senior was, he didn't know, but the only thing he knew was that the senior would definitely come to save him. And what he had to do now was to persevere and persevere. It was easy to say. But it wasn't easy to do. After all, the 8-clawed attack was a group attack. The densely packed attacks made it hard for him to defend. Even if he had a treasure, it would be difficult to block it, not to mention these beasts. This caused Hai Wuxin to be battered and exhausted. He had suffered a blow here and a blow there. In a short period of time, his body had been left with huge scars. He was in despair. Senior, when will you come? If I don't come over, I'll be completely annihilated. Die under the hands of these demonic beasts. At that time, even the Emperor Father would not say anything. In his eyes, he was at most a piece of trash. Trash was naturally useless. Perhaps this was what his big brother, Haifeng, was thinking. He had brought so many demonic beasts. He even felt that his big brother definitely knew that he was in this place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought so many demon beasts over. He was simply a bastard. Another loud noise rang out. Hai Wuxin had a few more wounds on his body, and his whole body was on the verge of collapsing. At this time, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Of course, He knew that the activity organized by his father this time was not a small one. He had participated in activities like this several times. Every time, he was surrounded by danger, and some even died in it. This time, Hai Wuxin did not expect that it would be him. His luck was too bad. If it was other demonic beasts, it would naturally be easy to deal with. However, it was different with demonic beasts. The strength of this 8-clawed demonic beast was not ordinary. The most important thing was that this guy was too good at pestering people. He could not break free at all. Another whisker came out from one of the whiskers. Each whisker was definitely very difficult to deal with. Whoosh whoosh. A light came from afar with a whoosh. Just like that, it swept across this fellow's body. The sky full of whiskers fell just like that. A figure quickly rushed over. If it wasn't that senior, who else could it be? Hai Wuxin almost shouted the word senior. Where did you run off to? I almost lost my life. He still had to pretend. This was something that Hai Wuxin knew. Lin Fei did not say anything. With a slash of saber light, these demonic beasts were killed very quickly. The 8-clawed demonic beast was quite cunning. With a whoosh, it rolled back into the sea. It really knew that it was in danger. Lin Fei did not chase after the 8-clawed demonic beast. After all, his request was quite simple. He just needed to rescue this Hai Wuxin first. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that I would encounter such big trouble as soon as I arrived. Hai Wuxin was still quite excited. At least the senior came to save him. Otherwise, he would really be finished. There was no need for the senior to do anything to him. Just the demonic beasts alone could destroy him. Your luck is indeed quite bad. Alright, now that you've been rescued, we can go look for this reputation token. Along the way, Lin Fei only found 2 reputation tokens. The rest of the reputation tokens were probably taken by many people. However, it did not matter. The sea god seemed to have expected this scene. Therefore, even if he snatched the reputation token, he would still have to persist in this grotto heaven for a day and a night. This gave Lin Fei an excellent opportunity. Naturally, Lin Fei would have the opportunity to snatch those reputation tokens. This grotto heaven world was not big. Even if they used treasures to hide, Lin Fei would be able to find them one by one. After all, he could sense these reputation tokens. This was also something that Lin Fei only knew previously. After all, the system absorbed and refined the power of faith. And the reputation token was made from the power of faith. This undoubtedly became an obvious drawback. Lin Fei thought that he would have to keep searching blindly. But now, it seemed that he had thought too much. Relying on this little ability to find these reputation tokens was definitely not a problem. Now, let's go pick up the rest of the reputation tokens first. Hai Wuxin was slightly stunned. The reputation tokens could still be picked up, but they had probably been snatched clean by his brothers and sisters. However, Hai Wuxin did not say anything. Whatever the senior said was the truth. Perhaps the senior really had an unexpected discovery. It was better for him to listen to the senior. After all, it was a crucial moment now. There's one over here. There seems to be one over here too. Go and get it. Lin Fei could almost find these reputation tokens everywhere he went. It seemed that the sea god had given them out casually. Some entered the mountains, some were in the bodies of demonic beasts, and some were even in the bushes. It was really interesting. Hai Wuxin was completely convinced. The senior was indeed the senior. He was indeed different. If it was him, he would not be able to find so many reputation tokens. He would definitely not be able to match up to his brothers and sisters, or even his big brother. Chapter 4893. Right now, Hai Wuxin was obediently following behind her senior brother. As long as the senior went, he would follow. This island was really quite dangerous. There were traces of monsters everywhere, and from time to time, they would launch attacks. Moreover, it wasn't as simple as 1 or 2 monsters attacking. It was a large area. It could be considered a group attack. However, these methods were nothing in front of the senior. With a wave of his hand, they were instantly turned into ashes. This was also because the senior's strength was restrained. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any monsters that would be able to get close to them. Of course, the number of reputation tokens they obtained was also increasing. Senior, we've already collected 80,000 reputation points. Not only did Hai Wuxin put away the reputation tokens, he even tabulated the exact number of reputation tokens. He just didn't know what rank 80,000 reputation tokens could rank him. This was indeed a rather vexing problem. This was also a rather interesting small operation. No one knew if they had the most reputation tokens. Therefore, if they wanted to persist to the end, there was something else they had to do, and that was to snatch the reputation tokens from the other party's hands. This was also considered as another small test from the sea god. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to snatch the reputation tokens. This also allowed the sea god to better understand the level of strength of his sons and daughters. 80,000 reputation tokens is not much, and not little. I reckon that they can be ranked in the upper echelons. However, they are still far from first place. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fei knew that these reputation tokens were made with the power of faith, he really wouldn't have cared. And now, these reputation tokens had become a great helper. As long as Lin Fei sensed carefully, he would be able to sense the position of these reputation tokens. The more reputation tokens there were, the stronger the sense of presence they showed. This was like a bright light in the dark, it was hard not to notice it. Lin Fei wanted to laugh. This sea god really helped him a lot. It's alright, you just follow me. We can go find people now and ask them for these reputation tokens. I believe they should be very sincere. As for what this sincerity meant, Hai Wuxin naturally understood. If they didn't hand it over, a battle would be inevitable, and they would be the ones to suffer. In a forest, there was a group of people fighting non-stop. Both of them were young masters, and they were fighting over the reputation tokens in each other's hands. One side was being suppressed. A single treasure was enough to greatly affect their strength. Bastard, I didn't expect you to bring this treasure that can suppress your strength. You are really tempted. The expression of the suppressed party changed drastically. Since you want to perform well in front of father, you must do your best, understand? A treasure came crashing down with a loud rumble. If they could not withstand this smash, all of them would be injured. Not to mention protecting the reputation tokens on him. After a loud bang, the group of people was directly smashed into the air. One by one, they fell to the ground. They didn't have much fighting strength left. Ha ha ha, now these external tokens belong to me. I think you should have at least 100,000 reputation tokens. After you give them all to me, I will be able to break through 200,000 reputation points. Just as he was about to take the reputation token, a ray of light rushed in. Then, he felt like he was hit by a mountain. With a loud rumble, he was sent flying and smashed into the ground. I'm really sorry, these reputation tokens don't belong to you. They belong to us. That person was caught off guard and was directly injured. He felt like his physical body was about to collapse. After taking a pill, he finally calmed down. When he looked again, he finally knew who it was. It was actually Hai Wuxin. And that powerful expert beside him. They didn't expect him to find them so quickly. But how did he find them here? This was what surprised them the most. Hai Wuxin said, "Did you hear that? Hand over your reputation tokens right now. Otherwise, once the people by my side take action, you won't have a good time. Even Big Brother would have to behave himself, let alone you two." Everyone knew who Hai Wuxin was, but they really didn't expect Hai Wuxin to come at this time. And he was able to accurately find their location. But they couldn't say anything at this time, and they couldn't even fight. After all, this person was quite strong. They all saw it for themselves. The experts around him were either injured, or their strength was far weaker than his. "Wuxin, don't you think this is too much? You robbed one of us, and then another. When that time comes, everyone will be your enemy. Do you have the guts? Lin Fei directly came up and attacked in close range. He consecutively punched dozens of times, directly sending the person flying. I asked you to hand it over, so hand it over. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lin Fei didn't want to waste time, so he directly took it. The person panicked. I'll give it, okay? In this short period of time, Lin Fei swept through 2 families. He took their reputation tokens. In an instant, he had 380,000 reputation points in his hands. This number was already not low. It would probably be a little difficult to get first place, because in Lin Fei's senses, there were a few groups of people with a stronger sense of existence. In other words, they had more reputation tokens on them. So Lin Fei had to continue to work hard and get rid of the few biggest families first. Lin Fei followed along the way. No matter where they were all found by Lin Fei one by one. When they saw Hai Wuxin coming over, their expressions changed. Who didn't know that there was a great expert by Hai Wuxin's side? They didn't expect him to find them so quickly. Hand over the reputation token, and everyone will be friendly. Otherwise, when we fight later, you will be injured. It's that simple. Hai Wuxin came over and snorted coldly, not giving them any chance to choose. Either they fight or they get injured. It's not that easy to get us to hand over the reputation token. Let's talk after we fight. Of course, they wouldn't hand over the reputation token so easily. Only after exchanging blows did they realize that they were too weak. When he attacked, it was really impossible to defend against his close combat methods. Even if they took it head-on, they would be blasted away after a few hits. This caused their faces to turn deathly pale. I told you to be honest, but you didn't listen. Who can you blame? Chapter 48-94. Along the way, no one could withstand Lin Fei's attacks. Even if they had some resistance at the beginning, they would become obedient later on because they couldn't withstand it at all. After all, Lin Fei's close combat skills were not something that anyone could withstand. At the very least, they couldn't. I already have 1,000,000 reputation points. Not long after. Lin Fei had gained 1,000,000 reputation points here. In Lin Fei's opinion, the first place should be in the bag. However, there was still one person who had a strong sense of presence. There was only one such existence on the entire island. If there was no accident, it should be Hai Wuxin's elder brother, Haifeng. This guy's methods were quite powerful. He actually got so many reputation points. It was estimated that he was on par with him. It's about time. Now we can go and catch that big fish. In this way, we can take first place. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Finally, he could go. As for Hai Wuxin, he was also very happy. He didn't forget the gift that his elder brother gave him. This gift was not light. If it weren't for his good luck, he would have suffered a big loss. At this time, he heard that he was going to find his elder brother, Haifeng. Hai Wuxin was happier than anyone else. In another place, Haifeng was not idle. He set up a powerful array around him. He didn't forget that powerful expert. As long as Hai Wuxin brought this expert, it was very likely that the final battle would be between him and him. Therefore, after Haifeng got enough reputation points, he brought people to set up a large array at the scene. He didn't believe that this time, he couldn't stop this guy. Elder brother, the array has been set up. Does it really have that effect? After all, such an array is too rare. That guy's strength is also very strong. If the array doesn't work, we might give it to him. That's right. I heard quite a bit of commotion just now. Now, the entire island seems to have become much quieter. If I'm not mistaken, that guy should have swept away quite a number of people and snatched their reputation. He might have found his way here. Don't worry, as long as he's here, he won't be able to leave this place today. This formation is a top-grade formation. In order to arrange it, I paid a huge price. As long as he's here, I'll let him experience what despair is. When the time comes, I'll directly cripple him. Of course, Haifeng did not forget the loss he suffered at the hands of his younger brother, Hai Wuxin. He had lost 2 puppet warriors and the Heaven Devourer. It could be said that the hatred in his heart had reached the heavens. Unfortunately, he could not make a move. Now, the opportunity had come. As long as he could trap him, that guy would be able to cripple him. When the time came, his little brother Hai Wuxin would not have such an expert. Let's see how he would challenge him. At that time, he would spit out all the things he had. Someone is already heading this way. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Hai Wuxin. Let's hide first. Haifeng also took a deep breath. He did not know how long he had waited for this day. Now, it was finally here. Finally, he could take care of this guy properly. Let's see who would stand beside him this time. Lin Fei chased all the way and was very sure that Haifeng was in front. However, it was very quiet in front. The more it was like this, the more he believed that this Haifeng should have sensed their arrival. He must have set up many traps. Wait behind me. Don't come in. I'll go in and meet them first. Anyway, the one they want to deal with is me, not you. Lin Fei knew what they were thinking. No matter what, he would let them get what they wanted. So, he decided to give them a chance. Let them know. Hai Wuxin also stopped and did not follow over. He also knew that at this time, it was useless to go over. There was no advantage to speak of. It was better to stand here obediently. Lin Fei walked over. Suddenly, in front of him, a gray fog shrouded over. A formation was activated. After it was activated, a terrifying power attacked. This power was very terrifying. An incomparably sacred aura. It was actually a terrifying crushing power. In front of this will, some of Lin Fei's methods seemed to be suppressed. At that moment, Lin Fei could tell that this was definitely a top-level formation. A super expert had fused into this formation. This expert had surpassed the level of the infinite god of war and contained a trace of the expert's will. So just now, he was instantly suppressed to the point that he could not move. There was a loud rumbling sound. Lin Fei's physical body directly exploded. No matter how strong the expert's will was. Now, Lin Fei's physical body had almost reached the 50th level of the infinite divine body. It was very powerful. He directly broke free from the expert's will. After cracks appeared, a punch across the sky directly penetrated the will. He completely regained his freedom. Cracks began to appear on the surrounding array formation. This formation was not so easy to deal with. Now, under Lin Fei's full-strength explosion, cracks began to appear on the surface of the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The formation was directly destroyed. The expert's will was turned into ashes. Then, Lin Fei punched into the void. Haifeng and the rest who were hiding in the void fell directly. All of them were in a sorry state. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. They opened their treasures one after another to protect themselves. But they were extremely shocked, especially Haifeng. No one knew the power of this formation better than him. But now, it was easily broken by the other party. He could not believe it. This person's physical body was so strong. He was clearly suppressed by the expert's will and couldn't move, let alone use any methods. But now that the formation was broken and he was injured, wouldn't it mean that all his efforts were in vain? Who are you? With your strength, it's impossible to be a guard by my brother's side. What is your purpose? Tell me quickly. Haifeng's reaction was also very fast. He finally knew that this person's strength was definitely strong. At the very least, he was a 9 stars war god powerhouse. Such a powerhouse following by his brother's side was definitely not a good thing. Who knows, he might be scheming something. Lin Fei smiled faintly. He reached out and grabbed, and Haifeng flew over. I don't know what you're talking about. I only know that you can hand over the prestige token now. Otherwise, I don't mind throwing you to your younger brother and let him take care of you. After all, you made your younger brother very angry. He almost died in the mouth of that demonic beast. Lin Fei did not say anything. But to Haifeng, this was not a good thing. His younger brother, Hai Wuxin, probably hated him. If he really fell into his hands, he would probably suffer a lot. Chapter 4895. In order to deal with this mysterious expert, Haifeng had prepared a huge array. But now, he knew that he was overthinking. This guy was far more powerful than he imagined. No matter what he did, he couldn't deal with this guy in front of him. On the contrary, his priceless array was destroyed just like that. Not even a hair was left. Not to mention that he had fallen into the opponent's hands. If he didn't hand over the reputation token, it was very likely that it would be given to his younger brother, Hai Wuxin. With the temper of his younger brother, Hai Wuxin, he might make him suffer a lot. Haifeng pondered for a while and knew what he should choose. You're good this time. Isn't it just a reputation token? I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. Without any hesitation, Haifeng took out all the reputation tokens. After all, in front of this guy, he really didn't have the leeway to struggle. Although he had some strength that could be compared with this guy, he felt that he was really weak. Too weak. The difference was too big. These reputation tokens flew over. Lin Fei instantly felt that these reputation tokens were indeed not small. It seemed that this guy really collected a lot of reputation tokens. Now, it was simple. All of them fell into his hands. Since I got it, I have to give you a gift. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Haifeng's expression changed slightly. Then, a figure came over from behind. If it wasn't his younger brother, Hai Wuxin, who could it be? At this time, Hai Wuxin's expression turned cold and he laughed loudly. My good big brother, you didn't expect it, right? Now it's my turn to give you a gift. Don't worry, the gift I give you will definitely make you satisfied. Lin Fei struck out with his palm. This force turned into a cage, instantly wrapping Haifeng. It floated in front of Hai Wuxin. Just like that, Hai Wuxin brought Haifeng back to the seaside. There were still quite a number of monstrous beasts on the beach. These monstrous beasts were all hiding and were quite frightened. However, after Haifeng was thrown here, coupled with the smell of blood, it instantly attracted some powerful monstrous beasts. Haifeng's face paled a lot. Sure enough, he was still his good brother. He knew that he would send himself such a big meal. What is reciprocity? Now, this is reciprocity. I hope you can remember it clearly. Needless to say, these sea beasts immediately surrounded them. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin were not in a hurry to leave this place. In the blink of an eye, he had a reputation token worth more than 2 million. Taking first place was already a given. He wasn't in a hurry to go out. He planned to wait for the night. At that time, everyone would be able to leave on their own. Hai Wuxin watched from afar as his big brother struggled to deal with these demonic beasts. It was too difficult for him to leave. His body was also left with many scars. If he had known that this would happen, he definitely wouldn't have used such a method in the beginning. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, it would be his turn to suffer so much? It was really bitter. How is it, my good big brother? This feels pretty good, right? Anyway, these monstrous beasts aren't very strong. At most, you will suffer a little. It's nothing much. It's just some superficial injuries. This time, Hai Wuxin could be considered to have been able to hold his head high. This guy schemed against him. Now, look at what happened. No matter how he thought about it, this guy was unlucky. Just like that. Haifeng, this big brother, kept suffering. In the end, a force sent them out. Only then did the nightmare end. When they came out, they were back in the original place. In other words, in that palace. Everyone seemed to be in a very sorry state. At the same time, their eyes fell on their big brother, Haifeng. When they saw him, their expressions slightly changed. Because their big brother's face didn't look good, and he was also embarrassed. The only one with the best expression should be Hai Wuxin. They couldn't help but have this thought in their hearts. Could it be that their big brother also suffered a loss in the hands of Hai Wuxin? When they saw the man in black standing behind Hai Wuxin, they instantly understood what was going on. It was possible that their big brother also suffered a big loss. If it was any other time, it would have been fine. However, at this time, they knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the first place this time should be his little brother, Hai Wuxin. In fact, it was really like this. The reputation tokens in the hands of these people were all snatched away. Even if they had a few 100,000 points, they would only have a few 100,000 points. The most they had was around 350,000 points, which was far from what Hai Wuxin had. 2 million points of reputation token was really a huge number. Hai Shen looked at his son, Wuxin, and was quite satisfied. After all, they could clearly see everything that was happening inside. His son had found a good helper. Having such a helper would indeed bring a lot of benefits. Of course, he was also quite disappointed with his eldest son's defeat. No matter how he schemed, he didn't take into account the entire situation. A loss was a loss. Wuxin, you did pretty well this time. Everyone has a whole new level of respect for you. You can enter the treasury to choose 3 items. The sea god's words spread like wildfire. The other brothers and sisters were all envious. Especially Haifeng. It originally belonged to him, but now it was directly snatched away by his little brother, Hai Wuxin. His heart was filled with hatred. He hated that man in black for being so strong. He couldn't even get a top-grade great array to deal with him. Instead, he had lost a great array. This wasn't a small loss. Your big brother has always been a role model for you, but this time, he really disappointed me. So, you can go to the water prison and face the wall for a year. 2 black shadows came out from behind. They said to Haifeng respectfully, "Eldest young master, come with us." Haifeng's body trembled, and he obediently followed along. The other brothers and sisters sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect their father to punish their big brother and make him stay in the water prison for a year. They couldn't even stay there for a day. Moreover, it was a year. This time, big brother was really going to suffer. Lin Fei just stood there quietly and didn't make any movements. However, he knew that Hai Shen must have been sizing him up just now. Fortunately, from the beginning to the end, Lin Fei didn't explode with too much strength. Although he was stronger than these people, he wasn't that much stronger. It was just that his body was stronger than theirs. This was also a small bright spot. Of course, there would be doubts. However, Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. At the very least, he had completed half of his mission. The rest was how to get in. Chapter 4896. This time, Hai Wuxin was really in the limelight. After all, even his big brother suffered a loss and had to be locked up for a year. He was the biggest winner. Of course, when everyone looked at the black-clothed man, their expressions were even more different. They were all filled with envy and fear. If they had such an opportunity, it would be great. Unfortunately, they didn't have such an opportunity. Where could they find such an expert? If they knew this would happen, they would have found someone powerful even if they had to pay a huge price. Now, they finally realized the benefits of having a powerful expert by their side. Just like that, this time, Hai Wuxin got the biggest benefit. He even got his father's commendation, which made him feel very proud. However, in front of his senior, he was still well behaved. He was very clear about this senior's ability. If he wanted to destroy him, it would really be a piece of cake. No matter what, this time, he was in the limelight. As for what would happen in the future, no one knew. In any case, he had already gotten what he wanted. The senior had already helped him to create quite a bit of an impression in front of his brothers and sisters. For the time being, his brothers and sisters wouldn't make any big movements. This was really great. At the same time, this news spread among the sea race. Everyone thought that the eldest young master, Haifeng, would get the first place, but in the end, he suffered such a big loss. This Hai Wuxin was very inconspicuous, but he actually stood up in an instant and even got the sea god's commendation. Therefore, in a short period of time, there were many people in Hai Wuxin's residence. All of them were here to visit. After all, Hai Wuxin had risen. At the very least, within this year, Hai Wuxin wouldn't be in the limelight. Haifeng wasn't so lucky. He would have to suffer for a year. In comparison, Hai Wuxin was truly unbelievably blessed. Lin Fei wasn't disturbed by anyone. He also knew that Hai Wuxin knew what to do. He also saw many experts coming over. They were all here to visit. One could imagine that Hai Wuxin had become a popular existence. As for whether the sea god was deliberately manipulating it, no one knew. Anyway, it had nothing to do with Lin Fei. He was thinking about how to follow Hai Wuxin into the treasury. That was the most important thing. If he didn't enter the treasury, how could he obtain the power of faith inside? Since even a prestige token could be forged with the power of faith, then the treasury would definitely contain real power of faith. As for how many there were, Lin Fei wasn't sure, but it was definitely not a small number. If he could get his hands on this batch of power of faith, his infinite god physique would probably be able to break through continuously. Then, the power of his physical body would also become stronger. This was also the person that Lin Fei was looking forward to, but Lin Fei didn't figure out any way. He couldn't possibly force his way through, right? Therefore, Lin Fei decided to take it one step at a time. At the very least, he had to get infinitely close to the treasury. That way, if a fight really broke out, he would be able to charge in immediately. With such an opportunity, he would be able to obtain the power of faith. If he really forced his way into the treasury, then it would be a huge problem. After all, this treasury wasn't as simple as he imagined. He heard that it was placed in the deepest part of the palace. Without the sea god's token, one couldn't enter at all. Those experts kept stopping him, coupled with the powerful formation, one could imagine how difficult it would be. Lin Fei didn't want to be rash. He was afraid that he would be stopped before he reached the treasury. That would really be a waste. At the very least, he had a chance now. At most, he was just one step away. To Lin Fei, this was nothing at all. In the end, Lin Fei decided to take it one step at a time. Only then would he have a chance. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Hai Wuxin to head to the treasury. Although Hai Wuxin was visited by many people, he was still well behaved in front of his seniors. He also had the sea god's token in his hand. Just like that, he brought Lin Fei to the treasury. Who didn't know that Lin Fei was a big expert by Hai Wuxin's side? As for Lin Fei's background, no one had figured it out until now. In any case, he was very powerful. Having such a great expert by his side was very normal. Once he entered the place that led to the treasury, Lin Fei knew that this treasury was indeed very important. There were many experts hidden in the darkness. They were all 8-star war gods and 9-star war gods. Apart from that, there was also a formation. There were actually many strong wills in this formation. Any one of these wills could transform into an incomparably powerful existence. An existence like this would definitely cause people to suffer. If it was just one, it would be fine. However, there were far more than one. Lin Fei was even more glad that he didn't barge in recklessly. Since this sea god could sit on such a huge ocean, he naturally had some ability. If there were no accidents, these should have been left behind by some powerful sea beasts. These sea beasts were very likely to have reached the level of invincible war gods. Even if it was just a will, after it exploded, it could have a certain impact on weaker people. Naturally, Lin Fei wasn't afraid of this kind of will. However, it would still more or less stop him. Moreover, there were so many wills here. One after another, they almost became a tiger blocking the way. He was afraid that his strength would be completely depleted before he even reached the treasury. The possibility of this was very high. Along the way, no one stopped him at all. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the treasury. There were actually 3 statues at the entrance of the treasury. These 3 statues were originally motionless. However, when Hai Wuxin came over, they instantly moved. Once they moved, Lin Fei could feel the power of these 3 statues. They were extremely powerful. They should be almost at the level of an invincible war god. In other words, these were statues of 3 invincible war gods. This kind of power was placed here as the final threshold. It was indeed enough to make everyone feel hopeless. This was the real deal. Moreover, the 3 of them stood side by side. Lin Fei could even feel that their power seemed to be connected. In other words, the power of the 3 statues could move back and forth. One of the statues could instantly explode with great power. This was indeed very powerful. In Lin Fei's opinion, this kind of method was also problematic. As long as he cut off the connection between one of the statues, the strength of the statue would disappear. In other words, he could enter the treasury. I came to the treasury to pick 3 treasures under my father's orders. Please open the door. Chapter 4897. Now, it was up to him to see if he could enter. At least for Lin Fei, if he could enter, he would have a higher chance of obtaining the power of faith. Although Hai Wuxin would help him take the things out, it would not be as good as going in himself. The possibility of this was very low, so the only thing Lin Fei could do was to force his way into the treasury. However, this treasury was a little different from what he had imagined. After all, this was the treasury of the sea god. If one only looked at it from the surface, then one would definitely be wrong. Lin Fei knew this very well. His Majesty said that only one person is allowed to enter. The guard next to you can only wait outside. One of the puppets said with a stiff voice. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. After all, this was the treasury of the sea god. How could an outsider be allowed to enter? Hai Wuxin also transmitted his voice over. Senior, what should we do now? Only one person can enter. The worst thing that could happen still happened. Hai Wuxin knew that this would happen, so he could only wait for Senior. In any case, he was now tied together with Senior. Then you can trick him into opening the door. When he opens it, I will force my way in. Then, you can come in too. Lin Fei did not think at all. He knew that if he missed this opportunity, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to come here again. If he did not enter this time, he would not have a chance next time. No matter what, he had to go in. No one could stop him. Hai Wuxin said faintly, of course. Open the door, I will leave after taking the things. The 3 stone puppets suddenly shot out 3 rays of light. The 3 rays of light turned into a pattern and landed on the door. Soon after, another door appeared. What a wonderful method. If he really forced his way in and destroyed the 3 statues, it would be impossible to enter the treasury. This method was indeed quite novel. Lin Fei was also secretly glad that he had not used violence against them. Although he could destroy the 3 statues, it would be difficult to enter. Hai Wuxin flew towards the door. At this moment, Lin Fei moved. He used the great teleportation. Whoosh! However, when it got close to the door, it formed a defensive barrier. This defense seemed to be to prevent outsiders from entering. Lin Fei was not surprised at all and punched out. The ripple disappeared in an instant, and Lin Fei immediately entered the treasury. Just as Lin Fei entered, a voice rang out. Hai Wuxin also followed him in, and the door was closed again. Not good, that person broke into the treasury. Inform the elders immediately. Someone has broken into the treasury. It's one of Hai Wuxin's guards. The statues on this side immediately moved. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. He directly entered the treasury. Only great teleportation would be able to barge in. He didn't expect that there would be a barrier on the door. This barrier was quite strong, and without a certain level of strength, it would be impossible to break it. It was the same for the 9 stars war god. Lin Fei instantly exploded with the power of the infinite god body. With a punch, he broke the barrier and finally barged in. At this time, Hai Wuxin's face also paled. Do you know how long it will take for this treasury to be opened? Once he entered. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to search for the item, but asked Hai Wuxin. Hai Wuxin thought for a moment and said, I heard that after the door opens, it will only open if we want to leave. Otherwise, it will take a day. Even if my father is here, it will be the same. This is because this was left behind by the first-generation sea god. A day's time wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. However, to Lin Fei, it was more than enough. With such a day's time, he would be able to make his infinite god body even stronger. However, it seems like my father can send down his thoughts. Hai Wuxin had placed all his hopes on Senior. Whether he could survive or not would depend on Senior. If Senior didn't do his best, then he would really be finished. Since it's rare for you to be here, you should pick a few good items. Don't worry, they won't take these treasures back. Lin Fei had already sensed the existence of the power of faith. After saying that to Hai Wuxin, he went straight for the power of faith. He wanted to see how much power of faith there was. Although he didn't know how much there was, he could clearly feel the existence of the power of faith. He could harvest this power of faith. There were rows of shelves everywhere in the treasury. There were boxes on the shelves, and there were seals on the boxes. These were all seals that had been left behind by specialized people. Very quickly, Lin Fei found the place where the power of faith was stored. There were many boxes here, and inside the boxes was the power of faith. Lin Fei reached out with his hand and broke the seal. He casually opened the box. Then, a ball of power of faith flew out. The power of faith was much denser than before. In other words, after killing this alternative god of war, the amount of power of faith he collected was much more than he expected. It was really worth it this time. I didn't expect this ball of power of faith to be several times more than the power of faith I collected outside. Lin Fei didn't know how many alternative gods of war the sea god had killed. Needless to say, the strength of the alternative gods of war was exceptionally strong. Just look at the power of faith. The first thing he did was to refine the power of faith. Then, he broke open the second box. It was the same power of faith. His face was full of smiles. The more power of faith, the better. When the time comes, the infinite god body will be greatly improved, and I won't be afraid of the sea god. Even if you mobilize the power of the sea clan, so what? Lin Fei was already confident. There were actually more than 10 of such boxes here. To Lin Fei, he was already very satisfied to be able to obtain 4 or 5 of such power of faith. Now that he had more than 10 of them, it was definitely a huge gain. One by one, Lin Fei kept the power of faith. They were quickly converted into honor points. Then, without any hesitation, he started to break through. Ding! Infinite God Body Level 50. Ding! Infinite God Body Level 50, activated Strength Weakening Domain, weakening the opponent's strength by 10%. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled. This was good stuff. In the past, Lin Fei had guessed that the more he progressed, the stronger some of the abilities would be. Level 50 Infinite God Body is far from enough, continue to improve. This time, Lin Fei was going all out to see how many levels he could improve. He was afraid that at level 60, he would be even stronger. If that person came, he would probably be able to wipe him out. Chapter 4898. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin had just broken into the treasury. The people from the Sea God Palace also received the news. In an instant, a layer of fluctuation appeared in this area. Layer after layer of formations began to operate. For a moment, this place turned into a dragon's pool and tiger's den. As soon as the commotion came out, the higher-ups of the sea god's side all came over. They also saw this change. Who can tell me what's going on? Why are the formations in the treasury activated? Could it be that someone broke into the treasury? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. I remember that today is the day that Hai Wuxin went in to choose treasures. Could it be that something happened? Other than the higher-ups of the Sea clan, even some of Hai Wuxin's brothers and sisters came over one by one. After all, this time Hai Wuxin was in the limelight, so everyone wanted to know what treasures he would find here. 3 pieces. It was enough to greatly increase his strength. Now that this situation had appeared, it was indeed a little unexpected. Someone broke into the treasury. At this moment, a group of black-armored guards appeared. When this group of black-armored guards came over, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This group of black-armored guards was specially tasked with guarding the treasury. Now that the black-armored guards had appeared, it meant that someone had entered the treasury. I know what's going on. It must be the black-clothed man next to Hai Wuxin. That guy's strength is unfathomable. It's very likely that he broke into the treasury. Someone cried out in alarm. At this moment, everyone seemed to understand. Perhaps that was really the case. Many of his brothers and sisters were gloating. In the past, Hai Wuxin really didn't have the qualifications to compete with them. Although their strength was about the same, the helper by his side this time was too powerful. Until now, they still hadn't found out the details. It was as if a person had appeared out of thin air. This was the most difficult thing to accept. Now it was great. Daring to break into the sea god's treasury, this person was really bold. No matter what happened after this, their younger brother, Hai Wuxin, was going to be unlucky. Without the black-clothed man, what was their younger brother, Hai Wuxin? They also knew that even if they couldn't enter the treasury for a while, their father could. How strong could the black-clothed man be? Hai Feng, who was in the water prison, also heard the news and fell into ecstasy. Ha 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 ha, I didn't think that Hai Wuxin would have such a day. I knew that there was something wrong with that black-clothed man. His strength is so strong, it seems that he has his eyes on our sea city's treasury. But he didn't think that it would be so easy to enter the treasury. Even if he enters, he can't come out alive. No one has ever left this place. The originally, Hai Feng, who was originally gloomy, had gone crazy. He could finally see the geography, but he was unlucky. Once Imperial Father made his move, no matter what happened in the end, his younger brother, Hai Wuxin, would definitely be thrown into the water dungeon and forced to face the wall for a year or 2, or even 10. If one were to stay here for 10 years, one could only imagine the feeling of bitterness and discomfort. If I stay here for 10 years, I can imagine the pain. I might be able to get out soon. Hai Wuxin was really nervous this time. But no matter how nervous he was, he still started to choose treasures. Apart from that, he also picked a defensive item. In addition, he chose a defensive treasure. Although he was still a little nervous, as long as his senior was here, he didn't have to worry so much. Crash. A ray of light instantly appeared in the treasury. An imposing and powerful will swept over Hai Wuxin just like that. Hai Wuxin spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Father is here. This was the worst scenario. He was most worried that his father would come. Wu Xian was well aware of his imperial father's strength. As long as he came, he wouldn't be able to fight. He would be injured with just a thought. Wuxin, you actually let someone break into the sea god's treasury? What punishment do you deserve? Sea god's gaze swept over. Hai Wuxin spat out blood again. He swayed and sat on the ground. Get out here right now. A huge hand grabbed out into the distance. I will come out just because you told me to. Who do you think you are? Was it just a thought? Believe it or not, I can make you lose your thought in seconds. There was a loud rumbling sound. Before the hand reached out, the void was already attacking. The hand collapsed inch by inch. A figure stepped over. It was Lin Fei. Didn't I just enter your treasury? Is there a problem with that? Or are you saying that your treasury is only open to the Sea clan? Sea God's gaze fell on the young man. I didn't expect you to be the one who dared to break into the treasury. Only someone like you would do that. Of course, Sea God had a deep impression of this person. He was really strong. He didn't expect that he would be able to break into the treasury. There didn't seem to be anything missing in the treasury. Apart from the power of faith, there was nothing else. This made the Sea God even more confused. Was this guy here for the power of faith? That thing was pretty useless. The Sea God had killed many different war gods in the past. Was that why he collected a lot of power of faith? There was no point in keeping it. But now, all the power of faith had disappeared. Needless to say, it must have been taken away by this fellow. Not many things were lost in such a huge treasury. It was just that there weren't many treasures left. Not to mention the power of faith. The Sea God would not have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. No matter what, this guy broke into the treasury. That was provoking the Sea God, provoking the entire sea race. Since you're quite strong, why don't you just surrender? You might even be able to keep your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial. The Sea God looked at the black-clothed man quietly. Surrender without a fight? Forget it, I am a little interested in you. It just so happens that I've mastered my divine art. Let's see if I can kill you in one move. Lin Fei suddenly moved. He waved his hand and threw a punch. This punch was very simple. All the power was gathered into one point. However, when this point appeared, the Sea God's expression changed instantly. A magnificent ocean appeared in front of him. Hai Wuxin was shocked. Of course, he recognized this move. This was the famous sea race defense. So what if you used a defensive move? If I say I'll destroy your consciousness, then I'll destroy it. There won't be a second time. There was a loud bang. This power directly penetrated the sea race defense. When it landed on the body of the Sea God, numerous cracks instantly appeared. Then, the Sea God's silhouette collapsed. I told you, but you still don't believe me. Chapter 4899. The existence of such a will was not very strong for Lin Fei. The other party was only at the late stage of the 9 Stars War God. This kind of strength was indeed very, very strong. Unless he encountered a peak existence, ordinary 9 Stars War Gods would not be able to defeat him. However, when encountering Lin Fei, it could only be said that the other party was weak. In fact, Lin Fei did not even use any methods. He directly punched through the air and killed this will. The pupils of the originally injured Hai Wuxin constricted. He had really underestimated Senior's strength. Just like that, he easily killed his father's will. His heart was instantly filled with ecstasy. He was afraid that he had hugged a thick thigh. With such a thick thigh, what was there to be afraid of? The first thing he did was to flatter. Senior is mighty, mighty and domineering. The power of this will was not very strong, so everything was within Lin Fei's expectations. This guy would probably not come in so easily again. Destroying a will was not a big loss, but it was more or less a little unpleasant. Wait until tomorrow, let's go out again. See if there are any good things here. Let's take them all in one go. Don't leave anything behind. Lin Fei was not idle at this time. He was ready to see what good things there were to pack. It was rare for him to come here. As for what the Sea God would think, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. At the same time, in a palace, the Sea God's body trembled slightly. A trace of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Then, they disappeared without a trace. The Sea God's expression changed slightly. As expected, he is quite famous. He actually destroyed my will with a single move. At the very least, this guy is at the peak of the 9 Stars War God level. The Sea God has not seen such an expert in a long time. Previously, the Sea God only went in to take a look. He wanted to know how strong this guy was. Now, it seemed that he was much stronger than expected. The peak of the 9-star war god was the so-called peak expert. In the entire sea race, there were only a few people with such strength, let alone daring to break into the sea race. This guy was indeed very bold. Your Majesty, such an expert has appeared in our sea race, and he has a connection with young Master Hai Wuxin. Could it be that the human race has some ideas again? Or perhaps they sent him to scout? A confidant beside him said in a low voice. The sea god had actually lost a strand of consciousness. If news of this were to spread, the entire sea race would be shocked. It doesn't matter if it was arranged by the humans or not. As long as the Oceanids are here, then there's no need for them to leave. Withdraw everyone and make them leave the Oceanids. Once they leave, then I'll make my move. It just so happens that I'm lacking a material. This guy is perfect for me to refine into a pinnacle puppet. The sea god laughed. It was really hard to find such a high-quality item. Especially when one's physical body had reached such a level. When the other party attacked just now, he didn't use any power at all. It was purely the power of his physical body. To be able to destroy his consciousness with a single punch, this kind of strength was really rare. Therefore, the sea god realized one thing more. This guy's physical body was definitely the best raw material. He could be refined into a puppet, and a powerful one at that. Many of the sea race's higher-ups were outside the treasury. In the end, they didn't see any movement. Instead, they received a message. Everyone had evacuated. None of them recovered from their shock. What did their father mean? Was he going to let them stay inside? Although they more or less had some thoughts in their hearts, they still obediently withdrew. For a moment, the outside was empty. No one knew what their father wanted to do. Everyone knew one thing. Young Master Hai Wuxin and the black-clothed man inside were going to be in trouble. As for how bad it would depend on the mood of the sea god, which was also the mood of His Majesty. In the blink of an eye. The next day. The door opened again. What they expected didn't happen. Senior, I'm afraid my father wants us to leave this place by ourselves and take action outside. If we do it here, the impact will be too great. Hai Wuxin could more or less guess his father's thoughts. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled into a smile. Since he wants us to go outside the sea race, then we can't fulfill his wish. We can take this opportunity to stroll around the sea god's palace, don't you think? For Hai Wuxin, such words were definitely full of shock. It was also full of shock. Strolling around in this place would infuriate her father greatly. Senior is right. We're already here, how can we leave so easily? Hai Wuxin naturally hoped that his senior would be as fierce as possible. He had snatched a lot of treasures inside. It was definitely an existence that would make others jealous. As long as he could withstand this, then relying on these treasures, he would be able to recruit many experts. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. Now it was up to his senior. Lin Fei strode outside, and Hai Wuxin followed behind. He was really like a little follower. When they reached the outside, all the formations couldn't stop Lin Fei's footsteps. With a rumble, they shattered. When they reached the outside, it was also empty outside, and there were no attacks. Lin Fei knew that everything was as Hai Wuxin said. This sea god probably really wanted to make a move outside. Lin Fei naturally didn't care if they changed places. However, since the sea god wanted them to leave, then Lin Fei had to take a good look around here. Although this place was empty, there were still many people paying attention to the palace. They also saw Hai Wuxin and the black-clothed man coming out. Their hearts were filled with doubts. Didn't His Majesty make a move? Logically speaking, His Majesty's will should let them experience what despair was. However, the current situation was really beyond everyone's imagination. Could it be that nothing had really happened? This was not in line with His Majesty's temper, which was also His Majesty's temper. How is it possible? They just came out like this. Could it be that nothing happened? Hai Wuxin is dead this time. He's definitely dead. Father will not let him go easily. And that black-clothed man is the same. He definitely won't have a good time. How dare he break into the treasury? Oh no, the two of them seemed to be heading towards the Sea God Hall. Everyone saw that the two of them were heading towards the Sea God Hall. That was the most important place in the palace. What did these two people mean by this? Chapter 4900. Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin walked towards the Sea God Hall. The Sea God Hall was where the Sea God lived. This was why there weren't many people here. But today, there were many higher-ups of the sea race. They didn't expect the man in black and Hai Wuxin to come in this direction. At the same time, they felt really smug. It seemed like they were courting death. Since they were here, it was impossible for them to leave. Once the Sea God made a move, he would definitely be able to suppress all of them. Along the way, although some people saw Lin Fei and Hai Wuxin, they didn't do anything. It was as if they had received the news. Lin Fei smiled. He knew that the Sea God had some other thoughts. He wanted to see what this guy was up to. Suddenly, Lin Fei took a step forward and punched. The power of this punch directly turned into a torrent, directly crushing over. No one expected that Lin Fei would actually make a move at this moment. The punch instantly created a large area of ruins. It crushed all the way towards the Sea God Hall. Suddenly, a bright light of power appeared in front of him, blocking the power of this punch, even if it was like this. Because, after layers of ripples appeared on the brilliant light, it was as if the light had disappeared. It collapsed with a loud bang. Then, another layer of light appeared, followed by another layer of light. There were more than 10 beams of light. Only then did the power of this punch completely block it. Just this one punch was enough to make everyone realize what terror was. This man in black was too terrifying. He definitely wasn't one of Hai Wuxin's guards. This person was definitely a big shot. He might even be an old monster. You barged in like this, do you not care about the sea race? The elder flew over. He couldn't take it anymore. Just as he finished speaking, a figure directly collided with his body and instantly turned into a pool of blood. Even the Sea God didn't say anything. What right does a mere elder like you have to speak? If you don't want to die, then shut up. Lin Fei smiled faintly, as if he had done something insignificant. However, for the other higher-ups, their expressions changed drastically in an instant. They were filled with fear and anger. But no one dared to make another move. He was killed in such a short time. That was an 8-star celestial god. Moreover, he was at the peak of the 8 stars war god realm. He was only a step away from becoming a 9 stars war god, but he was still killed by a single blow. This also made everyone realize that this guy was definitely in existence at the level of a 9-star war god. This was because those who had some ideas didn't dare to have any ideas at this time. If he were to rush out now, he would definitely be killed by this guy. They didn't have that kind of courage, so they all endured it. But for some elders, it was different. Another beam of light shot out. As soon as the light appeared, the meteors in the sky immediately attacked. It turned out that a 9 stars war god had made a move. When everyone saw this 9 stars war god make a move, they were delighted. This time, he could finally see just how strong this black-clothed man was. It's Elder Yin-He. With Elder Yin-He making a move, there won't be a problem. Each of these beams of light was filled with the power of a 9 stars war god. Even when they were about to reach Lin Fei, they instantly exploded with a terrifying chill. In this small area, a frozen land had actually been created. A chill instantly enveloped Lin Fei's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, as soon as the chill enveloped him, it instantly collapsed. Lin Fei's figure had already passed through the heavy beams of light. He arrived in front of the elder and pierced through him with a punch. All the defenses were useless at this moment. I told you, if Poseidon doesn't make a move, then you have no chance at all. In any case, you are a 9 stars war god. What a pity. There was a loud bang. A 9 stars war god had fallen just like that. Seeing this scene, the remaining high-level elders didn't dare to have any more thoughts. This person was definitely a demon. Killed 2 experts. From start to finish, it was just a punch. His opponent's physical body seemed to have become exceptionally strong. There were no problems along the way. Even when those beams of light bombarded his body, it didn't have any effect. This made them even more incredulous. Someone's physical body was even stronger than their oceanic clans. This was simply absurd. Since you're so powerful, why do you have to make things difficult for them? Why don't you come in and have a cup of tea? Poseidon's voice drifted over slowly. Lin Fei also smiled. Did you see that? Fighting back and forth? You are the only unlucky ones. Wouldn't it be better to just stand there obediently? Look, an 8 stars war god is gone, and a 9 stars war god is gone. Lin Fei smiled faintly and directly walked forward. Although Hai Wuxin was following behind, he also received a lot of attention. But at this time, he puffed out his chest and walked forward. He also plucked up his courage. Just look at Senior. If even Senior isn't afraid, then what do I have to be afraid of? At least his father didn't make a move at this moment. Then one could imagine. He definitely had some idea. An elder Yin He, a 9 stars war god, was killed in an instant. This also made Hai Wuxin believe in this senior's strength even more. Absolutely unfathomable. Since that was the case, then why did he have to be so careful? Within Poseidon's hall, there was indeed a figure sitting. In front of him was a horizontal table, and below it was a row of horizontal tables. The entire space was empty. No one dared to enter at this moment. Lin Fei directly walked in. He glanced at Poseidon. Poseidon's gaze also looked over. I really didn't think that my oceanic clan would have such a powerful expert. This Poseidon didn't make a move. Lin Fei didn't think that he was afraid, but that he had some idea. If they were to really fight, they would have to fight it out first. I'm used to keeping a low profile, so I came to be a guest of the Oceanic clan. At the same time, I'll enter your Oceanic clan to see what you have. You don't have any objections, right? Lin Fei had already entered and casually sat down in front of Jianghu. Since you invited me in to drink tea, don't tell me there's no tea. Otherwise, I'll be very unhappy. If I'm happy, I'm afraid I'll tear down your Poseidon's hall. Believe it or not. Poseidon looked over and laughed loudly. With a clap of his hands, a teapot flew over unhurriedly. However, Lin Fei could tell with a single glance that there was a tremendous amount of power contained within it. The power that erupted from it was definitely at the pinnacle of the 9-star war god level. Indeed, this fellow was only a step away from becoming an invincible war god. If there's tea, then we can talk nicely. Chapter 4901. The sea god didn't do anything. Instead, he invited this guy inside to drink tea. Indeed, no one dared to believe it. Could it be that this fellow was really that strong? If they fought here, wouldn't they be able to defeat him instantly? Hence, everyone was waiting for the sea god to make a move. Once he made a move, he would suppress this guy. That way, there wouldn't be any trouble. Lin Fei drank his tea unhurriedly. He wasn't afraid of the sea god at all. He didn't have to worry about the tea being poisoned. If this guy did something, Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, he knew that such a big shot wouldn't bother with such small details. I've drunk a cup. What does the sea god have to say? If not, I'm leaving. Lin Fei put down the cup. The sea god laughed. You're more daring than I thought. You stole something from the treasury and drank my tea. It's rare to see someone as daring as you. Of course it's rare to see someone like me. I heard that there are many things in the treasury, so I came to take a look. Could it be that the sea god can't take it anymore? If you can't take it anymore, then let's fight. Actually, I want to fight with you to see who's stronger. Lin Fei was fearless now. Even if the sea god could control the power of the sea god, his strong body could still take it. Hence, he wanted to know the limits of his body. The sea god laughed. You do have the right to fight with me. However, I still hope that you can work under me. The sea god race lacks an expert like you. Roping him in. He was roping him in. Even Hai Wuxin was startled in his heart. Father actually roped in such a senior. However, would the senior agree? He felt that the possibility was very low. As long as the senior didn't agree, there might be a huge fight later. The possibility was very high. There's no point in roping me in. I'm not interested in working for others. So, let's have a fight first. Otherwise, you'll feel uncomfortable, and I'll have one less regret. Don't you think so? The sea god felt that this guy in front of him was getting more and more interesting. Don't tell me you think you can contend against me with this body of yours? You should know that even human experts have to lower their heads when they come to the sea race because they are not my opponents. Do you think you are my opponent? Lin Fei laughed. They are them, I am me, I am completely different from them. With his own physical body, how many people could withstand it? No one could withstand it at all. The sea god felt that this person in front of him was becoming more and more interesting. He was truly audacious and incomparably arrogant. Even the experts of the human race wouldn't dare to say such words in front of him. How could a brat like him dare to say such words? How about we play a game? Let's go outside and fight. If you lose, you'll have to work for me for 1,000 years. The sea god looked over. If I lose, you can make a request. I'm a straightforward person. Lin Fei knew that the sea god had his own thoughts. This bet is quite interesting. If I lose, I'll work for you for 1,000 years. If you lose, you can let me make any request. Interesting, really interesting. I'm just afraid that if you lose, you might not agree to my conditions. Since I can be the sea god here, I'm naturally not like what you think. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I win. It's very simple. If you really win, do you think my sea race can stop you? Lin Fei laughed heartily again. All right then, let's have a duel. However, if I win, I don't have too many requests. I just want to go to the real treasury of your sea god. Don't think that I don't know that the treasury I entered was just used to deceive outsiders. It wasn't the real treasury. Lin Fei laughed heartily again. You're quite amazing to be able to see this. As you wish, if you win, I'll let you go to the real treasury and allow you to choose the things inside. You don't have to worry. I'll go to your treasury and choose some powerful treasures. I'll only choose things that I can feel. No matter how powerful they are, it's useless if I can't feel them. This time, it was the sea god's turn to be a little surprised. He couldn't even see through this guy. Does he really think he can defeat me? Then let's go outside and have a fight. The sea god tore open the void with a whoosh. Lin Fei also tore open the void and followed. In the blink of an eye, only Hai Wuxin was left. Hai Wuxin didn't know what the final result would be. He could only pray. Senior, you must win. As long as you win, my status in the sea race will become very high. Even my brothers and sisters will have to step aside. Even my father, the emperor, will look at me in a new light. He prayed. He flipped a cup and poured himself a cup of tea. He wanted to drink it to calm himself down. One had to know that he was truly audacious this time. As for the final result, he could only rely on Senior. If Senior couldn't win, then he could only blame it on his bad luck. If Senior won, then it would be different. The two of them tore open the void one after the other. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the ocean. At this moment, the two of them continued to fly forward. The two of them were extremely fast. Everywhere they passed, the sea beasts dove down. They could sense a very dangerous aura from the two of them. In the end, the two of them arrived at the depths of the ocean. They landed on an island. There was a violent storm, lightning, and thunder. It was a very dangerous place. From time to time, they could see sea beasts flipping over. However, at this moment, they were very quiet, as if they knew that the two of them were very dangerous. If they made a move, they might be wiped out. I can still give you a chance. Do things for me for 1,000 years. During this period, there will definitely be benefits that you can't imagine. The sea god said once more. Lin Fei shook his head. Let's just fight. Cut the crap. After we fight, I still have to go back to pick the spoils of war. Don't you think so? The sea god raised his hand. As you wish. Swoosh. The seawater in the sky surged over. The flowing water turned into giants. On the other hand, sea god quickly distanced himself. Ripples appeared in front of him and turned into a boundless defense. This guy seemed to know that Lin Fei was a close combat expert, so he set up a huge defense. The giants that were formed from the ocean were quite strong. The moment they appeared, they were already at the level of a 9-star war god. One saber light followed by another. They were densely packed. Chapter 4902. The giants formed by the seawater were indeed very strong. Each of them had the strength of a 9-star war god. There were a total of 10 giants. When the giants attacked together, the power was very strong. Of course, to Lin Fei, this was just a small test. We're all adults. There's no point in using such a small move. Lin Fei laughed. Then, his figure flashed and he collided with one of the giants. With this collision, the seawater giant collapsed instantly. Then, he collided with another giant. Lin Fei was purely using close combat techniques. 2 giants collapsed consecutively. Then, the third one collapsed. In the blink of an eye, all the giants collapsed. Seems like your small test is useless. You should show me some real skills. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll lose badly. Poseidon obviously didn't expect to use such giants to suppress his opponent. The possibility of that was very low. Your physical body is indeed very strong. To be able to block this move, you are indeed qualified to fight me. Then, I'll let you use another move. Let's see if you still have the ability to do so. Instantly, a tornado came up from below. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was trapped in the tornado. The tornado turned into an endless stream of attacks. The attacks that covered the sky didn't stop at all. It was all the power of the seawater. Every drop of the seawater turned into an attack. This move became very terrifying. Even Lin Fei had to admit that this move's killing power was indeed very strong. It gathered the power of the entire ocean. Every drop had the strength of a 9-star war god. It wasn't far from the invincible war god level. Even a 9-star war god would be injured and vomit blood in an attack like this. Bang 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 bang. Every drop of water landed on Lin Fei's body. Every drop of water left a white mark on his body. These white marks increased and covered Lin Fei's entire body. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered such a powerful technique. As expected of the ocean god. You are different. Even your attacks are so overbearing. It seems I made the right decision to fight you. The seawater did not cause any harm when it landed on his body. Only white marks were left behind. However, to the distant sea deity, he could easily grasp every attack. When he saw the marks left behind, he was secretly shocked. This fella's physical body was incomparably tough indeed. Even he couldn't cultivate out a physical body like this. He really didn't know what kind of cultivation technique this guy cultivated. Isn't his physical body a little too strong? The number of times he had used this method could be counted on one hand, because there was simply no one who could withstand it. This was also the reason why he did not leave the sea race. As long as they were in the sea god was an invincible existence. He was equivalent to an invincible god of war. But now, this guy could actually withstand his attack. It was indeed rare. But this was just the beginning. The strength would only get stronger and stronger. He didn't believe that this guy's physical body was that strong. Of course, he also hoped that this guy's physical body was as strong as possible. If that was the case, then his dream would come true. There was a pang. Lin Fei's body actually pierced through the tornado. He came out directly. In the blink of an eye, he was near the sea god. When his fists and legs landed, many ripples appeared. Then, it shattered. Your methods are really strong, but I am not a blockhead. I will stand there and let you hit me. I will let you have a taste of my strength. There was a walla sound. He used the Great Cold Ice technique right away. The current Great Cold Ice technique was much stronger. Of course, it only froze the defenses for a short period of time. In that short period of time, Lin Fei's physical strength played a huge role in this battle. Lin Fei's fist punched towards the sea god's body. At that moment, the sea god's image shook, leaving only an afterimage. Then, another person appeared in the distance. With a single punch, Lin Fei blasted the illusory image away. I told you that I am invincible in this ocean region. Walla walla. One figure after another condensed and appeared. These figures were exactly the same as the sea god. Even their auras were the same. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sea gods appeared on the surface of the ocean. Do you see that? This is my ocean clone. If you have the ability, then kill me. I want to see how long you can kill for. All the sea gods spoke up at that moment. Their voices were orderly and there was no difference at all. Following which, the ocean rumbled and a wave came crashing down. A hand grabbed down. This palm could easily crush everything. This move was already the strength of an invincible war god. That was right. The sea god had already used his invincible war god technique. He wanted to capture this fellow first. His techniques couldn't deal with this person, so he only had the strength of an invincible war god. Lin Fei raised his head and threw a punch at him. He wanted to see how strong this invincible war god was. With this punch, the seawater palm instantly spread out. It pressed down on Lin Fei's strength like a mountain. This punch only caused ripples to form on the seawater palm before it collapsed. He actually withstood it. The palm continued to press down. Lin Fei could already feel the impact on his body. He flipped and many cracks appeared. Streaks of blood started to spread. This situation was much better than what Lin Fei had expected. Sea God, is this your combat strength? If this is your combat strength, then I can only say that it is too weak. It isn't as strong as I thought. Of course, it is enough to bully others. The palm got closer and closer. The cracks on Lin Fei's body increased. This was the strength of an invincible war god. The sea god had been paying attention. After all, the strength of this palm had indeed reached the strength of an invincible war god. He wanted to see how strong this fellow's physical body was. It seemed like it was within his expectations. He wasn't as strong as he had imagined. At least an invincible wargod's technique could injure him. If even an invincible wargod's technique couldn't injure his physical body, then it would be quite troublesome. Then, you should take it first. Anyone can brag, but I don't have the strength. The palm was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Lin Fei's palm met the attack head-on, colliding heavily with the invincible war god's attack. With a whoosh, a torrent swept out. The seawater beneath Lin Fei instantly evaporated. Lin Fei's body remained as still as a mountain, and the palm strike also dissipated. How is it? Not bad, right? Now it's my turn. Chapter 4903. The ferocious attack from before still couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. This made the sea god's expression turn extremely ugly. He controlled the power of the sea, but even the ferocious power just now couldn't make the other party's body collapse. It was as if he had an indestructible body. This was the scene that the sea god couldn't accept. When did the human race have such a powerful body refinement expert? In his impression, body refinement experts couldn't withstand a single blow. Under his powerful technique, they would be turned into ashes sooner or later. Swoosh. Lin Fei had already made his move. He directly used the so-called spiritual projection. For any physical body, it would definitely be top-notch. However, the sea god was the sea god after all. He was quite powerful. Layers of defense appeared in an instant. Every doppelganger was exactly the same, and it was impossible to tell them apart. Didn't you want to use a big move? Then let me see how capable you are. How dare you boast in front of me? I, the sea god, am not that easy to deal with. So many sea gods had appeared, and every one of them had the manifestation of his power and the aura of his soul. Not everyone could find him. The sea god's main body was also very cunning. He hid in the most inconspicuous place. He might not even be able to see clearly. However, in an instant, all the clones collapsed. The sea god's entire body shook. Then, a figure appeared. I don't know how my move feels. Finding people is really, really easy for me. The sea god's figure quickly faded and appeared in the distance. Just a moment ago, he was already severely injured. Cracks appeared on his body. How did you find my main body? That's impossible. This is a secret technique of the sea race. Even human experts can forget about finding it. The sea god was really shocked at this moment. He didn't expect his body to be seriously injured by the other party. This move couldn't be expanded at all. Fortunately, he controlled the power of the sea. Otherwise, his body wouldn't have been stable just now. Didn't you say that my moves weren't powerful enough? That's why I came up with something more powerful. Now, let's see how it tastes. Have you experienced what it means to taste it? Lin Fei smiled and stopped moving. The sea god also began to reveal a fearful expression. Even his fleshly body could not withstand a single blow from the other party. If he were to continue like this, his fleshly body would definitely sustain more and more serious injuries. Youngsters nowadays are really powerful. Even my killing move can't do anything to your face. Forget it, let's call it a draw. How about it? As soon as the sea god's voice fell, Lin Fei's figure once again penetrated the sea god's body. Once again, it was a mental projection. Nothing much. Then, he instantly launched a fierce offensive. Between his punches and kicks, layers of power burst forth. The void exploded in an instant. Even though the sea god's defense covered the sky, it was still penetrated by Lin Fei. That was just the beginning. Now, it's time to warm up. I haven't even beaten you up to my heart's content, so how can I stop? Don't you think so? At least we're out and you're an invincible god of war. No matter what, you have to show the demeanor of an invincible expert. Lin Fei laughed. Rays of light instantly exploded from the sea god's body. The light was filled with divinity. It directly bombarded Lin Fei's body. This time, Lin Fei did not dodge at all. He directly took the light head-on. His hands didn't stop moving and landed on the sea god's body once again. Lin Fei advanced while the sea god retreated. They kept retreating. The seawater kept collapsing. No one was more helpless than the sea god. He had never thought that he would encounter such a powerful guy. The feeling of being punched was really unbearable for his body. Even if he wanted to escape, the other party would instantly catch up. His speed was unparalleled. As they went back and forth, the two of them fought hundreds of millions of miles away. Their methods were really simple, one attacking and the other defending. The sea god wanted to attack, but he didn't have the time. Lin Fei's methods were too intense. He didn't stop at all and his strength seemed endless. What was frightening was the opponent's ultimate move. It could casually pierce through his body. This made him feel what terror was. What do you want? Could it be that you want me to bring you down together with me? I am the sea god. Punch after punch, the sea god's face was already swollen. His fleshly body split open. Cracks appeared on his body, and blood flowed down from the cracks. His face turned a little white. The sea god could only defend passively. This was even using all his defensive strength. But the strength of his fists was really terrifying. He could even feel that a portion of his strength had been weakened. This was the most shocking thing. Just what kind of background did this guy have? Another punch was thrown at him. The sea god blocked, but this time, the power on Lin Fei's fist exploded and his strength increased by a huge amount. Instantly, it pierced through the sea god's body. His physical body exploded with a bang. Then, the sea god's body condensed once again in the distance. His aura became much weaker. He opened his arms to block. Wait, you won this time. I won't pursue the matter of you entering the treasury anymore. How about it? Could it be that you want me to fight to the death with you? Then come at me, I still have a lot of confidence. The sea god didn't want to fight this fellow anymore. The other party's fists were simply too ferocious. It was truly impossible to defend against such a person. If not for him grasping the power of the ocean race and having the strength of an invincible war god, he would probably be killed right away. He was afraid that he would be beaten to death in front of the other party. He wouldn't even be able to withstand it. When did such a terrifying fellow appear? The sea god decided not to attack anymore. Even though he still had some treasures that could unleash great power, the sea god didn't have much confidence. Even if he used it, if he couldn't do anything to this fellow, he would be the one to suffer. He might as well see if he could negotiate again. After the fight just now, Lin Fei was indeed a little more confident in his own strength. The pseudo-invincible war god sea god was indeed very strong. His defense was also very strong. This kind of person was perfect to test the strength of his body. The strength that Lin Fei could unleash was definitely at the level of a 9-star war god. He could even go one step higher and reach the level of a pseudo-invincible war god. Even a 9-star war god wouldn't be his match. He could kill them right away. Then you can continue, but I need something. If you have it, then let's stop. If you don't, then don't hold back. Let's continue. I can't do anything else but recover quickly. Chapter 4904. Of course, Sea God didn't want to continue fighting. To him, there was no benefit to continuing. Instead, his body would get more and more injured. For example, when he flipped over just now, his physical body had exploded once. Of course, to him, it was just an injury. If he exploded more times, then he would definitely be killed by the opponent. Even if he could mobilize all the power in the ocean, it would be useless. Then just say what you want. As long as I can take it out, I will naturally give it to you. If you force me too much, then I will fight you to the end. I don't believe that your body can be that strong. After that fight, to Lin Fei, it didn't consume much energy at all. This was the benefit of having a strong body. It was a normal method. It would be different if it was a large area. It's nothing, I'm just interested in faith power. I've studied faith power for a long time. I think you should be able to take it out. Don't tell me you don't have it. If you don't, then I'm sorry. I've decided to continue. With such combat power, Lin Fei didn't have anything to worry about. It all depended on whether or not this guy would give it to him. He had a feeling that Sea God should have taken in a lot of faith power. Things like this were dispensable and of little value to him. The Sea God definitely had a collection of them. He should have killed quite a few otherworldly war gods in his hands. The Sea God was very surprised. He was already prepared to be ripped off by the other party. After all, this guy was too hard to deal with. He finally understood why he dared to come to this place. The other party's strength was indeed formidable. You actually want faith power. Do you want to use faith power to break through from the war god realm to the invincible realm, and then become a lower god from this realm? Sea God couldn't help but exclaim. Such a method could be considered an alternative method, but no one had ever practiced it. Because it was too difficult. He didn't expect this person to use such a method. Using faith to become a god. Why do you care what method I use? I'm just asking if you have it. If you don't, then I'll do it. Lin Fei snorted coldly. This was also the reason why Lin Fei dared to say it. No matter who heard it, their imagination would run wild. Even the sea god was the same. In fact, that was indeed the case. I'll give it to you. The sea god was glad that he still had some power of faith. These were all useless things that he had placed there. If this guy hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have remembered it for a while. Balls of faith power flew over just like that. All the power of faith fell into Lin Fei's hands. The value of each of them was much higher than the ones in the treasury. Now, Lin Fei was even more satisfied. Not bad, not bad. As expected of an overlord. You have collected so much power of faith. If so, let's end this battle. After all, there won't be any good days if we keep fighting. Don't you think so? Lin Fei laughed. In the blink of an eye, the power of faith was converted into honor points. The sea god heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't continue fighting, it would be fine. Right now, he just wanted to find a place to recover from his injuries. It was really difficult to deal with this guy. By the way, Hai Wuxin is my man. I don't think you will punish him. If I find out that Hai Wuxin doesn't have a good life in the sea folk, I don't mind coming to the sea folk again. At that time, it won't be as simple as fighting for a while. Lin Fei didn't forget about Hai Wuxin. Although he wouldn't take him away, he had to let him have a good life here. The sea god didn't know why this guy said that. No matter what, he knew how to answer. Wuxin is my son. It's his honor to work for you. I definitely won't do anything to him. He's still Hai Wuxin, still my son, and still has a position in the sea folk. That's what you said. If I come back and see that Hai Wuxin doesn't have a good life, I will do it again. This was something that Lin Fei could do. Whoosh. Lin Fei disappeared from the surface of the sea. The sea god couldn't sense how he left. In his heart, he was secretly startled. Sure enough, this guy's methods were much more powerful than he had imagined. He couldn't sense such a person. If he came to the sea folk, it would definitely be a big problem. It seemed that he had to go into seclusion and try to break through and become a real invincible god of war. Lin Fei used greater teleportation to return to his original location. He saw Hai Wuxin. When Hai Wuxin saw the senior who had returned, his face lit up with joy. The people outside also saw the figure, and they were all shocked. Could it be that something happened to father? Everyone was uneasy, but they didn't dare to say anything. The person who could fight with His Majesty was definitely on the same level. They didn't dare to offend someone who could come back first. Lin Fei closed the door with a wave of his hand. I've already fought with your father. Senior will definitely win. Hai Wuxin still had a certain level of insight. She had really guessed it. His heart was filled with ecstasy. He finally had a thick thigh to lean on. I'm going to leave the sea folk. Before I leave, I'm going to take away the thing I left in your body. I've already told the sea god that even if I'm not here, he won't do anything to you. At the same time, I'll leave you a bit of power. This power will allow you to kill a 9-star peak war god. I'll leave you 3 of this power. After all, you've helped me a lot. Hai Wuxin was shocked. Senior is going to leave. Luckily, he left me 3 powers that can kill a 9-star peak war god. This is definitely the biggest reward. With this kind of power, even a 9-star war god would have to be polite to him, unless he wanted to be killed. Thank you, Senior, thank you, Senior. What do you want me to do? Even now, Hai Wuxin didn't dare to have any thoughts. Just like before. It's nothing much. If you want, just pay attention to the power of faith for me. Lin Fei extended his hand and grabbed out, pulling out the power seed. He put it away. It quickly turned into 3 streams of power and floated in front of Hai Wuxin. The 3 streams of power quickly entered his body. He was even more impressed by Senior Wu Yu. Hai Wuxin was able to easily control these 3 streams of energy and unleash an extremely powerful might at any time. When he raised his head, the senior was already gone. I need to train hard and increase my strength as soon as possible. Only then can I follow Senior's footsteps. Chapter 4905. Lin Fei teleported a few times and left the sea area. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down in this sea area. After all, the sea god had suffered a loss. Although he had given out the power of faith, who knew what was wrong with his brain? If he came up with any ideas, it would be quite troublesome. After all, if the sea god really wanted to die together with him, although Lin Fei was very confident in his physical body, it was difficult to guarantee that the sea god's method would be very dangerous. Hence, he chose to end things peacefully. Anyway, it was enough for Lin Fei to get the power of faith. He left the sea area. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he returned to land. After a few more teleportations, Lin Fei came to a deep mountain. There were a few strong auras in this deep mountain. Lin Fei did not care about them. He just released a little of his physical strength and crushed all the way. Then, the auras became quiet. Lin Fei knew that they were afraid of his physical strength and became obedient. This was naturally what Lin Fei wanted to see. I can take advantage of this time to upgrade the remaining infinite divine body. I can also rest for a period of time. For Lin Fei, this trip was very rewarding. At the very least, his infinite divine body had been greatly improved. Such an improvement made Lin Fei very satisfied. This improvement made Lin Fei's infinite divine body several times stronger. After all, the power of faith obtained from the sea god was very rich. In other words, the war god he killed was more ferocious. This was also the reason why it was so rich. Compared to the previous power of faith, it was indeed on a different level. It was a top-grade power of faith. It seems that the effect of the power of faith this time is beyond my imagination. I didn't expect my infinite divine body to be upgraded to the 75th level in one go. It's a huge improvement. Even Lin Fei was extremely shocked at this time. To be honest, he did not expect that the power of faith he obtained from the sea god would allow him to rise to the 75th level in one go. Every time he leveled up, his fleshly body would undergo a huge transformation. Every time he leveled up, his strength would also increase greatly. Now that he had reached the 75th layer, Lin Fei could clearly feel how powerful his physical body was. Right now, he was a genuine invincible god of war. Of course, even if an invincible war god was in front of him, Lin Fei would still be able to beat him to the ground or even kill him. This was because his invincible god of war wasn't something that other invincible gods of war could compare to. The current Lin Fei was equivalent to several everlasting war gods. Although he hadn't really fought against an invincible god of war, he had only fought against the pseudo-invincible god of war, the sea god. Lin Fei had a rough idea. At the very least, he would be fine if he were to encounter 7 or 8 invincible war gods at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to player Physical Body Stage 75. Special Faith Quest activated. Do you accept? The system, which had been silent all this while, actually made a move again. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He had given himself a quest. It was a faith quest, which was quite rare. Will there be any rewards for accepting this faith quest? Lin Fei didn't directly accept this faith quest. He had to ask properly, lest he was cheated by the system. One had to know that the system sometimes cheated people without blinking an eye. If you accept this faith quest, once you complete it, you will receive a large amount of power of faith as a reward. Lin Fei's heart was moved. One had to know that it wasn't that easy to find some power of faith in this world. As he continued to level up, Lin Fei felt that it would be even more difficult. Now that a faith quest had popped up, Lin Fei felt that it was quite useful. At the very least, once he completed the quest, he would receive the power of faith as a reward. This was much more convenient than running around by himself. Then I'll accept this quest. Lin Fei wanted to see how difficult this faith quest was. He couldn't possibly say that he had reached the death level. If that was the case, then the system would be a bit of a scam. Ding! Faith quest activated. Control the first level of the great world of the gods. Obtain the reward of increasing your physical body by 30 layers. Of course, Lin Fei knew that the great world of the gods had a total of 3 levels. Right now, he was only at the first level. The strongest was at the invincible war god level. It was said that those who surpassed the invincible war god level could only be considered ordinary in the next level. He didn't expect to receive such a quest. This quest was really difficult. However, when he thought about the reward of completing this quest, Lin Fei was a little tempted. Of course, Lin Fei knew that the higher the levels, the harder it would be to increase them. Now that he could obtain 30 layers in one go, it was really tempting. Fortunately, this quest didn't have a time limit. It was also a chance for him to relax. If that was the case, it wouldn't be like this now. It would definitely put a lot of pressure on Lin Fei. Wanting to control the first level of the great world of the gods was quite stressful for Lin Fei. The entire continent was divided into 4 parts. Right now, Lin Fei was in the Jiangnan region. In the middle was the central continent, and at the top was the northern wasteland. Therefore, if he wanted to conquer them one by one, he would need a lot of time. Of course, this was no different from when Lin Fei agreed to that senior's quest. Taking control of this continent seemed to be a double reward. Looks like I still need to obtain faith power and complete quests. Let's start from the Jiangnan region. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei decided to start from the Jiangnan region. There were indeed many experts in the Jiangnan region. He should be able to obtain a lot of faith power here. The Great Tang Empire shouldn't have much faith power. There were also the Great Qin Empire and the Great Manufacture Empire, these 2 powerful empires. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Swoosh. Lin Fei left the mountain range and went directly to the Great Tang Empire. When he was halfway there, Lin Fei discovered that the entire Jiangnan region seemed to be a little different. The 3 superpowers seemed to be preparing for a huge war. Soldiers were being mobilized everywhere. If it was just one city, it would be normal. However, every city was basically the same. Lin Fei knew that a war was about to break out in Jiangnan. Could it be that something had happened? On the way, Lin Fei realized that war was unavoidable. Once again, he arrived at the Great Tang Empire. Lin Fei suddenly furrowed his brows. He could sense a sinister power. It's in my southeast direction. It's not far, only a few 100,000 kilometers. Chapter 4906. On the way to the Great Tang Empire, he reached the border. Lin Fei actually felt an evil aura. This evil aura was very obvious, like the moon in the night. It was so obvious that it was hard not to notice it. Lin Fei directly went in this direction, which was a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. This was a very quiet small village with a very leisurely atmosphere. However, Lin Fei could feel an evil aura here. This evil aura was hidden in a very deep place. Lin Fei came down. He could feel that these evil auras came from the village in front of him. There were no experts in this village. When Lin Fei came over, they were all villagers, so there was no problem at all. This made Lin Fei quite curious. He didn't expect that such a place could be occupied by demons. Young man, what are you doing here? Are you here to look for someone? By the time Lin Fei arrived, some people had already surrounded him. Their expressions were very natural, as if they were asking about Han Fei. Lin Fei suddenly sneered. I feel that your village is a little different, so I came to take a look. I think there should be no mistake. How can our village be different? Young man, you should be mistaken. A person who looked like the leader came over. The evil aura on his body was even stronger. There's no need to hide. I know you have an evil aura on you. Just show your true form. Lin Fei gently stomped his feet. There was a rumble. A wave of physical strength swept out, and the surrounding villagers were instantly defeated. In midair, all of them had turned into demons. That's right. They were demons. Demons in human form. They exuded a fierce aura. They directly pounced on him. Each of them took out their weapons and slashed at him with streams of light. Lin Fei snorted coldly. All the demons instantly collapsed, leaving only the guy who looked like the leader. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed him. This person's entire body erupted with demonic divine light, but he still couldn't withstand Lin Fei's casual grab. He easily caught it in front of him. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. Why are there so many demons here? Tell me, where did they come from? Lin Fei had never encountered such an aura since he came to Jiangnan. He didn't expect to encounter the aura of a demon here. The strength of this demon was not weak. It was estimated that the people in this village had been wiped out by them. Then, they transformed into the villagers. If it wasn't for the demonic aura on his body, not everyone would be able to detect it. The demon instantly transformed into its original form. However, it was still useless. Lin Fei directly squeezed it to death. If I were you, I would be honest. Lin Fei tightened his grip. Cracks appeared all over the demon's body. In an instant, he was covered in blood. Don't kill me. I'll tell you, all right? I'm the vanguard under the general. We crossed the crack and came to the great world of gods to invade this place. We're just the first batch of vanguards. This situation made Lin Fei frown slightly. Now that even demons were here to cause trouble, his mission would not be easy to complete. Originally, Lin Fei thought that he would be able to obtain this reward after conquering the entire great world of gods. Now that demons had appeared, wouldn't it mean that they were sharing the reward with him? This was definitely something that Lin Fei couldn't allow to happen. I'm not the only demon vanguard like us. There are many other demon vanguards coming here. Seeing that you're quite strong, why don't I introduce you to the general? I guarantee that you'll be able to enjoy wealth and splendor. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon vanguard immediately turned into a puddle of blood. It no longer existed. How could Lin Fei give this guy any chance to talk nonsense? Then, another force crushed the entire village. In an instant, the entire village was turned into ashes. Not a single person remained. Lin Fei furrowed his brows slightly. To be honest, this was not good news. The demons had come through the crack. He really did not know how they managed to get here. It seemed like the demons were involved in the war between the three empires. The demons had probably contacted the Great Qin Empire or the Great Zhao Empire. They were preparing to turn the Jiangnan region into a base camp. Lin Fei's thoughts turned quickly. Other than this explanation, he really could not think of another one. Then, Lin Fei left. Then, he sensed the auras of a few demons. Some were strong, some were weak. However, this time, Lin Fei did not care about them. To him, it was enough as long as he knew that there were demons. He was prepared to see what the Great Tang Emperor wanted. Not long after, Lin Fei arrived at the Great Tang Empire. He arrived at the Great Tang Empire. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Damn, he could actually sense the aura of demons here. It seemed that there were demons here, and they were hidden very well. If one was not especially strong, they would not be able to sense them at all. Lin Fei arrived at the imperial palace of the Great Tang Empire without much trouble. As soon as he arrived at the palace, a figure came out. It was none other than the Great Tang Emperor. At this moment, the Great Tang Emperor was very happy to see Lin Fei return. He had always been worried that something would happen in the merfolk. After all, the sea god was not someone to be trifled with. He was also an invincible war god, although he was only a pseudo-invincible one. However, this level of strength wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. I knew that little brother would come back safe and sound. The Great Tang Emperor smiled. To him, it was the best that he could come out. This was a high-end combat power. I just came out, but I feel that your three empires are a little different. Are you going to start a big war? The Great Tang Emperor smiled bitterly. This is actually strange because the Great Qin Empire is the one to start the war. I don't know what the Great Qin Empire is thinking. They are expanding crazily, and they even seem to have reached a partnership with the Great Zhao Empire. It is really rare. This made Lin Fei frown again. It was indeed not good news. The two empires were going to attack the Great Tang Empire. I also saw traces of demons. Mentioning this, the emperor's face became even uglier. These are indeed troubled times, Yi Zichen said. Chapter 4907. Lin Fei was indeed quite surprised by this turn of events, so he wanted to hear the Tang Emperor's explanation so that he could have an idea of what was going on. He knew that the Great Tang Emperor definitely knew what was going on with these demons. Now that the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire had joined hands, this was even more unusual. It was impossible for the demons to attack the great world of the gods. If they attacked, the situation would be much worse than Lin Fei had imagined. This was not a good thing. You also know that the great world of the gods is very different. The Great Tang Emperor invited Lin Fei into his study. He began to speak. Lin Fei listened quietly. A long time ago, the demons were the natives of the great world of the gods. They were very powerful. We humans came later and lived here. In the end, we chased all the demons away. However, the demons were not satisfied. Although they were all sent into the endless abyss, some of them would come out from time to time. The seal back then had already begun to loosen, so these demons would appear from time to time. The information I received was even simpler. A powerful demon god has appeared among the demons in the endless abyss. The Great Tang Emperor's tone became more serious. This demon god is temporarily unable to come to the great world of the gods. However, he already has the strength to open the passage. What you see now is only a part of it. Before long, demons will appear continuously in the great world of the gods. Lin Fei understood that the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. If they allowed this to continue, the entire great world of gods would belong to the demons. The other party had even become a demon god. He had probably surpassed the level of an invincible war god. He was definitely a top-notch expert. If he stepped into the great world of the gods, it would definitely be very troublesome. The Great Zhao Empire and the Great Qin Empire seem to be in contact with the demons. Although there is no news that they are in contact, they are more or less connected. Now they want to attack the Great Tang Empire because there is a passage to the demons in the Great Tang Empire. I have already sent experts to guard it. Lin Fei finally understood why the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire had joined hands. It seemed that they were prepared to make Jiangnan even more chaotic. Using enemies to eliminate the experts of the Great Tang Empire was indeed a very cost-effective deal. Of course, this would cause the great world of gods to descend into war. After all, the demons were not easy to negotiate with. One could imagine what it was like for a village to be completely wiped out. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of such demons. The situation is indeed quite bad. The Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire have joined forces to attack the Great Tang Empire. What are your plans? It would have been fine if Lin Fei didn't have the previous mission. No matter how they fought, the situation was completely different with the addition of the devil race. The fleshly bodies of these demons were quite strong. Of course, it was nothing to him, but to the people from the great world of gods, it was definitely a terrifying nightmare. Not only did Lin Fei have to deal with the local experts, but he also had to deal with the demon race. Moreover, it seemed that if he wanted to take down the first layer of the great world of gods, he would have to deal with the demon race first. I hope fellow Taoist Lin can cooperate with us. The Great Tang Emperor did not stand on ceremony. Everyone knows your strength. If you join us, the Great Tang Empire will have the confidence to defend itself. This was indeed the Great Tang Emperor's plan. It would not be a good thing if the two empires attacked together. Not everyone would be able to stop them. However, if fellow Taoist Lin joined us, the situation would be completely different. He would be able to greatly influence the two empires. As long as fellow Taoist is willing to help me, when the Great Tang Empire conquers the two empires, I don't need their power of faith. I will help you collect all of it. I can even build a faith statue for you in the empires to collect the power of faith. Lin Fei really cared about the power of faith. Currently, his infinite god body had already reached the 60th layer. This was already a terrifying number, but it would be difficult to increase it in the future. If he could obtain a large amount of power of faith, then it would be a different story. The great Tang Emperor spoke again. I also heard that the demon race has a trace of demon power in their bodies. This trace of demon power is said to have a certain connection with the power of faith. It might be of help to fellow Taoist Lin. This news surprised Lin Fei a little. He had killed these demons before, but these demons seemed to be a little different. He did not sense any demon power in their bodies. It seemed that their strength was too low. He believed the great Tang Emperor's words. Since these demons had demon power, it was naturally a little different. I also heard that the demon race has always worshipped their top demon god. Therefore, there are naturally faith statues in their world. The great Tang Emperor did not know what use Lin Fei had for the power of faith. He only felt that Lin Fei cared a lot about the power of faith. He probably wanted to use the power of faith to break through from the 9 stars war god level to the invincible war god level, and then from the invincible war god level to the lower god level. This was a path that could be taken. However, no one had ever succeeded because it was too difficult. Lin Fei asked an interesting question. Since the demon race wants to attack the great world of the gods, are they going to do nothing? Are they going to wait for them to occupy the first level before doing anything? Lin Fei did not explain too clearly, but the great Tang Emperor already knew what was going on. He knew who he was talking about. If that's what you're talking about, then I can tell you that those people have never been too interested in us. Only by becoming an invincible war god and breaking through that barrier will they have an impression of you. Otherwise, the others will be completely indifferent. Even if this level is completely annihilated, they won't do anything. The great Tang Emperor said coldly. Lin Fei did feel that they would come down to help. However, it seemed that this was not the case. This was not good news. However, Lin Fei did not think too much about it. I'm quite interested in dealing with them. However, the power of faith must belong to me, and the statues must be erected. Chapter 4908. Just like that, Lin Fei settled down in the Great Tang Empire. The Great Tang Emperor didn't announce anything to the outside world. Lin Fei's arrival seemed to come without a trace. The Great Tang Emperor also gathered all the power of faith in the country at the first moment. All the power of faith was given to Lin Fei. The power of faith didn't have much of an effect on Lin Fei. The infinite god body couldn't increase by a single level from 60 to 61. It could only reach about 2/5 of the original. The mission to level up was a long way off. Hence, Lin Fei's current state of mind was quite stable. He could slowly gather the power of faith and finish this mission first. He already had the strength of an invincible god of war. More demons are coming. It seems like they are much stronger this time. I can go and see if they have the power of demons. If they do, I can find another way. Lin Fei could easily sense the demons' passageway in the Great Tang Empire. Even though there were many formations, they couldn't stop them. With a thought, Lin Fei came to the vicinity of the passageway. There were indeed many experts guarding this place. The moment Lin Fei came over, he revealed himself. There was a black hole in front of him that was connected to a mysterious void. Many shadows of demons rushed out from it. Surrounding him were several great formations that were constantly unleashing terrifying attacks. The attacks landed on these demons, and in the blink of an eye, a portion of them were killed. Of course, there were also demons that kept attacking. The grand formation was also constantly being consumed. With one look, Lin Fei knew what was going on. These demons really had some tricks up their sleeves. It seemed like they were prepared to use a large number of demons to consume the power of the formations. This way, they would be able to break through the formations. You lowly humans, hurry up and open the formations. Otherwise, when we kill our way over, we will kill all of you. Charge. Break this array for me. No matter how many arrays there are, they won't be able to stop us demons. More and more demons rushed out, followed by more and more huge creatures. These huge creatures were like cannon barrels. With loud rumbling sounds, balls of corrosive substances directly bombarded the array formation. In an instant, cracks appeared on the wall. Seeing this, the expressions of the surrounding Great Tang Empire experts changed. They realized that these demons were much smarter than they had imagined. They actually used such a method. If they were allowed to continue attacking, wouldn't it mean that the formation would be completely melted away? If he could melt one formation, he could melt all the other formations behind it. This was definitely not a good thing, nor was it a good sign. The experts of the human clan did not dare to rush in recklessly. Because these demons didn't care about tactics at all. Instead, it was an all-out attack. In an instant, they would be suppressed by the number of demons, and they could not be more dead. With the arrival of Lin Fei, the experts of the Great Tang Empire also recognized him, and their expressions became incomparably respectful. They had already received the news that this was a guest invited by the Great Tang Empire, and he was very mysterious. They did not know their exact origins, but the Great Tang Emperor had already informed them. Seeing this guest was like seeing the Great Tang Emperor. All of you just guard outside. Without any permission, no one is allowed to go in and attack. They alone won't be able to rush in. Lin Fei said faintly and went straight out. Then, he entered the passageway. When Lin Fei entered, the surrounding people secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This place was filled with great demons. Don't look at the ordinary demons outside just now. In fact, there were some powerful demons hidden in the depths. They were all looking for an opportunity, and they were all quite smart. If the guest went in, wouldn't he be attacked by the other party? In fact, that was really the case. There were indeed some powerful demons in the depths of the passageway. They were wearing armor and holding weapons, and they just stood there coldly. They did not attack, and there were many demons standing behind them. They were all looking for an opportunity. Batches of demons went up to break the array formation. As long as they broke the array formation and found a trace of negligence, they would naturally have a chance to rush out. At that time, they would go on a killing spree and even completely occupy the cave entrance. This guy is quite bold. Who's going to take him down first? A tall great demon with 2 horns on his head said coldly. A demon by the side took the initiative to stand out. He held a spear in his hand. I'll go take care of this guy. The demon instantly turned into a stream of light and charged forward. When Lin Fei came down, countless demons instantly charged forward. However, before they could get close to Lin Fei, they were instantly turned into puddles of blood. They could not withstand the attacks at all. Lin Fei did not make much of a move. At this moment, a stream of light directly came over. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and grabbed with his 5 fingers. Instantly, a wave of energy enveloped the body of this demon. This was a 6-star war god demon. His physical body was still very strong, and he could faintly resist Lin Fei's strength. For example, Lin Fei's current strength was unfathomable with a casual grab. There was a loud bang. The demon instantly turned into a puddle of blood. In this puddle of blood, Lin Fei felt a trace of different energy. He reached out and grabbed again. Just like that, a golden thread was grabbed out. Could this be the so-called power of the devil? Lin Fei did not know much about the power of the devil. However, after grabbing it, he felt that it should be the power of the devil. After all, this energy was indeed quite different. Lin Fei decided to try and see if he could absorb and refine this power of the devil. If that was the case, then it couldn't be any better. Ding! Discovered that the power of the devil can be absorbed and refined. Hearing this news, Lin Fei's heart instantly jumped. This was indeed good news. He did not expect these demons to bring him such a harvest. If it was something else, Lin Fei would not care much. However, this was different. Lin Fei decisively refined this trace of the power of the devil. Soon, Lin Fei understood that this trace of the power of the devil was about the same as the power of faith. In general, the power of faith was slightly higher, and the power of the devil was slightly lower. Originally, I did not have much thoughts about the demons. Now, it seems that I will wipe them out completely. I want to become the greatest enemy of the demon race. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth slightly curled up. He finally found something to do. Those big demons hiding in the innermost area can come out now. Lin Fei directly rushed down. Everywhere he passed, the demons exploded. Chapter 4909. Lin Fei charged forward. Along the way, there wasn't a single demon that could stop him. They were all killed. In the deepest part, demons could be seen coming out from the cracks from time to time. Lin Fei's gaze quickly locked onto a few demons. These demons were all at the war god realm. That's right. Only demons in the war god realm could be called great demons. Their eyes were cold and sinister as they stared at him. One of the demons waved his hand. In an instant, the surrounding demons surrounded and attacked. These demons were a little different from the demons from before. As soon as they made their move, their attacks were like scimitars coming towards them. It turned out that they were all close combat. Coupled with a certain speed, it was dazzling in an instant. I told you just now to come out obediently. Why did you have to make me come here personally? You really think too highly of yourselves. Lin Fei smiled. In the next second, he was instantly attacked by more than a dozen attacks. It turned out that these demons attacked him in an instant. Their speed was indeed fast. Moreover, the weapons in their hands weren't ordinary weapons. They were all divine weapons that were incomparably sharp. However, when it struck Lin Fei's body, it was like a flash of lightning. It was completely useless. On the contrary, Lin Fei's void collapse directly crushed them. One after another, the demons spat out blood. Cracks appeared on their bodies. Lin Fei instantly pounced on the nearest demon. A punch directly pierced through it. Then, he turned around and smashed a second demon. These war god realm demons were in front of Lin Fei. At this moment, they were nothing. Saying that he was an ant meant that he was an ant. He could kill them easily. The kind that would kill as many as they came. With your strength, you guys still dare to barge into the human world. I really don't know who gave you the courage. These demons weren't a match for Lin Fei at all. A punch and a kick directly destroyed them. The heart of the demon in the distance trembled. He stared at this young man. He really couldn't believe that this guy's strength was so strong. He had killed the great demons so easily. One must know that when these great demons came over, their strength would be affected to a certain extent. However, their fleshly bodies were extremely tough. They wouldn't be destroyed so easily. But now, they could clearly see that these great demons had been defeated, and they had been defeated very badly. Since when did the great Tang Empire have an expert like you? The great demon snorted coldly and instantly attacked. Doppelgangers appeared around him. In the time it took for a face-to-face confrontation, Lin Fei was actually unable to block the attack of the great demon. The saber light exploded on his body. But just like before, this guy's divine weapon was also very powerful and sharp. However, it couldn't do much damage to Lin Fei. Your physical body is actually stronger than our great demons. This exchange caused the great fiend's expression to change. The power of the void around Lin Fei collapsed. The great demon's body emitted rays of divine light. When these divine lights clashed with the power of the void, they actually held on, allowing him to break away. However, as soon as he broke free, Lin Fei punched through his physical body in the blink of an eye. In such a short distance, there was no demon that could block it at all. Lin Fei's attack. This was the level of strength that his physical body had reached. In addition, Lin Fei already had a series of means to control space. Although it wasn't very profound, within a certain range, it was really incomparably fierce. It seems that your physical body isn't very strong. You can't even block a punch from me. Then, I'm sorry. Lin Fei blasted another punch over, and then the great demon turned into ashes. However, a relatively thick demonic power was left behind. Lin Fei was still quite satisfied. He kept the demonic power and then sat at the entrance. Rays of saber light directly slashed towards the distance. These demons that had just come out were directly killed. The experts outside cheered. The great demons that they were most worried about were actually killed just like that. This consecrator is still the best. To be able to block off these demons so easily. Yeah, if it weren't for the consecrator, we would be in trouble. These guys are really not easy to deal with. Lin Fei obtained demonic power from these demons. This also allowed Lin Fei to find a new way. As long as he killed high-level demons, he would be able to obtain the demonic power. With the demonic power, he could exchange it for the power of faith. With the honor points, he could level up. In that case, it was quite worth it. Lin Fei was prepared to stand guard here and see if there were any more demons coming. In fact, from time to time, some great demons would rush over. However, these great demons would have to recover their strength after rushing over. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't make a move directly. He waited for them to recover their strength before killing them one by one. This wait lasted for more than half a month. However, this wasn't good news for the demons on the other side. The demons that crossed over were directly killed. This caused the number of demons that Lin Fei could kill to decrease. In the end, some scattered demons appeared. Lin Fei frowned slightly. The situation wasn't right. The great Tang Emperor came over. He had long since received the news that Lin Fei had killed the great demons here. This made him heave a sigh of relief. You're still the best. With you standing guard here, even the great demons were killed. At the very least, we can heave a sigh of relief. Lin Fei stood in front of the crack. He could vaguely see the existence of a world in the distance. That was the so-called endless abyss. There seemed to be a large number of demons in that place. Moreover, there were some high-level demons, great demons, and so on. It's a pity that I can't rush in and start a massacre. Otherwise, I can definitely let them know what fear is. They won't dare to move anymore. The great Tang Emperor laughed heartily. You didn't come here just to chat with me, did you? Did something happen again? Lin Fei asked. He didn't believe that the great Tang Emperor was just here to see him. After all, he could still guard this passage. Chapter 49:10. Lin Fei was very clear that the Tang Emperor definitely had something to discuss with him, and it was not a small matter. With him guarding the passageway, none of these demons would be able to get out. The big formation outside was not a joke, so the possibility of him talking to him was very high. The Tang Emperor smiled. There are still many forces in the Tang Empire, but there are a few forces that are making some movements now. I have something to keep an eye on the two empires, so I would like to trouble you to go to those sections. If they don't have any ideas, that's fine. If they do, please help me suppress them. The Tang Emperor was indeed busy. If it was a normal time, he would naturally have time. Now he had to keep an eye on the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire. These two countries had already begun to take action, and they looked eager to try. If they were to make any movements, there would definitely be big trouble if he did not keep an eye on them. Therefore, he had to trouble Daoist Lin to deal with the internal affairs of the sections. He believed that Daoist Lin should be able to help him. By the way, I also heard that there are still some things on the side of the sects, such as the power of faith. They are all old sects that have been passed down for some time, so if you are lucky, you can still get some power of faith. Of course, the Tang Emperor knew what Daoist Lin liked. That was the power of faith. Had he already collected all the power of faith that could be collected? Some sects still had some places of faith. It was still useful for them. Because some methods and supernatural powers required the power of faith. But now, he felt that the power of faith should be obtained by Lin Fei himself. If there was nothing else, Lin Fei would definitely not be interested in it. But when he heard that there was the power of faith, he instantly became spirited. No matter what, he had to go and take a look at the power of faith. No problem, I'll take care of this. Just give me a list of the sects and I'll go take a look. However, I'm a hot-tempered person, so don't get angry if I destroy the entire sect. Lin Fei smiled. The Tang Emperor smiled again. How can I not be happy? After all, those guys are not good people. They are all traitors. It would be best if you can destroy them. Lin Fei knew that the great Tang Emperor probably had some thoughts about these sections. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked him to come forward. After all, if the Emperor of the Great Tang went there, he would have to explain. But if he went, it would be completely different. A scroll flew over and landed in Lin Fei's hand. These are all sects and forces within the Great Tang Empire. Among them, the 4 great sects are the most powerful. They have also collected a lot of faith power. If you take them down, you might have a big surprise in store for you. The moment he said that, he knew. The Tang Emperor really wanted to kill them. Lin Fei didn't say anything as he teleported out of the passageway. There were still many sects within the Great Tang Empire. Some were strong, while others were weak. The 4 major sects were the strongest. They had contributed a lot to the establishment of the Great Tang Empire. So much time had passed, and many unforeseen events had occurred. Lin Fei didn't have to guess to know that the 4 major sects must have some thoughts about the Tang Emperor. That was why the Tang Emperor wanted to kill them. No matter what thoughts they had, it didn't matter to Lin Fei. He only needed the power of faith. If he had the power of faith, it would definitely be enough for him to make a trip. Lin Fei went straight to the first sect. This sect was located in the mountains, and it was called the Myriad Mountains sect. This sect was a little overbearing. When Lin Fei came over, he could feel the formation. At the same time, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. He actually felt the aura of a demon in the Myriad Mountains sect. It was a great demon. This great demon seemed to be a lot stronger than the great demon he had encountered in the passageway. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be a little surprised. It seemed that the intelligence department of the Tang Emperor was also very powerful. He estimated that they had received a lot of news. It could only be said that the Myriad Mountains sect was going to be unlucky. Lin Fei actually felt the aura of the great demon. There was no doubt that the Myriad Mountains sect must have contacted the great demon. He was afraid that the Myriad Mountains sect was going to cooperate with the great demon. It was really a traitor. Of course, it was also possible that the Tang Emperor had other ideas. He probably wanted to destroy all the major sects in the empire and integrate all the forces. Such a situation was also possible. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lin Fei. He came here for the power of faith. It was that simple. Now that he had sensed the aura of the great demon, he had more reason to take action. It was not difficult to be a knife. Lin Fei preferred to be straightforward. Lin Fei teleported directly into the Myriad Mountains sect. No one noticed the sudden appearance of such a person. Lin Fei went straight to the hall. In the hall, several high-level members of the Myriad Mountains sect were sitting together and drinking tea. There was a great demon among them. Of course, he looked no different from ordinary experts. His realm was not low. He was an 8-star war god. It was very high. Because the other high-level members were 8-star war gods or 7-star sections. Even the sect master was only a 9 stars war god. Someone came in. He should be an expert. The great demon was the first to find him. His expression changed slightly. He looked around. There was a fluctuation in the void. Then, Lin Fei walked out. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm here to deal with something. Have you seen this thing? He waved his hand. A token robe floated in the air. It was given to Lin Fei by the Tang Emperor. With this thing, it represented the Tang Emperor. The token floated in the air and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked. Of course, they knew what it was. Why is the personal token of the Tang Emperor in your hands? Who the hell are you? The sect master of the Myriad Mountains sect was the first to recognize it. He was the most familiar with this thing because he had seen it before. But now it was in the hands of a young man who he had never seen before. I'm a minister of the Tang Empire. Today, I'm here to deal with a small matter. The sect master breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he was a minister of the Tang Empire. It seemed that he was a little young. Chapter 49:11. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the Wanshan sect leader let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of this minister anymore. Instead, he was curious about why this guy had the token of the Tang Emperor. This thing was different from other things. It wasn't something that just anyone could hold in their hands. As long as it didn't affect his business, he wouldn't take it seriously. Although he was a little unhappy that this guy came in without anyone knowing, he represented the Tang Emperor. The Tang Emperor had a bad temper. He already had a lot of ideas. This was especially so for the four great sects. Every day that the great Tang Emperor existed was a significant influence on them. Because the power of the sects was constantly being suppressed. The power of the Tang Emperor was getting stronger and stronger. In this way, as time went on, the four sects would probably become the workers of the Tang Emperor. Of course, they didn't want to be workers, so they naturally had some ideas. Sir, what are you here for? Just let us know. As long as we can do it, we will do it for you immediately. The sect leader of Wanshan sect spoke up immediately. For him, this was really a small matter. Maybe the Tang Emperor was just passing by. It was just a simple matter. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just a small matter. For example, this guy is quite interesting. How are you going to explain it, Wanshan sect leader? The four sects are in contact with the great demon. Do you want to overthrow the whole Tang Empire? Lin Fei's voice suddenly turned cold, and everyone felt their hearts tremble. He subconsciously took a step back. They couldn't stand still at all. The great demon instantly took out two scimitars and attacked Lin Fei's face like flowing light. I knew you didn't come with good intentions. If you want to deal with me, just say it. I can kill 8 or 10 of you by myself. The great demon's sudden attack shocked even the Myriad Mountains sect leader, who was next to him. He didn't know why this guy, who represented the Tang Emperor, came here and dared to attack him. Could it be that the Tang Emperor had sensed something? If that was the case, then it would really be troublesome. He clenched his teeth and shouted. Everyone, attack! Chop this guy into minced meat. We must not let today's news leak out. At first, he thought it was something serious, but now he realized that this guy was definitely not looking for him, but looking for trouble. The Tang Emperor was going to attack them, so this was not a good thing. After the great demon made his move, the others followed suit. Compared to the others, the most terrifying was the great demon. His saber technique was the fastest, and his speed was also the fastest. Up until now, Lin Fei had not seen any traces of the other party's attack. But no matter what, the other party's saber technique was fast, and it left more than a dozen marks on Lin Fei's body. Of course, these traces were all fleeting, and there was no trace of danger at all. There was a faint smile on Lin Fei's face. You dare to behave atrociously in the Great Tang Empire? You really don't know how powerful the experts of the Great Tang Empire are. Lin Fei also snorted coldly. The surrounding people couldn't stand still at all, because the power of the void exploded and sent them flying. None of them could sit still. All of them started to bleed, and the amount of blood they lost wasn't an ordinary amount. There was no way they could fight at all. However, to the leader of Wanshan sect, his heart was shaken. Why is there such a powerful helper? Even the great demon was the same. His two sabers couldn't do anything to him, and this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Since when did a human expert have such great strength? More importantly, he still couldn't see through it, and that was the most unacceptable thing. Lin Fei attacked this guy without stopping at all. He didn't give him any chance, and with one punch, he was sent flying. Then, with another punch, he was sent flying once more. 3 punches in a row instantly blew up his body. Once the great demon died, the two weapons fell to the ground. Lin Fei kept them casually. He didn't forget that these weapons were worth a lot of money. After saying that, he looked at Wanshan sect leader. Lin Fei also kept them casually. He didn't forget that these weapons were worth a lot of money. Of course, Lin Fei knew that such magic weapons were valuable. He couldn't just leave them here and let Wanshan's sect take advantage of them. In the blink of an eye, the great demon was killed by Lin Fei, but it was definitely a huge shock to Wanshan's sect leader. Not to mention the people around him. They all lost their fighting capacity. Myriad Mountain's sect master had never seen such a ferocious guy. He also knew that the great Tang Emperor had the intention to kill him. Is that why he sent such an expert here? The royal family is really rich and powerful. Wanshan's sect leader couldn't find such information at all. Not to mention, he was such an expert. Ancestor, help. If you don't do something, Wanshan's sect will be gone. The Emperor of Tang is going to destroy our Wanshan sect. Wanshan's sect leader quickly fled. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He knew that if he didn't call out the ancestor, the whole Wanshan sect would be completely finished. No one knew better than him what the Emperor of Tang was thinking this time. As soon as Wanshan's sect leader's voice faded away, a force blasted over. As soon as he blocked it, he directly felt the penetrating force. It was used on his body. Whoosh. He was directly turned into ashes. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on such a person. However, after killing the sect master, Lin Fei felt that something was amiss. He had come here to look for faith power. Before he could even find it, he had killed the sect master. He shook his head gently. But for the people of Wanshan's sect leader, they were all frightened and uneasy. They all knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Lin Fei didn't pay attention to them at all. He just waved his hand. There was a rumbling sound. The power rolled over like a torrent. This was the real physical power. With a wave of his hand, the power could topple mountains and overturn seas, which was unbearable. Even if you had treasures, it was useless. You could only resist part of the power, but the rest would directly hit your body. How dare you? How dare you make trouble in Wanshan sect? I'll be the first to kill you. A ferocious aura soared into the sky, making all the disciples of the Wanshan sect tremble. Is the ancestor going to come out? Chapter 49:12. The power of the voice was really shocking, and it made all the disciples of the Myriad Mountain sect kneel on the ground. They immediately knew that the patriarch had come out of seclusion. But they didn't know why the patriarch would come out of seclusion. A figure rose into the sky. Who else could it be but Lin Fei? He had never denied that a place like the Myriad Mountains sect definitely had the strength of the patriarch. And he was exceptionally strong. Lin Fei saw an old figure. The aura of the invincible god of war burst out of his body. But when he checked again, he found that the other party was just a fake invincible god of war. He was not the real invincible god of war. He could only be considered a half-step invincible god of war. Even so, his power was still quite strong. The other party slashed over with a knife, and the void was split open. The knife went deep into the void. Lin Fei also punched with a smile, directly hitting the other party's knife light. There was a loud rumbling sound. A big hole was blasted open in the void. Lin Fei laughed. The strength of the god of war is quite good, but it's useless for you to come out. The Myriad Mountain sect colluded with the Devil clan and tried to overthrow the entire Great Tang Empire. If you don't want to die, kneel on the ground. Otherwise, I'll completely destroy your Myriad Mountain sect later. Lin Fei snorted coldly, and his voice spread through the entire Myriad Mountain sect. The expressions of all the disciples of the Myriad Mountain sect changed when they heard this. They were trembling with fear. The sect had colluded with the Devil clan. If it were something else, they would not have worried. But colluding with the Devil clan was different. It was a crime punishable by death. No wonder the Emperor of Great Tang had sent people here. The patriarch even snorted coldly. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He's here to defame us on purpose. I'll take him down and torture him. He will definitely tell us everything clearly and honestly. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect came over with a whoosh. Streaks of saber light swept over like a heavenly net. Everyone closed their eyes subconsciously. Lin Fei smiled faintly, and in an instant, a cold light appeared. All the knife lights were frozen in an instant. Although it was only for a short moment, Lin Fei had already arrived in front of the patriarch of Myriad Mountains sect. The torrent was like a mountain, directly crushing over. It doesn't matter even if you're our ancestor. You're just a half-step invincible god of war. Besides, your chi and blood are very weak. You can't fight for a long time. I don't know how long you can last. The crushing power of the torrent was indeed very terrifying. Lin Fei immediately launched a close-range attack. A punch, a kick, every part of his body became his strongest attack, forcing the old ancestor to retreat continuously. He couldn't even use his saber light, let alone his treasures. There was a loud bang. The great ancestor hit the forbidden area, which was the forbidden area of the Myriad Mountains sect. No disciple was allowed to enter. But now, the great ancestor directly hit it. Lin Fei had also landed not too far away from the old ancestor. He smiled faintly. If you continue to struggle, I'll send you on your way with a punch next time. Your physical body won't be able to take it. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect also climbed out, staggering. No one knew better than him how powerful the other party was. He was a half-step invincible god of war. But the other party's strength could crush him. Could it be that the other party was a real invincible god of war? He had never heard of an invincible god of war in the Emperor of the Tang Empire. If he had known that, he wouldn't have let the people in the sect have too many ideas. He wouldn't have contacted the Devil Clan. He just wanted to catch the Emperor of the Tang Empire off guard. But now, it seemed that the Emperor of the Tang Empire had caught them off guard. You're indeed very capable, but no matter how capable you are you really an invincible god of war? Watch me, devil transformation. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect snorted coldly. He was instantly enveloped by a demonic aura. Then, his skin split open. A bloody man walked out, looking quite evil. This was the patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect. He had just performed an unconventional technique, and his strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Before this, he was still a half-step invincible god of war. But now, he had become a real invincible god of war. His chi and blood had also become extremely strong. This was definitely the result of him performing a powerful secret technique. Lin Fei had never heard of devil transformation, but he knew that this guy was indeed very powerful at the moment. Another beam of broadsword light came. I'd like to see how you can hurt me this time. I'll chop you into pieces with my broadsword. The patriarch of Myriad Mountains sect seemed to be very angry. The blade light kept coming at him, and even the buildings behind him were in bad luck, turning into ruins one after another. Not to mention the disciples of the Myriad Mountains sect, who were crushed into pieces by the broadsword. The disciples of the Myriad Mountains sect were so scared that they fled in a hurry. Run. If you don't run, you'll die. The patriarch has really gone crazy. The senior elders were the same. They didn't dare to stay here at all. If they continued to stay, they would only die. They didn't see the patriarch's broadsword technique. It was very powerful and extremely overbearing. Wherever he passed, there were wounds and corpses everywhere. All of these could be used to describe the overbearing power of the patriarch's broadsword technique. Lin Fei was moving left and right, and he was hit several times. Although his opponent's broadsword technique was powerful, its power was average. Even though his opponent had become an invincible god of war. But in Lin Fei's eyes, his opponent was really too weak. It was no different from an invincible god of war killing a 9-stars god of war. Aren't you ashamed to think that you can crush me with such strength? It seems that you haven't seen true strength. Then, I'll give you a punch. If you can withstand this punch, you'll naturally live. If you can't, you'll naturally die. I'm such a real person. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Suddenly, his fist pierced through the air. The punch was like a small ball of light, but when it approached the patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect, it turned into a large torrent and directly rushed toward him. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect was caught off guard. Even his pupils were wide open, as if he had just had an incredible dream. Just like that, cracks appeared on his body. Then, with a whoosh, he turned into pieces all over the sky. The whole Myriad Mountains sect fell silent in an instant. It was the same even for those who were fleeing. The powerful patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect was killed just like that. In Lin Fei's eyes, he looked over coldly. He looked over coldly and his voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone, stand still. Whoever moves will die. Chapter 49:13. This devil was quite strong, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was nothing. He was killed in the blink of an eye, and then he obtained the power of the devil. Who knew that the power of the devil was golden? This made Lin Fei a little overjoyed. Sure enough, today's harvest was quite good. The people of the Myriad Mountains sect did not dare to move at all. Soon, some elders took the initiative to stand on Lin Fei's side. They said whatever they knew and even began to manage the entire Myriad Mountains sect. Lin Fei was not very interested in this. However, he found traces of some devils in the high level. These devils thought that Lin Fei could not find them, but they were all killed by Lin Fei one by one. After killing them, Lin Fei went straight to the treasure vault to find out if there was any power of faith. He was lucky that there was indeed the power of faith. As the emperor of the Tang Empire had said, there was still a lot of power of faith in their territory, but it had been taken away by others. The four major sects had the most power of faith. Now that he had only destroyed the Myriad Mountains sect, it was naturally different. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony at all and took all the faith power away. After taking away all the spoils of war, the emperor of the Tang Empire really sent someone to take over the Wangshan sect. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. They just came to take the power of faith. It was that simple. After leaving the Myriad Mountains sect, Lin Fei went straight to the next sect. When he came to another sect, Lin Fei found that a huge formation had been activated. If there was no surprise, they should have received the news. Don't think that the four major sects got along with each other peacefully. In fact, there were some spies in each sect. This time, Lin Fei took action in a big way, so they naturally knew about it. That was why this scene happened. When Lin Fei came over, the sect of the Heavenly Palace had already activated the formation. As soon as the formation was unfolded, the buildings inside were vaguely visible. From the outside, Lin Fei could feel that the formation was quite powerful. The Heavenly Palace was ready. Your Excellency, you have come all the way here. Do you really not intend to give the Heavenly Palace a way out? We've never had any thoughts about the great Tang Empire. Don't drag us into the same boat as the Myriad Mountains sect. When Lin Fei came over, he immediately flew out. The figure flew out. Inside the formation, he spoke to Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew who it was at first glance. The palace master of the Heavenly Palace, Chen Meng. It was a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor. He was a 9-star war god. The princess had received the news long ago. Almost all the high-level members of Myriad Mountains sect were killed, and even the great devils who had cooperated with them were killed. He also realized that the great Tang Emperor was prepared to make a move. Therefore, he immediately activated the formation. I'm just here to see what's going on in your Heavenly Palace. As for whether I'll take action or not, that depends on your situation. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Just now, he did not sense the aura of a great demon. As for whether there was a hidden one, he did not know. The only thing you can do now is to open the formation and let me in to check. Otherwise, I'll take action directly. You can try to see if I have the ability to do that. Of course, Chen Meng knew that the mysterious man in front of him was very terrifying. Until now, they had not received any news that the Great Tang Empire had any contact with this guy. A mysterious guy like him was the one who made people feel the most dangerous. He had no idea where the Great Tang Emperor got it from. Of course, Chen Meng would not open the formation. Of course, he had his reasons. This time, the traces of the Great Demon had reappeared. Of course, everyone wanted to get out of the control of the Great Tang Emperor. After all, the power of the sects had been suppressed year by year. The power of the royal family was getting stronger and stronger, which was not a good thing. Now, the Myriad Mountains sect could not withstand it anymore and was beaten back. Now, he came to the heavenly palace. How could he let him in? I'm sorry, but I can't do that. All the disciples in our heavenly palace are cultivating in seclusion. Let's do it another day. It's impossible for our heavenly palace to have any contact with the great demon. I can swear to God. Chen Meng said seriously. Anyway, he did not want to let this young guy in. If he let this guy in, there would not be many people in the heavenly palace who could stop him. The patriarch of the Myriad Mountains sect had been killed. Not to mention the great demon of Christmas. He had also performed the legendary devil change, but the result was the same. Lin Fei wasn't surprised in the slightest. The four sects were like brothers. If something happened here, the other sects would definitely know. It would be strange if they let him in. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Looks like you're stubborn. Fine, I'll just make a move. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to take it. As for me, I never give people a second chance, so you won't have the chance to regret it. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Chen Meng took a deep breath. This guy is too arrogant. Do you really think you can break the formation of the heavenly palace? Just as this thought came to his mind, Chen Meng found that his whole body was sent flying. Cracks spread all over his body in an instant, and then he felt a sharp pain. Only then did he find that his chest had been pierced by a punch. And the mysterious man had come in. The whole formation was safe and sound, and there was no movement. Chen Meng's mind was blank. He came in. He came in. How many times have I told you that you don't have a chance to regret? Now that I'm in, I'll do it myself. It seems that you are also in contact with the devil. I'm afraid that you are ready to rely on them. Lin Fei smiled faintly. He had already sensed the aura of the devil inside. Many of them were great demons. It seemed that the four sects wanted to get rid of the control of the emperor of the Tang dynasty. This time, they might have cooperated with each other to catch the emperor by surprise. Everyone has come out. We can't hide it anymore. We have to kill this guy in any case. The emperor of the Tang dynasty doesn't want to give us a way out. Let's do it. I'd like to see how the emperor of the Tang dynasty can stop the invasion of the great demons. The higher-ups of the heavenly palace all flew out. In an instant, a large formation enveloped them. However, as soon as the formation enveloped them, the higher-ups of the heavenly palace all exploded. A torrent of energy directly crushed over. This was the benefit of Lin Fei's strong physical body. He directly crushed them violently, no matter who they were. As for the formation, it didn't affect Lin Fei at all. With a mind projection, he instantly got rid of it. Why bother? Why don't you just let me in to check? Chapter 49:14. No one in the heavenly palace could stop Lin Fei at all. Once Lin Fei entered, no one would be a match for him in close combat. In fact, they had not even gotten close to him yet. The power of his physical body kept rushing over like a torrent. If they could stop him once, they couldn't stop him a second or a third time. It was just that simple. After half a day, the heavenly palace was taken down by Lin Fei. He gained another large amount of power of faith. It was much more powerful than the previous Wanshan sect. By the time Lin Fei arrived at the third sect, he realized that the third sect was empty. Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. Wasn't this news way too well informed? He had come all the way here, so they should at least welcome him. Why did they run so fast? If you run away, where can I find the power of faith? Lin Fei frowned slightly. He seemed to understand where these guys had run to. Maybe they had run to the last sect. The last of the 4 sects, the Xiantian sect. This Xiantian sect was more domineering because it was the most powerful of the 4 sections. Even the emperor of the Tang Empire seemed to be quite afraid of this Xiantian sect. He didn't expect that this time, this sect would run away with all the power of the sect. If there was no accident, they must have run to the Xiantian sect. Only the power of the Xiantian sect could stop him. Of course, this was just what they thought. In Lin Fei's view, even if the Xiantian sect made the emperor of the Tang Empire afraid, it was still the same in front of him. In front of him, it was the same thing, as long as they brought the power of faith over. Then, it would be easy for them to take care of it himself. Lin Fei ran all the way to the Xiantian sect. In fact, when he came near the Xiantian sect, Lin Fei felt a strong aura. There were indeed many experts. It was the most powerful of the 4 sections. Before he got close to the Xiantian sect, he saw streams of light coming from the void. These streams of light seemed to be hidden in the void. They were waiting for Lin Fei to take the initiative to come to them. As soon as these streams of light appeared, they erupted with an extremely powerful might. Lin Fei charged through them as if there was nothing in front of him. The streams of light collapsed one after another as he arrived outside the Black Heaven Gate. The Black Heaven Gate also activated a formation, but this formation was much more powerful than the previous one. Especially after Lin Fei took a look, he knew that this should be some powerful ancient ominous array. Only in this way could these formations be filled with a fierce and ancient aura. The Black Heaven sect probably didn't use such a powerful formation. Sir, you've come all the way here. Could it be that you wish to suppress our Black Heaven sect? A silhouette appeared, but it was only an illusory image. It was not a real body. It seemed that the mysterious Heaven sect was also somewhat afraid of him. He was afraid that he would catch them off guard again. Even his main body didn't dare to come over, so he could only use this phantom. This shadow was an old man in his 70s, but he was extremely powerful. Even though he was only a shadow, he was still at the War God realm. Lin Fei smiled. Don't you understand why I've come all the way here? Are you going to follow the Heavenly Palace? If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Although your formations are coming one after another, they don't seem to exist in my eyes. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move at this time. He wanted to see what the Black Heaven sect had up their sleeves. The higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect also saw the young man outside. They couldn't recognize where this guy came from at all. As soon as he appeared, he showed his terrifying strength. The Myriad Mountains sect, the Heavenly Palace, and the Divine Knife sect that had just arrived. It could be said that 3 of the 4 major sects in the Tang Empire had been eliminated, and only the Black Heaven sect was left. No matter how they looked at it, the Black Heaven sect looked a little pitiful. However, the guy outside was very mysterious, and people couldn't see through him. This was what made people feel the most anxious and uneasy. Even this old man was the same. Don't go too far, kid. Even the emperor of the Tang Empire wouldn't dare to talk to us like this. The old man from the mysterious Heaven sect was truly enraged. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the other party's mysterious methods, he would have made a move long ago. After all, they had clearly seen what happened at the Heavenly Palace. Don't think that they couldn't receive news. In fact, they were quite well informed. Until now, they still hadn't figured out how to break this move. Layer after layer of formations were activated just like that. The Emperor of the Tang Empire is the Emperor of the Tang Empire, and I am me. I'm different from him. I'm quite interested in your Black Heaven sect. Either let me in, or I'll make a move. Lin Fei smiled. If I really make a move, your Black Heaven sect will be the same. Also, I'll tell the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect that they can live if they abandon the dark and seek the light. Lin Fei's voice wasn't very loud, but it sounded very loud to everyone. They all knew some news, especially the higher-ups. Their expressions were a little strange. When the old man heard this, his expression became even uglier. Today, I'll say it again. Leave the Black Heaven sect now and forget about what happened today. Otherwise, once we find out your identity, even if you're from a sect or a family, you'll be doomed. The old man also knew how to speak ruthlessly. He could more or less guess that this young man was an expert invited from another continent. Such a person was indeed quite troublesome, but as long as they found some clues, this guy would definitely be dead. It seems that this is all you have. Then, I'll come in and play with you. Let's see what kind of powerful methods your Black Heaven sect has. The Black Heaven sect was a little different from what Lin Fei had imagined. They were much stronger. Others couldn't sense the hidden auras, but Lin Fei could clearly sense that there were 18 of them. Then come in and see who's unlucky. Our Black Heaven sect isn't a place that anyone can step on. It's the same even if the Emperor of the Tang Empire comes, let alone you. In any case, the old man's thoughts were very simple. No matter what, he wouldn't go out. If he had the ability, then come in. He was quite confident in the Black Heaven sect's formation. Then I'll do as you wish. I'll take a good look at what kind of moves the Black Heaven sect has. How dare you say such words to me? With a thought, Lin Fei directly entered the Black Heaven sect. The old man's shadow exploded with a bang. It was replaced by Lin Fei's figure. Chapter 49:15. Just like that, Lin Fei entered the mysterious Heaven sect. For him, entering such a place really didn't pose any pressure, nor was there any difficulty. It really wasn't an ordinary kind of easy task. However, for the experts of the mysterious Heaven sect, this was not a good thing. It was a bad thing. They finally understood why the two sects had suffered such a crushing defeat when such a huge array formation had failed to stop Lin Fei. This guy was really mysterious. He might even be someone who had studied political and legal machines. At this moment, a large bell directly shrouded him. It turned out that someone had activated the treasure. The large bell became bigger and bigger, directly trapping Lin Fei inside. Following that, several figures flew out, their faces filled with complacency. They were all the higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect. They had just joined forces to activate one of the three great treasures of the mysterious Heaven sect, the mysterious Heaven Bell. This thing was really powerful. Once trapped by this thing, one would basically not be able to get out and would be directly refined into a pool of blood. This kid has been trapped by us. Hurry up and refine him. Refine him into a pool of blood first. This way, we can finally solve a big problem. When the time comes, we can settle the score with the great Tang Emperor. He actually dared to harm our mysterious Heaven sect. These people sat down one after another and began to activate the bell. They had to refine this mysterious guy in a short period of time. As long as they refined this guy, there would no longer be any danger or difficulty. This was one of the three great treasures of the mysterious Heaven sect. They really did not believe that this mysterious person would be able to withstand it. Even the sect master of the palace in the distance had a smile on his face. This mysterious guy was really bold. Did he really think that he would be safe and sound after entering? He was definitely thinking too much. It seems like we overestimated this guy. I thought he was very strong, but now it seems like he's nothing special. Once the mysterious Heaven Bell is activated, it will refine him. It won't take long. At most, it will take the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. There were many higher-ups and elders in the hall, and all of them had smiles on their faces. Of course, apart from them, there was another sect leader and elder here. They were quite surprised. Of course, he was also glad that he had come to the right place. If he had not seen that mysterious person, he would have been trapped and turned into a pool of blood. It was truly a delightful matter. Who asked this fellow to be so lethal? They were too afraid and had no choice but to leave the sect. Now, the problem was finally solved. Time passed minute by minute. All of them activated this treasure with all their might. He released a powerful killer move. In the blink of an eye, an incense's time had passed. It wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. However, it was more than enough for a treasure. He unleashed his power to the limit. They really didn't believe that this guy could survive in such a situation. If he didn't die in such a situation, then this person was definitely not easy to deal with. He was definitely the greatest danger. They had a lot of experience in this regard. Everyone, take a look and see if this fellow has been refined into a pool of blood. They didn't know how long it had been since the Xiantian sect had used this treasure. Now, they finally had the chance to use it. Naturally, they wanted to see what kind of ability this guy had to be able to make the Tang Emperor pay so much attention to him. If there was no accident, he would definitely become a pool of blood. No one could withstand the power of the Xiantian bell. Crack, crack. Just as they were about to make their move, cracks began to spread from the surface of the Xiantian bell. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire Xiantian bell. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. The situation is not good. This guy is fine. Damn it, how can he be fine? How could he endure it? Could it be that his physical body was already this powerful? This is bad, our treasure is going to be damaged. In a short period of time, more and more cracks appeared on the surface. Even if they wanted to suppress it, they couldn't. With a crash, all the fragments flew out. The surrounding higher-ups and elders were directly hit. They were all blasted away. Once they were injured, their injuries were very tragic. They couldn't bear it at all. Who asked these fragments to contain a great deal of power? Following which, a figure walked out. He smiled faintly. I thought that the treasure of the Xiantian sect was very powerful, but it's just a so-so. It can't even be used as a warm-up exercise for me. It's quite embarrassing that I destroyed one of your treasures. Just like that, Lin Fei walked toward the main hall. During this period, the higher-ups and elders didn't dare to make a move anymore. They were full of fear. Who told this guy to be completely fine under the attack of this treasure? This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Naturally, they didn't dare to come forward. They were afraid that they would be at a disadvantage and die. This guy is indeed quite capable. Even the Xiantian bell of our Xiantian sect can't do anything to him. What about this? At this moment, a stream of light attacked. A beam of light shot over. This beam of light grew larger and larger until it covered the entire field of vision. Everyone could feel the aura of death. Sword of the Gods. A great expert flew out. This move was the legendary Sword of the Gods. Many huge figures floated in the sky, emitting terrifying might that gathered in the sword light. This sword slashed directly on Lin Fei's body. It was an unbearable strike. Cracks instantly spread all over Lin Fei's body. I didn't expect the Xiantian sect to be so capable. You actually have such a powerful weapon. It can even crack my physical body. This should be an invincible weapon. Lin Fei looked at Zhou Shen's crack and smiled. It was as if these cracks were just small injuries. However, the higher-ups and elders of the Xiantian sect weren't calm at all. This guy can even withstand the power of the Sword of the Gods. How strong is his physical body? What they used just now was indeed a treasure. It was the Sword of the Gods. This Sword of the Gods was a powerful weapon that could kill an invincible god of war. Although they couldn't unleash its full power, they could kill ordinary peak 9 stars with ease. Even a half-step invincible god of war was the same. But now, they realized how powerful this guy in front of them was. Even 2 supreme treasures couldn't do anything to him. Did they really have to use the last supreme treasure? What other tricks do you have? Hurry up and use them. Otherwise, I'm going to make a move. My first move will be a killer move. Chapter 49:16. 2 treasures in a row had no effect on Lin Fei. This caused the people of the mysterious Heaven sect to be shocked. This person was indeed not easy to deal with. 2 treasures were useless against him. Could it be that they had to use the last treasure? If that was the case, then they really didn't dare to take the risk. Lin Fei had already arrived in front of the palace. He looked at the old man. He was the sect master of the mysterious heaven sect. My purpose for coming here is actually quite simple. I just want to see if there are any problems with the mysterious heaven sect. It seems like there are quite a few problems with the mysterious heaven sect. Lin Fei smiled faintly. He didn't attack. After obtaining 2 treasures in a row, he obviously knew that the mysterious heaven sect should have another treasure. With 3 great treasures in hand, they were indeed quite lethal. Any peak 9-star war god would be at a disadvantage if they came here. If they didn't do well, they might even die here. Unfortunately, they met him this time. It could only be said that the mysterious heaven sect's luck wasn't too good. The mysterious heaven sect master's gaze turned cold. He was indeed quite fearful of this young man in front of him. He didn't expect him to be so strong. Most importantly, his physical body was strong. Just now, there were large white marks and cracks on his body, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. His recovery ability was too strong. People like this were really too difficult to deal with. Unless he used his top treasure. Although they hadn't fought much just now, he knew that this person was very strong. I know that you came under the orders of the great Tang Emperor. I don't know how you can retreat. I think that if the mysterious heaven sect really wants to fight to the death with you, you definitely won't be able to gain any benefits. I heard that you took away the power of faith from the other 2 sections. Our mysterious heaven sect doesn't have much, but we have a lot of power of faith. I can give all of it to you. Judging from the situation just now, the mysterious heaven sect master obviously knew what choice to make. Making a move was the worst-case scenario. Otherwise, he would have made a move long ago. He wouldn't have said such words. Lin Fei smiled. Of course, he knew that the news of him taking away the power of faith couldn't be hidden. Someone would eventually find out. Don't underestimate the power of these sections. The 4 great sects were no joke. Now that the Black Heaven sect master had taken the initiative to say it, it was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. Of course, he had no interest in annihilating the Black Heaven sect. He was only interested in the power of faith. Although the Tang Emperor had sent him here, whether or not Lin Fei wanted to destroy the Xiantian sect was up to Lin Fei. At this time, if he could get all the benefits in advance, Lin Fei wouldn't mind. He smiled. It seems that your mysterious heaven sect has quite the connections, huh? You know my little interests so quickly. That's right, I'm very interested in the power of faith. If you can give me enough power of faith, I naturally won't do anything to your mysterious heaven sect. I'm a trustworthy person, but the power of faith I want has to satisfy me. I can give your mysterious heaven sect 3 days to prepare. Lin Fei's gaze landed on the mysterious heaven sect master. In the blink of an eye, he teleported away from the Black Heaven Gate. He didn't give the mysterious heaven sect master any time to think. The higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect in the hall suddenly felt like they had lost track of him. They couldn't see how he had left at all. This made their hearts sink. It seemed that this young fellow was indeed very powerful, much more powerful than they had imagined. They still wanted to capture him. Now, it was a matter of whether or not he would attack. The mysterious heaven sect master had been staring at him. When the other party left, he didn't notice anything. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. This meant that the other party had mastered spatial techniques. This caused his expression to darken slightly. It would have been fine if it was anything else, but spatial techniques were the most troublesome thing. In other words, the mysterious heaven sect couldn't stop this fellow at all. The fact that the other party could come and go as he pleased was the most difficult thing to accept. Collect all the power of faith within 3 days. As long as there is power of faith, hand it over. The mysterious heaven sect master gave an order. It wasn't worth it to fight with this fellow. If the other party could take the initiative to retreat, that would be for the best. However, the power of faith wasn't something important. It was very useless. It would be for the best if they could use it to make the young man retreat. They could more or less guess that this young man was most likely from the outside. As for why he had reached an agreement with the great Tang Emperor, they didn't know. One thing was for sure. This young man definitely wasn't one of the great Tang Emperor's men. He wasn't someone that the great Tang Emperor could casually command. This was also the only chance for the mysterious Heaven sect. Naturally, they weren't willing to start a fight. If they could use the power of faith to solve this matter, that would be for the best. They had to solve the problem in front of them first. As for the great Tang Emperor, the mysterious Heaven sect naturally had to seek an explanation. The mysterious Heaven sect immediately set out to search for the power of faith. The mysterious Heaven sect already had a lot of power of faith, but when the young man left, their hearts tightened. They were afraid that ordinary power of faith wouldn't be able to satisfy this fellow. Lin Fei had indeed left. It wasn't very far away, and he immediately hid himself. Since he had let out the word, he naturally believed that the mysterious Heaven sect master would definitely collect the power of faith. He had saved himself a lot of trouble. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lin Fei once again came to the mysterious Heaven sect. This time, he easily entered. Even the formation of the mysterious Heaven sect was the same. If you're not satisfied with what I want, then I'll just take action today. The experts of the mysterious Heaven sect should be mentally prepared. After all, if I make a move, most of you will die, even the higher-ups and elders. Lin Fei said indifferently. The mysterious Heaven sect master also came out. He couldn't eat or sleep in peace for the past 3 days. He kept thinking about how to solve this matter, but after thinking about it, this fellow was too mysterious. It would definitely be difficult to deal with him. The mysterious Heaven sect will also keep our word. We've activated our ability and collected all the power of faith. I think you should be satisfied. The mysterious Heaven sect master waved his hand. A ring flew over, but before it could reach Lin Fei, it was blasted away by Lin Fei's fist. The power was domineering, but the things inside were intact. Balls of power of faith. Chapter 49:17. This time, the mysterious Heaven sect really took out a lot of faith power. It could be said that they had collected a lot of faith power in these 3 days. There was nothing left out. This was the ability of the mysterious Heaven sect. Even some of the sects below them had begun to collect faith power. They wanted to solve this matter first. Now, it was up to this guy to take the faith power and leave. If he left, it would be for the best. To be honest, it was not a good thing for the mysterious Heaven sect to have such a guy here. Who knew how many experts like this the Tang Emperor had invited? It would be best not to get rid of one and have another come. They all had a thought in their hearts that there would not be a second person like this once he left. The Tang Emperor did not have that ability. By now, Lin Fei had already collected all the power of faith. You don't say, the power of faith here is very rich. He did not know where the mysterious Heaven sect got it from. To Lin Fei, this was not a problem at all. As long as there was the power of faith, it would be enough. Compared to before, it was indeed a lot richer. With this faith power, he could probably increase by a few levels. Lin Fei was also very satisfied. This is the faith power that our mysterious Heaven sect has done our best to obtain. If we continue, we won't be able to do anything. Most of the faith power in the entire Jiangnan area has been harvested by us. The mysterious Heaven sect master was expressionless, but in his heart, he was more or less afraid of the other party. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have gone to collect the power of faith. Although it was very easy to collect faith power, it still took time to operate. Another 3 days passed, and everyone was very busy. It's barely passable. At least you did your best. I am a man of my word. If I take your faith power, then I take it. I won't do anything to you anymore. Of course, Lin Fei liked things like this. He also knew that it was impossible for the mysterious Heaven sect to hand over the faith power again. He teleported and left. There was no need for him to fight to the death with the mysterious Heaven sect. He more or less knew about the situation. The mysterious heaven sect still had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Although they had used 2 treasures, they definitely still had the most powerful one. Even if Lin Fei's current physical body was very strong, who knew if he had mastered a super-killing weapon? Therefore, it was better not to go overboard with some things. In any case, there was no conflict between Lin Fei and the mysterious heaven sect. Therefore, Lin Fei left just like that. After obtaining the power of faith, he teleported a few times and arrived at a mountain. Only Lin Fei could do something like this. Even if he wanted to follow them, he wouldn't be able to. He knew that the Tang Emperor must have arranged for someone to follow them, but he was probably dumbfounded. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything more. He opened up a cave and began to cultivate. The great Tang Emperor also received the news immediately. 2 of the 4 major sects had been dealt with, and the other one had fled to the mysterious heaven sect. He originally thought that Lin Mu would be able to deal with the mysterious heaven sect, but he never expected that Lin Mu would leave after obtaining the power of faith. There was a certain gap from what he had expected. In fact, the one he wanted Lin Mu to deal with the most was the mysterious heaven sect. The mysterious heaven sect had a deep foundation and many killing moves, so it was best to let Lin Mu deal with them. Everything was normal before, but he never expected that this guy would give up for the power of faith. Now, with the power of faith, he disappeared without a trace. The Tang Emperor obviously knew that Lin Mu wasn't easy to talk to. It was already quite difficult for him to make a move. Unfortunately, he was just a little bit away. Who told him to not have the power of faith? No matter what, the Tang Emperor had already made a move against the mysterious heaven sect. Therefore, he began to use his power without saying a word. He had to suppress the mysterious heaven sect first in order to prevent them from making any big movements. After Lin Fei left, the Tang Emperor personally went up to fight. A war began just like that. Of course, this was only a small-scale war and wasn't considered a big deal in the Tang Empire. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to it. He had already transformed the power of faith. He had improved again. Fortunately, his infinite god body had a breakthrough. This time, he didn't break through many levels, just 3. He had already reached level 63. Level 63 made Lin Fei feel quite satisfied. He knew that it would be more difficult in the future, so he was quite satisfied to be able to obtain so much power of faith from the mysterious heaven sect. Lin Fei planned to turn his attention to the Great Qin Empire and the Great Zhao Empire. These 2 large empires should have a lot of power of faith. When Lin Fei used his great teleportation, he found that a war had broken out in the Tang Empire. The mysterious heaven sect and the royal family led by the Tang Emperor had launched an intense battle. The war was still very intense, but Lin Fei didn't plan on making a move. To him, this had nothing to do with him. He was just using the power of faith to do things. Who didn't know what the great Tang Emperor was thinking? Therefore, Lin Fei directly left without leaving any trace. Just like that, Lin Fei stepped into the territory of the Great Zhao Empire. The Great Zhao Empire was a little different from the Tang Empire. Their strength was very well integrated. The Great Tang Empire was really lacking compared to this. Lin Fei could feel a strong aura gathering at the border. He didn't need to guess to know that they were preparing to attack. They didn't make a move at this time because they were waiting to see if both sides would suffer. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. This also gave Lin Fei an opportunity. In a small sect, Lin Fei directly took down the sect master. After some interrogation, he learned about the situation in the Great Zhao Empire. The Great Zhao Empire was indeed very different from the Tang Empire. The power inside was basically integrated. Lin Fei just wanted to know a general idea so that he could be prepared to make a move. Looks like I can make a move on the Great Beginning sect. The most powerful sect in the Great Zhao Empire was the Great Beginning sect. This sect had a very strong background and had been passed down for thousands of years. Even the royal family of the Great Zhao Empire came from the Great Beginning sect. So Lin Fei was prepared to go to the Great Beginning sect. He wanted to harvest some power of faith. He hoped that this trip wouldn't be in vain. After obtaining the power of faith, he could basically complete the mission if he went to the Great Qin Empire. Chapter 49:18. The Great Beginning Sect was located in a mountain range. This mountain range was a large forest that gathered the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Not just any force could establish a sect here. Only the Great Beginning Sect could. Here, everyone had to come down and walk. No one could fly in the sky. Once they got close, they would be killed by the sect's methods. Over time, this place became the holy land of the Great Zhao Empire. Anyone who wanted to cultivate wanted to enter the Great Beginning Sect, because only by entering the Great Beginning Sect could they stand out. And today, a figure arrived on the mountain path outside the Great Beginning Sect. This was a ladder that went all the way up, winding like a dragon, all the way to the depths. Only by passing this stone ladder could one enter the Great Beginning Sect. Of course, this ladder wasn't that easy to walk on. The person who could come here was naturally none other than Lin Fei. He was prepared to go to the Great Beginning Sect to look around. There was no power of faith, so he walked all the way here. And this time, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry, he just took his time. He also knew that these spirit arrays would not be of any use to him. But this Great Beginning Sect had powerful killing moves. Now that his physical body had increased by 3 levels, it could be said to be very strong. Every time he increased his physical body's defense, it would increase by several times. This kind of improvement speed could be said to be invincible. So this time, coming to the Great Beginning Sect could be said to be a game for Lin Fei. A slow and leisurely game. Perhaps it was because Lin Fei came at a good time today. There were many people on the way to the Great Beginning Sect, preparing to take him as their master. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this. This time, he was prepared to go straight to the point and beat the Great Beginning Sect into submission in one go. As long as he obtained the power of faith, everything else could be put aside. After that, he arrived in front of the Great Beginning Sect's mountain gate. There were many experts guarding here, so of course they could see the faintly discernible formation. These people quickly noticed Lin Fei's arrival. Because Lin Fei was dressed in a black robe, he walked over at a leisurely pace. His aura was very different. Naturally, they noticed it. Who are you? If you have a problem, you better tell me honestly. One figure after another instantly appeared around Lin Fei. These people were all experts. Although they weren't at the war god realm, the combination of their treasures and the like was still very strong. Lin Fei waved his hand, and with a crash, all of them flew out and fell to the ground, unable to move. Lin Fei walked in just like that. Hurry up and send the signal. Someone has broken into the Taichu sect. These people immediately sent out the signal. Since the establishment of the Taichu sect, no one had dared to break into it. Who would have thought that someone would dare to do so today? He really thought too highly of himself. As soon as the signal was sent, many experts of the Great Beginning Sect saw it. After being stunned for a moment, they rushed to the mountain gate because the location of the signal seemed to be there. Since when did someone break into the Taichu sect? This was not the way to break into the Taichu sect. People usually came in a straight line. There were only a few people who came on foot like this. It was completely unheard of. Soon, everyone saw a figure walking over at a leisurely pace. Everywhere he passed, figures were sent flying. None of them could withstand a single blow. Lin Fei didn't walk very quickly, but everyone felt a great pressure. When did such an expert come? Another figure came out, and a spear was shot out. However, the opponent also moved slightly and grabbed the spear. The opponent's strength was actually unable to advance any further. With a boom, a wave of energy flowed through the spear and directly into the opponent's body. I'm just here to be a guest. Do you all want to die? If you do, come at me. I won't be polite, and I'll be more than happy to send you on your way. Lin Fei's indifferent voice spread out, causing the expressions of many experts of the Great Beginning Sect to change again. They couldn't see this guy's strength because the one who just died was a 3-star war god. A 3-star war god wasn't much. They could more or less see that this young man was very strong. At the very least, he was a 4-star war god or a 5-star war god. The more it was like this, the more pressure they felt. Therefore, they didn't make a move. Instead, treasures came crashing down from afar. However, when those treasures smashed into the sky above Lin Fei, they were blocked by some sort of power. They were simply useless. Lin Fei waved his hand and these treasures flew out. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds could be heard as cracks appeared on the surface of the treasure. It made their hearts bleed. Lin Fei continued forward. Not long after, he arrived at the Great Hall of the Great Beginning Sect. Taichu Temple. Countless experts had already gathered here. All of them looked at the young man who came up. They were a little surprised. When did an expert come? They didn't recognize him. Most importantly, they couldn't see his cultivation level. It was as if there was a layer of mystery around him. People like this were the most terrifying. Therefore, no one was in a hurry to make a move. It was easy to die if one was rash. This person had withstood so many attacks along the way that he was definitely not an ordinary person. Who are you? How dare you come to the Great Beginning Sect? Don't you know that the Great Beginning Sect is the sacred land of the Great Zhao Empire? A figure walked out. When this figure walked out, the experts outside all became extremely respectful. He was the great elder of the Great Beginning Sect. Don't you know who I am? Then your intelligence agency is too weak. My purpose for coming here is very simple. I just hope that the Great Beginning Sect can give me a gift. It's that simple. The great elder frowned. He really didn't know who this guy was. However, his words were extremely arrogant. He actually came to the Great Beginning Sect to ask for a gift. He really couldn't believe it. Who do you think you are? How dare you come to the Great Beginning Sect to ask for a gift? You're seeking death. Kneel right now. If you don't kneel, it'll be useless even if you have 10 lives later. It's always been us bullying others. No one has ever dared to come to our Great Beginning Sect to cause trouble. You're the only one. Kneel. The figures snorted coldly and gathered together. It was quite a scene. Lin Fei stomped his foot on the ground. All of you, shut up. There was a loud rumbling sound. Waves of power exploded in their bodies. Bang, 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 bang. Beautiful fireworks of blood bloomed just like that. In the blink of an eye, countless experts outside the Great Hall died. Even the Great Elder's face darkened in an instant. Chapter 49-19. The remaining experts of the Great Beginning Sect all had a drastic change in expression as they subconsciously retreated. In that instant, countless experts died. They were unable to withstand the opponent's simple methods at all, and their physical bodies directly exploded. It was the same for them. Fortunately, they were wearing powerful defensive treasured armors that were able to withstand the attack. When they looked at the other party, they were filled with fear. Such a fellow was actually so terrifying and fierce. He didn't give their Great Beginning Sect any face at all. Even the imperial family had to be polite in front of the Taichu sect. But now, this young man had actually done something that made them exceptionally angry. You actually killed so many experts of our Great Beginning Sect. You're dead, you're dead. Men. Hurry up and capture him. We can't let him leave the Taichu sect. The Great Elder's face had already turned black. He didn't expect this guy to really dare to make a move. He killed so many of the higher-ups in one move. And it was even in the time it took for a single move. They couldn't take it at all. Lin Fei also smiled faintly. I came to ask for something, but you refused to give it to me. It's not like it's anything good. It's useless to keep it anyway. Look at it now. So many experts have died, and it'll take another few decades to train them again. The Great Elder was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a group of elite elders of the Great Beginning Sect. In the future, they would all become great experts. Even if there was only 1 in 10 of them, it would still be enough to make the Great Beginning sect incomparably powerful. But now, they were all wiped out. The remaining ones were all lucky enough not to be killed. If the news of the Great Beginning sect were to spread, everyone would probably laugh out loud. A dignified holy land of the Great Beginning sect had actually been killed by a young man, so many of their elders. How could they accept this? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The remaining silhouettes all rushed forward. These figures rushed up. Lin Fei also moved. Bang 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 bang. Wherever it passed, figures would be smashed to the ground, unable to get up at all. In an instant, Lin Fei had completely destroyed their physical bodies. Lin Fei glanced at the Great Elder indifferently. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm not good at other things, but I'm pretty strong. The Great Elder's pupils contracted, and he subconsciously took a step back. This guy's physical strength was actually so strong. Unarmed, these high-level elders were unable to move at all. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying, and there wasn't even a scratch on his body. This fleshly body made him understand what despair was. Why would such a powerful body come here? Even though the disciples of their sects had cultivated quite a number of skills, they couldn't be compared to this person in front of them at all. The other party's physical body was too strong. It was like an iron bastion. It was really difficult to deal with him. I'll say it again. Obediently hand over the power of faith, and I'll leave now. Otherwise, your Great Beginning sect's vitality will be greatly damaged. The Great Elder was already very regretful. If he knew that this guy was so capable, he would have satisfied the other party's conditions earlier. There wouldn't have been such a large number of casualties. Wasn't it just some power of faith? This thing was not considered a good thing, and it was quite a useless existence. Now that he couldn't do it, if he were to hand over the power of faith, their Great Beginning sect would really suffer a huge loss. If word of this got out, everyone would laugh at the Great Beginning sect. A dignified big force had lost so many people, and they had to hand over the power of faith. This was completely bowing their heads. After some publicity, one could imagine what the Great Beginning sect would become. It was definitely not a good thing. It's absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. Even if there is power of faith, I won't hand it over to you. My Great Beginning sect will not rest until you are dead. We will chase you to the ends of the earth. The Great Elder had already thrown caution to the wind and directly attacked. Rays of incomparably bright divine light broke through the void and reached the depths of the void. All the divine light instantly turned into a mouthful of divine light. The sword slashed down, and the void was instantly cut open. Even Lin Fei trembled slightly. A simple white mark was left on his body. This was the very terrifying sword that the other party had just unleashed. It could ignore the void and kill anything in an instant. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's strong physical body, this sword would have really injured him. But now, it was no different from scratching an itch. It seems that your Great Beginning sect still has a lot of treasures to be able to erupt with such power. The power just now has reached the level of an invincible god of war. The Great Elder is indeed the Great Elder. Lin Fei also laughed. No one could better understand the power of the sword just now than him. The power of the famous invincible god of war. The power that erupted came from the divine light. As for the Great Elder himself, he wasn't an invincible god of war. Even so, it was still shocking. The Great Elder's expression suddenly changed. No one knew the power better than he did. Even he himself could feel the power contained within. But now, the other party could actually withstand it. He seemed to understand what this meant. No one knew better than the Great Elder that the guy in front of him was most likely an invincible god of war. You are an invincible god of war. The Great Elder's voice trembled as he spoke. One must know that the strength of an invincible god of war was extremely terrifying. Especially when the other party was an invincible god of war with his physical body. This was really unimaginable. It was definitely the most terrifying of all. No wonder he dared to come to the Great Beginning sect alone. Lin Fei smiled. Is it that important to be an invincible god of war? I'm just here to ask if you have it now. If you don't, then I'll take it myself. If anything happens then, it's none of my business. I can give you the power of faith, but you have to take it and leave. Otherwise, our great beginning sect will fight to the death. Another figure walked out. This was a very calm voice. One could imagine that it was the great beginning sect master. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They were planning to lower their heads, but when they remembered that this guy was an invincible god of war, their faces were filled with bitterness and helplessness. Perhaps this was the best choice. Chapter 49:20. The person who came out was indeed the sect master of the great beginning sect. He didn't come out because he had something to do inside. To him, the great beginning sect was the top force in the entire great Zhao Empire. No other force could compete with it. Even the royal family had to be careful and courteous. Everyone knew that the emperor of the royal family had to be chosen through them. It could be said that the entire great Zhao Empire was under the control of the great beginning sect. He never expected that someone would cause trouble in the great beginning sect. He killed many of the higher-ups in one move, and it was in the blink of an eye. The great beginning sect suffered heavy casualties. He saw it from beginning to end, so he could naturally tell. This black-robed guy was very strong. It was very likely that he had already reached the level of an invincible god of war. Moreover, he had become an invincible god of war with his physical body. It was completely different from what they had imagined. It was very dangerous and very dangerous. If they were not careful, they would be killed. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to kill such a person. They were very clear about this. So, the sect master of the great beginning sect came out on his own. He had to solve the problem in front of him first. How could they solve a problem like this? It was nothing more than letting him get what he wanted and leave. If they had known that he only wanted the power of faith, they would have definitely given it to him. After all, it was not easy to offend such an invincible god of war. Although the great beginning sect also had such an ancestor, the ancestor would never appear unless it was a matter of life and death. Moreover, this young invincible god of war had a physical body realm. Ordinary treasures would be useless against him. Didn't you see that the sword didn't even leave a scratch on him? This kind of defensive ability was already considered top-notch. If such a person was allowed to continue to cause trouble, the entire great beginning sect would basically be done for. A ring flew over. Lin Fei didn't take the ring. Instead, he punched it away. The power of faith that filled the sky flew out. With a wave of his hand, a great mystic ability took away the power of faith. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into honor points. As expected of the sect master, you're much more straightforward. I'm a straightforward person. Since I said I want faith power, I'll definitely do it. By the way, I see that you're related to the Great Qin Empire, right? Please help me inform them that I'm going to visit the Great Qin Empire. Lin Fei left the moment he got his hands on those items. He had no intention of making a move at all. Even the absolute beginning sect master was unable to grasp the other party's traces. He did leave a small trick in the ring. After killing so many people in the absolute beginning sect, he would definitely have to pay a price. He never thought that the other party would directly destroy the ring with a single punch. The ring was very strong, but it was broken just like that. It also made him realize that this guy was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Are we going to let him leave just like that? The great elder had been holding back his anger, but he was the one who had attacked him. There was no chance of victory. An invincible god of war. An invincible god of war had appeared in Jiangnan, and they didn't even know about it. Logically speaking, they should have information about any invincible god of war. The sudden appearance of this fellow was simply too mysterious. The absolute beginning sect master said calmly. If I'm not mistaken, this guy has just caused a lot of trouble in the Great Tang Empire. Even the Black Heaven sect suffered a loss. This is what I just learned. Hearing this, the great elder's expression changed again. The Black Heaven sect was not inferior to the absolute beginning sect. He didn't expect to suffer a loss at the hands of this guy. He can't possibly want to make faith power too. Does he want to use faith power to become a god? How is that possible? Regardless of whether he is or not, the Absolute Beginning sect has already remembered him. The bigger the trouble he causes, the better. When the time comes, we don't need to do anything. Sooner or later, someone will deal with him. The situation in Jiangnan is not something that an invincible god of war can interfere with. The great elder seemed to understand what he meant. The waters in Jiangnan were much deeper than he had imagined. An invincible god of war would not be able to run amok in the water so easily. There is a civil war in the Great Tang Empire. The Black Heaven sect and the Great Tang Emperor have opened up. We can also make a move and kill them all. Just like that, Lin Fei left the Absolute Beginning sect. He was not worried that the other party could catch up to him. As for the ring, he directly exploded it. He could feel that there was a small trick in the ring. A person like the Absolute Beginning sect master would definitely have his own thoughts. He would definitely take revenge, and it was only natural that he would leave a certain place on the ring. However, all of this was useless against Lin Fei. He did not even want the ring, let alone anything else. He was probably thinking about how to deal with him now. Lin Fei went to a quiet place. He began to improve. This time, his luck was not bad. He directly went from 63 to 66. 66th layer. Yi Xiaolong was quite satisfied. His physical body had become much stronger. Of course, the speed was much slower. In Lin Fei's opinion, it would not be so easy to break through to 100. It would take a long time to accumulate. Of course, if he could take down the first level of the great world of the gods, he might have no problem breaking through to the 80th level. He could even reach the 90th level. If he was lucky, he might even reach the 100th level. Lin Fei rested for a while before heading to the Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin Empire definitely had faith power. Lin Fei felt that it would be a pity if he didn't take the power of faith with him. Peng 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 peng. Pillars instantly rose into the air, forming a huge formation. It completely enveloped this part of the void. It no longer existed. Two silhouettes walked out. They stared at Lin Fei from the left and right. "Sir, you are really bold. At your realm, you actually came out to cause destruction. Do you know the consequences?" Lin Fei squinted his eyes. They were actually two invincible war gods. This was the first time Lin Fei saw invincible war gods. However, they were both pseudo-invincible war gods. Just like that, the two of them were exceptionally strong. Ordinary people could not deal with them. "So you're saying that I've touched something that I shouldn't have, so you came out to cause trouble for me, right?" Lin Fei laughed. He knew that the waters in Jiangnan were deep, but he did not expect it to be this deep. Two pseudo-invincible war gods were here. They even set up a formation. Chapter 49-21. The appearance of the two pseudo-invincible war gods was indeed quite surprising to Lin Fei. He also knew about the Jiangnan region, which meant that the great world of the gods was more complicated than he had imagined. Previously, Lin Fei did not think that there would be many invincible war gods. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, two pseudo-invincible war gods would appear. Now, they had even used a formation to trap him. In Lin Fei's opinion, this array formation was nothing much. He was just curious. These two had come to find him, but they could not possibly kill him. The theoretical possibility was very low. Since the two of you have used such methods, I don't think it's just a few simple words. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm all ears. These two invincible war gods were indeed fake. Even though they were pseudo-invincible war gods, their combat abilities were still very strong. At the very least, peak 9-star war gods were not their match. This was the difference. You know your place. That's great. I'm here to ask you to come with us. The Invincible Alliance wants to meet you. Invincible Alliance? Lin Fei had never heard of this force. It seemed like it was a powerful force hidden in the great world of the gods. You wouldn't know if I told you. The Invincible Alliance was formed by the invincible war gods of the great world of the gods. This time, you broke the rules in the Jiangnan region, so we came here. Since you are an invincible war god, we would have killed you long ago. The two of them had very cold expressions. It was obvious that they were very confident in their own abilities. Even though the two of them had yet to test whether or not this guy in front of them was an invincible war god, they knew that apart from a peak 9-star warrior, only an invincible war god would be able to easily kill a war god. Just look at the mysterious Heaven sect. They were already extremely strong, but they suffered a great loss when they encountered Lin Fei. They did not believe that he was not an invincible war god. Of course, just like them, he was a half-step invincible war god. Although he was only a half-step invincible war god, he was still very strong. Therefore, the two of them were quite confident. What you need to do now is to come with us. It's that simple. If you don't come with us, then we'll take action directly. Once the two of us take action, you won't have a good ending. Lin Fei smiled as well. He was quite interested in the Invincible Alliance. He did not expect there to be such a huge organization. There was a loud rumble. Just as Lin Fei was about to speak, a figure rushed out, and the surrounding array began to crack. Just like that, a figure walked in and smiled at the two of them. Your Invincible Alliance is pretty fast. You found this guy so quickly, but he can't go with you. It was a middle-aged man with a mustache. He was all smiles. He carried a huge saber on his back. As soon as this person appeared, the expressions of the two half-step invincible war gods changed slightly. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to steal someone from our Invincible Alliance? The middle-aged man with a mustache smiled. Your Invincible Alliance isn't the only one with invincible war gods in this god's land. Our Fengyun Tower has one too. Lin Fei was surprised. He did not expect the Invincible Alliance to come, and now Fengyun Tower. If he was right, both of them were top forces in the gods' great world. It seemed that the strength of both forces were about the same. Now that the people from the Invincible Alliance came to find him, they were going to rope him in. That was why they sent out two half-step invincible war gods. It seemed that he had become a hot commodity all of a sudden. This made Lin Fei even more aware of one thing. It seemed that it was not easy to become a half-step invincible war god or an invincible war god. Just look at the current situation. Greetings, brother. I'm Guyun from Fengyun Tower. The Invincible Alliance isn't so kind as to invite you over. They're probably planning to use force to refine you into their puppet because you've ruined their plans. Guyun also spoke immediately. Hearing this, the two men's expressions changed even more. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Our Invincible Alliance would never do such things. On the contrary, Fengyun Tower would refine people into puppets from time to time and keep them by their side. If you go with them, you will definitely not have a good ending. The two of them immediately splashed a large amount of dirty water over. Of course, Lin Fei could tell which of the two people was speaking the truth and which was lying. At the very least, Guyun of Wind Cloud Tower had more or less given Lin Fei a pretty good impression. On the other hand, the Invincible Alliance had left Lin Fei with a domineering and arrogant attitude. In any case, you can't go with him today. Otherwise, the two of us will bring you over ourselves. Just as the two half-step invincible war gods from the Invincible Alliance spoke, they saw streaks of light flying over. It turned out that Guyun had made a move. His broadsword instantly turned into streaks of saber light. I've long wanted to experience your skills. It's rare to have such an opportunity today. Don't stand on ceremony and experience it well. Guyun seemed to be a violent person and immediately made a move. The two half-step invincible war gods also made their moves. For a moment, the two of them were locked in a fierce battle. Lin Fei could also see that Gu Yun's strength was actually higher than the two of them. Although he was not a true invincible war god, he was only a half-step invincible war god. However, his strength was much stronger than before. Gu Yun, don't be too proud of yourself for snatching this guy. When the time comes, our invincible alliance will settle the score with you sooner or later. The two of them threw a sentence and immediately left. The surrounding formation collapsed in an instant. Now that it's safe, the two of them can only talk tough. They don't dare to do anything. If Fengyun Tower collapsed so easily, it wouldn't be Fengyun Tower. It wouldn't be one of the four major factions in the great world of gods. Guyun also came over and said with a smile. It seems like the waters of the great world of gods are deeper than I thought. There was Invincible Alliance, and now there's Fengyun Tower. Tell me, which one should I believe? Lin Fei also said unhurriedly. Guyun also smiled, it depends on your own feelings. If you think Invincible Alliance is good, then you can look for them. If Fengyun Tower is good, then look for Fengyun Tower. It's that simple. Lin Fei laughed heartily, then I'll follow you to Fengyun Tower. At the same time, I can understand how deep the waters are. Chapter 49-22. Lin Fei knew long ago that the gods' great world wasn't simple. Everything was as he had imagined. An invincible war god appeared. No, they treated themselves as half-step invincible war gods. This realm could not be considered very high. But in the gods' great event, they were considered the top. Apart from the true invincible war gods, there were only a few of them. If there were no surprises, these four powers should be the top powers that control the entire gods' great world. But they didn't have any reputation. Perhaps only the true top-notch powerhouses would know. And this expert was probably only half-step invincible war gods had the right to know. This possibility was very high. Because Lin Fei hadn't heard of the Invincible Alliance or Fengyun Tower from other information. No matter which one it was, they were both very mysterious. There was no news at all. One could imagine what the situation was like. From here, Lin Fei could even think of places further away. This is the headquarters of our Fengyun Tower. On a mountain peak. Guyun opened a space point. Lin Fei followed Guyun in. A spatial point like this was quite surprising to Lin Fei. He didn't expect there to be a small grotto heaven world in the space point. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei sensed the auras of many people. He wasn't afraid that Guyun would have any thoughts about him. Don't forget about the great karma technique. That was a really good thing. He didn't sense any killing intent from Guyun. There was no karma connection. This way, Lin Fei was more at ease. He wouldn't cause any trouble. This Guyun was probably trying to rope him in. It wasn't easy to produce a half-step invincible war god. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. One by one, human figures flew out. In the blink of an eye, 8 figures flew out. These 8 figures were all half-step invincible war gods. When they came over, their gazes landed on Lin Fei. Someone else is here. He looks unfamiliar, I don't know him at all. This person has a dangerous aura, he should be a half-step invincible war god. They were all sizing up Lin Fei. Guyun smiled and said, this is fellow Taoist Lin Mu, whom I just snatched from the hands of the Invincible Alliance. When Guyun said this, the others were slightly startled. They immediately burst into laughter, their faces full of pride and elation. Taoist Gu is still the best. He made the Invincible Alliance suffer a loss again. Our Fengyun Tower's strength is going to increase by a lot again. Last time, our Fengyun Tower found a half-step invincible god of war, but they beat us to it. Now, we finally got it back. Welcome to our Fengyun Tower, fellow Taoist Lin. You will find that coming to our Fengyun Tower is the best choice. Lin Fei didn't say anything. More and more people were listening to them. One could imagine how much they hated the Invincible Alliance. I'm just here to watch the fun. I haven't decided which side to live on yet. Also, I'm a newbie now, I don't know anything. Lin Fei laughed. They weren't surprised at all, as if they had encountered this situation many times before. They all laughed. These people are all half-step invincible gods of war. They are all part of our Fengyun Tower. Lin Fei and Gu Yun left them. After walking around the place for a while, they finally arrived at a large hall. This hall was called the Fengyun Hall. Once he arrived, Lin Fei felt a strong aura. This was a genuine invincible god of war. Lin Fei couldn't be more familiar with this aura. Because he himself was an invincible god of war, but he was different from the others. It was also the first time that Lin Fei met such an invincible god of war. He understood how big the gap between him and the other party was. If he were to fight against such an invincible god of war, he could defeat at least 7 or 8 of them. Who asked Lin Fei to not find a real invincible god of war before? And this time, he finally found one. He could use it as a comparison. Even if he didn't fight, Lin Fei had an idea. As expected, his infinite god physique was different after reaching the 66th level. Welcome, Daoist Lin, to our Fengyun Tower. How do you feel? This was a middle-aged man with the aura of a scholar. Just by standing there casually, one wouldn't be able to tell that this was the leader of Fengyun Tower. It was very simple and very ordinary. No one would suspect that he was a scholar. This is my first time here as well. It's much more interesting than I thought. The great world of gods is also much more powerful than I thought. The middle-aged scholar chuckled and gestured for Lin Fei to take a seat next to him. Gu Yun tactfully left. When he came back, he had already brought a pot of tea. He followed him out. Just like that, only Lin Fei and the leader were left in the hall. I would like to invite Daoist Lin to become a part of our Fengyun Tower. The leader of Fengyun Tower smiled as he took out a ring and placed it in front of Lin Fei. This is a small token of our appreciation. Although it isn't much, it should be of some use to you. Lin Fei didn't look at the ring, but he already knew what was inside. That was the power of faith. It was much denser than the power of faith that he had plundered previously. He knew that the 4 great powers had more accumulation than him. Look, even the power of faith that they gave him was so dense. I don't know much about the great world of gods. I only know that there are 3 levels, and this is only one of them. Lin Fei asked a simple question. Then can you tell me more about the great world of gods? Especially this level. I don't want to join Fengyun Tower and offend so many people. The leader of Fengyun Tower laughed heartily. This person was really interesting. Our Fengyun Tower is different from other places. Let's take the Invincible Alliance for example. They are very particular about seniority. Even if you are an invincible war god, you can only be at the back. Lin Fei listened quietly. This leader of Fengyun Tower was really sincere in inviting Lin Fei to join Fengyun Tower. It was too difficult to find a half-step invincible war god. Even if one appeared, people would fight over it. After a while, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the great world of gods. For example, the hidden powers were the Invincible Alliance, Fengyun Tower, the Abyss Hell, and the Assassin's Alliance. Chapter 49-23. At this moment, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the great world of the gods. He didn't expect that there were still 4 top powers that were still in hiding. This was the first time he had heard of such a situation. He also knew why Gu Yun came to look for him. He wanted him to join Fengyun Tower. After all, he was a half-step invincible war god. This kind of opportunity did not come by often. If he missed this chance, he didn't know when he would get a second chance. Just look at the Invincible Alliance and he knew what the situation was like. Even they wanted to make a move, let alone Fengyun Tower. Not to mention Assassin's Alliance and Abyss Hell. They would probably rush over as soon as they heard the news. Our Fengyun Tower is really sincere in inviting you to join us. Fengyun Tower's master laughed. Lin Fei knew about the situation. He also knew that the power of faith in the ring was much more than he had imagined. However, Lin Fei naturally wasn't interested in the Invincible Alliance. As for Abyss Hell and Assassin's Alliance, Lin Fei wasn't familiar with them at all. However, Fengyun Tower left a deep impression on him, let alone Gu Yun. I have to think about this. I think you shouldn't be in a hurry. Let's stay for a while. Fengyun Tower's master laughed heartily. No hurry, no hurry. After all, our powers are different from the others. You can stay in Fengyun Tower for a few days and take a look around. Besides a few places that you can't go to, you can go to the rest. Our Fengyun Tower is very humane. Just like that. Lin Fei came down from Fengyun Tower's master's room. Fengyun Tower's master arranged a VIP building for Lin Fei to stay in. Lin Fei refined all the power of faith in the first place. Fengyun Tower's master didn't play any tricks. It could be seen that he was sincere in wanting him to join Fengyun Tower. After all, a half-step invincible war god was still very attractive. This made Lin Fei even more aware of one thing. There shouldn't be many invincible war gods in the first level of the great world of the gods. Even a half-step invincible god of war was extremely powerful. I've finally reached the 70th layer. It wasn't easy. This time, Fengyun Tower has truly given me a big present. Lin Fei felt the changes in his physical body and his lips curled into a smile. With the help of the power of faith, Lin Fei advanced by leaps and bounds, directly reaching the 70th level. At this time, Lin Fei's body has become more vigorous and powerful. As for what realm he has reached, Lin Fei doesn't know, but the strength of his body is very explosive. Seems like joining Fengyun Tower isn't impossible. I'll have the chance to come into contact with more secrets and obtain more power of faith. In Fengyun Tower, Lin Fei had obtained a large amount of faith power. Not to mention the other top forces. Whether it was the Invincible Alliance, the Assassin Alliance, or the Abyss Hell, it was believed that they all had a large amount of faith power hidden away. Lin Fei settled down quietly. On the 5th day, Guyun came over and invited Lin Fei out for a walk. Lin Fei didn't refuse and just followed Guyun out. Our Fengyun Tower is very different from other places. We pay particular attention to freedom. For example, we have a few auction houses here, and from time to time, some good things will be auctioned here. Don't tell me you want the power of faith? There are quite a lot of these places. Other than that, there is another place in the great world of the gods that also has the power of faith. Guyun wasn't very clear as to why Lin was so interested in the power of faith. Of course, it was very likely that he wanted to use the power of faith to reach the heavens in a single step and become a lesser god. After an invincible war god, he would be a lesser god. However, this realm was too difficult. At the very least, there was a certain amount of pressure to break through at this level. Therefore, many people thought of other methods, which were strange and unconventional. Using this method, there was still a chance to break through to the lesser god realm. However, this was too difficult. Currently, not many people had succeeded in breaking through to the lesser god realm. At the very least, Guyun hadn't seen one. Of course, he wouldn't express too many opinions on this matter. What he needed to do now was to properly rope in this Lin. This Lin was completely different from the others. He was very strong, especially when it came to close combat. He was very fierce. For example, Guyun could clearly feel that this Lin was emitting a terrifying aura. Moreover, he was rather dangerous. For a moment, he suspected that if Lin made a move, he wouldn't be able to withstand it and would definitely die. This kind of thinking was very absurd, but it was the truth. Lin Fei also smiled. I am quite knowledgeable about the power of faith, so I have always been researching it. Unfortunately, it is too difficult for our great world of the gods to obtain the power of faith. On the other hand, your tower master has given me a lot of power of faith, which makes me very grateful. Lin Fei spoke half-truths and half-lies. After all, it wasn't that there weren't people who researched the power of faith, but there weren't many like him. Of course, with Lin Fei's strength, Guyun naturally wouldn't think too much about it. Guyun also laughed along with him. The power of faith is indeed difficult to obtain now. This is because the previous era was the era of faith. Faith is king, and who knows how much power of faith has been taken away by unparalleled experts. When he said this, Lin Fei's heart was slightly moved. This was a secret, and he really wasn't very clear about it. What you said is quite interesting. I don't really understand the great world of the gods. That's all in the past. It was because their rule was too powerful that it led to the collapse of the great world. However, if you want the power of faith, I feel that you can go to the central province. There is still a lot of power of faith there, much more than other places. If the central province doesn't have the power of faith, then other places are even worse. Guyan suddenly said in a serious tone. Lin Fei naturally understood what he meant. The central province had a lot of power of faith, and it wasn't just an ordinary amount. Of course, Lin Fei also knew that it wasn't that easy to obtain the power of faith in the central province. This Guyan was obviously selling him some information. As for whether the Tower Master's figure was behind this, no one knew. However, it was still possible. Then I'm really ignorant and inexperienced. I really don't understand much about this. Chapter 49-24. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about the central province. He only knew that it was a very ancient place. In the great world of gods, the central province was a very special place. An ancient war had broken out in that place. If there was a place where faith power could be found, then the central province was indeed a place with a good chance of finding it. When Guyan said this, Lin Fei understood what he meant. It meant that their Fengyun Tower still had some information. This information was definitely related to the central province. With this information, he would be able to find this faith power. Lin Fei's reaction was quite fast. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by Guyan's words at all. In other words, the importance of a half-step invincible war god was very important to any power. That was why Guyan came to look for him and indirectly revealed some information. Lin Fei's infinite fleshly body had already reached the 70th layer. It was indeed very powerful. Of course, Lin Fei hoped that his fleshly body could improve further. Therefore, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. Then I really have to go to the central province in the future to broaden my horizons. After all, the great world of gods is so big. I haven't been to many places before. It's about time to go out and broaden my horizons. Guyan laughed as well. The great world of gods is indeed very big. You need to go and broaden your horizons. Our wind and cloud tower has a lot of information. If you need it, just tell us and we will bring it over. Guyan brought Lin Fei around and even participated in a few auctions. These auctions had quite a lot of items and they were all very precious. At the very least, Lin Fei had some ideas after seeing them. To be able to become a peak power, they had a lot of items in their hands. It was the same for these auctions. Any item that was taken out could cause a fight outside. However, it was very quiet here. After a few days, Guyan came to look for Lin Fei again. However, this time, it was the Tower Lord of Wind Cloud Tower who wanted to see Lin Fei. Lin Fei had only tagged along. That guy must have been waiting anxiously. The more Lin Fei didn't reveal his intention to join Fengyun Tower, the more anxious the Tower Master would be. He was afraid that one day, Lin Fei would leave Fengyun Tower. At that time, this opportunity would be gone. Lin Fei would more or less know. Perhaps the Union of Assassins and the Abyss had already received some information. They were here to rope him in. That was why the Tower Master of Fengyun Tower was so anxious to meet him. When Lin Fei arrived, he saw that there were two more people in the hall. The two of them had two completely different auras. One was much colder and gloomier, while the other was much weirder. Lin Fei already had an idea in his heart. When Lin Fei came in, the two people also looked over. The Tower Master smiled and said, "This is Dao friend Lin Mu. He's the person you're looking for." Lin Fei knew that this was the case. He didn't expect them to find him so quickly. The gloomy middle-aged man laughed. "I'm the representative of the Abyss Hell, Leng Wufeng. I'm here to invite Dao friend Lin to join our Abyss Hell." After Leng Wufeng said this, the other tall man also spoke. "I'm from the Union of Assassins. Our Union of Assassins also hopes that Dao friend Lin can join us." As soon as the two of them came over, they immediately started talking. Lin Fei finally knew why the Tower Master of Fengyun Tower called him here. It seemed that the Abyss Hell and the Union of Assassins had a great influence. They still had to give face. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to stand here. Lin Fei also smiled. He could feel that the Tower Master of Storm Tower was extremely nervous this time. Although the Abyss Hell and the Union of Assassins didn't mention anything, they only sent an invitation. Of course, this invitation was definitely not a simple one. There would definitely be some benefits. If there weren't any benefits, no one would be willing to join these two top forces. At the very least, Lin Fei was a hot commodity now. Just look at the Invincible Alliance. I didn't expect to receive an invitation from two top forces. I'm really flattered. Lin Fei also smiled. The two of them had indeed received the news that a person suspected to be at the level of an invincible war god had appeared in Jiangnan. Hence, they came immediately. At the same time, their intelligence agency had also collected information. This person was obviously an outsider. It was indeed rare to see someone with such strength. Just look at the Invincible Alliance. They managed to recruit this person and made many enemies. The two of them were delighted. The more they offended, the better. This way, they would be able to rope in someone. Although they didn't know which side he would join in the end. I won't join the Abyss Hell for now. There's also the Union of Assassins. I think Fengyun Tower is not bad. Lin Fei looked at the Master of Fengyun Tower. The Master of Fengyun Tower was indeed waiting for Lin Mu's reply. He wasn't sure if Lin Mu would be able to join Fengyun Tower. After all, Lin Mu was very strong. Not everyone could reach the realm of a half-step invincible war god. This guy had a dangerous aura. It was obvious that his strength was not limited to this. Otherwise, the Xiantian sect wouldn't be so angry. It could be seen from this. Now that he heard this, the Master of Fengyun Tower's face was filled with joy and a smile. He didn't know that Lin Mu had agreed so quickly, but no matter what, it was a good thing for Fengyun Tower. I told you before that you might have come here for nothing. I'm really sorry. Our Fengyun Tower has successfully invited this cultivator. Leng Wufeng and the other tall man's expressions changed. They were indeed quite surprised. They came after receiving the news because this person didn't join Fengyun Tower immediately. They thought there was still a chance. They didn't expect that when they arrived, Lin Mu would actually propose to join Fengyun Tower. He didn't give them any chance at all. The two of them were a little regretful. After congratulating him, they left, not forgetting to leave behind a sentence. The two top forces would always open their doors. As long as Lin Fei was willing to join, he could do so at any time. This gave the Master of Fengyun Tower a little pressure. It wasn't easy to recruit talents. Cultivator Lin, do you really plan to join Fengyun Tower? The Master of Fengyun Tower felt that he had to ask again, even if it was a little rude. Of course, I think Fengyun Tower is not bad. Chapter 49-25. Just like that, Lin Fei joined Fengyun Tower. To him, it didn't matter which top faction he joined. He just felt that this Fengyun Tower was quite interesting. As for the Invincible Alliance, the so-called Abyss Hell, or the Assassin Alliance, they were all average. He didn't have a good impression of them. Fengyun Tower was different, it felt like a free and unfettered place. As an invincible war god, he joined Fengyun Tower. The Tower Master had wanted to hold a meeting to let everyone get to know Lin Fei, but Lin Fei smiled and refused. In the end, it was changed to a welcoming banquet. This also let Lin Fei know that there were many experts in Fengyun Tower. Disregarding everything else, Fengyun Tower's Tower Master was the strongest. He was a peak invincible war god. Such a realm was not low at all. There were 4 levels in the invincible war god realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. There were very few who could reach the peak stage. At this stage, they could break through to the next stage. But breaking through to the next stage was too difficult. Currently, no one could do it. Many invincible war gods were surprised that Lin Fei had joined Fengyun Tower at such a young age. Fengyun Tower had about 15 invincible war gods. 8 of them were true invincible war gods, and the remaining 7 were half-step invincible war gods. This was rather capable. Without a powerful invincible war god, they didn't have the right to be called a top faction. After the welcoming banquet, Lin Fei stayed in Fengyun Tower. Tower Master Fengyun brought a lot of information, all of which was about the top forces. When Lin Fei was free, he would drink tea and read up on the information. He had a better understanding of the top factions. Of the 4 top factions, the most ambitious was probably the Invincible Alliance. They had pulled in countless experts. Of course, their methods were very displeasing. As for the Abyss Hell, it was very mysterious. From time to time, it would have conflicts with the Invincible Alliance. As for the Assassin Alliance, it was a very different existence. They had no interest in the gods' great world, but they were very good at assassination. As long as they had money, they would do anything. Hence, the Assassin Alliance was not to be trifled with. Fortunately, the Assassin League's fame was not limited to the top circles. Many of the war gods didn't even know about this. It was destroyed, but no one knew who did it. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had stayed in Fengyun Tower for a month. During this month, he really had nothing to do other than drinking tea and reading information. Fellow cultivator Lin, it seems that you've been living a leisurely life these days. I have something good to discuss with you. I wonder if you're interested. Guyan came over. Ever since Lin Fei joined Fengyun Tower, this fellow would come over from time to time. After some time, they had become good friends. From time to time, they would talk about some things. I'm not like you who immerses yourself in cultivation all day. Sometimes, it's important to strike a balance between work and rest. How nice would it be to watch me drink tea and read some information? Lin Fei said with a smile. He brewed another pot of tea. Guyan bluntly sat down. Of course, he was envious of Lin Mu. No one was like him. After coming to Wind Cloud Tower, he just quietly drank tea and looked at the information. There was no movement at all. His mentality was completely different from the rest. Guyan smiled bitterly and said, if I was like fellow Lin, then I wouldn't have anything to worry about. This time, there's a god tomb. I wonder if you're interested in exploring it together. You should know that people like us only have the motivation to explore a few places when we've reached this realm. After drinking a cup of tea, Guyan became a chatterbox. Lin Fei smiled and said, this god tomb that you're talking about should belong to a lower god, right? If that's the case, then I'm quite interested. I also want to see what they left behind. Lin Fei had read through a lot of information. Of course, he had also read about Central Province. Central Province was a very special place, so Lin Fei was not in a hurry to enter. Now that his infinite god body had reached the 70th level, he naturally hoped to reach the next level. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He hoped to obtain more power of faith. If there was no power of faith, then the power of the demons would not matter much. However, these demons had not come to the Jiangnan region yet, let alone wander around the great world of the gods. After all, the great world of the gods was still very powerful. These demons were far from being able to influence it. According to Lin Fei's guess, it would take at least a few hundred years to reach a certain level of maturity. He reckoned that within these few hundred years, they would have been destroyed by the experts and returned to their original state. Yes, it's the great tomb of a lower god. There are quite a lot of things inside. The power of faith that fellow Lin is interested in can be found in that place. In the past, the lower gods used the power of faith to become gods. Therefore, I asked if you're interested. This is a place that we found with great difficulty. Guyan spoke again. After all, this Dao friend Lin in front of him was most proficient in close combat. His powerful physical body was the best partner to cooperate with. Therefore, he came over in hopes of cooperating with Lin Fei. Speaking of the power of faith, Lin Fei was naturally interested. He did not care about other things, but he definitely had to obtain the power of faith. He spoke from the bottom of my heart. If it was anything else, I wouldn't be interested. However, if it's this thing, I'm still interested in going with you. I wonder how many people are coming along this time. Me, you, and a friend of mine. 3 invincible gods of war. Such a lineup was not weak. Alright, then I'll go with you to take a look. Whether it was Lin Fei or Gu Yun, both of them were people of action. After the discussion was concluded, they immediately stood up and left. On a mountain peak outside, Lin Fei saw the invincible god of war. He was an old man wearing a straw hat, but the sword intent around his body was like an incomparably sharp divine sword. He could leave his body at any time. This kind of strength was indeed not bad. Old ghost, you're quite early today. I thought we would have to wait for you. This is the newest member of our Fengyun Tower, fellow Lin Mu. He's an expert in close combat. Guyun introduced as soon as he arrived. This is Sword Saint 30. Sword Saint 30 also looked over and his gaze fell on Lin Fei. This old man also feels a strong sword intent from your body. You also use a sword. Chapter 49-26. Lin Fei was not surprised that the other party could sense the existence of sword intent from his body. He did have sword intent in the past, but he didn't use it much now. To him, it was better to use this time to improve his physical body. The stronger the physical body, the greater the strength. He even had a feeling that if his infinite divine body continued to improve, the benefits would be greater and greater. This was just the beginning, and when he reached the 100th layer, there would be a big surprise. He didn't know what the surprise would be, but subconsciously, Lin Fei had already felt it. After all, he already had a karmic relationship. This great karma technique was not a joke. As the saying goes, there is a cause and there is an effect. This was a very normal thing. I did cultivate sword intent in the past, but I don't use it much now. On the other hand, Dao Friend's sword intent is very overbearing. It should be a very sharp sword technique. If anyone becomes your enemy, it should be a nightmare. Sword Saint 30 burst into laughter. What you said makes this old man very interested. When we have time, let's have a good spar. It's not easy to find someone with sword intent. Gu Yun, who was next to him, also breathed a sigh of relief. At least the two of them didn't fight tit for tat. After all, both of them had sword intent, so it was naturally different. The two of you can put this spar aside first. Our goal this time is to go to the Godhead's tomb. After all, such an opportunity is too rare. Gu Wan was really worried that the two of them would fight first. After all, for a sword expert, it was not easy to meet someone who cultivated sword intent, so he really wanted to have a spar. Lin Fei and Sword Saint 30 laughed loudly. I know what the situation is like now. Let's go to the Godhead's tomb first. Lin Fei also laughed. Yes, let's go to the Godhead's tomb first. Don't waste time. If someone enters first, then we will miss this opportunity. The three of them flew forward in an instant. The great world of gods was still very big, but the three of them were at the top, so they passed through it very quickly. A few days later, the three of them arrived at the peak of a cold mountain. This cold mountain was filled with a terrifying chill. The deeper they went, the scarier the chill became. Even the void was frozen. If a person with weak strength came here, their body would be frozen immediately. However, it didn't affect them at all. Guyun immediately took out a treasure, surrounding the barrier. It was like a raging fire withstanding the frost. Sword Saint 30 was even simpler. Sword intent surrounded Sword Saint 30, and any chilling intent that approached it would be torn to shreds. The most unfathomable one was Lin Fei. He was directly enduring the frost, which made Sword Saint 3 worship him even more. In the past, I always thought that a good swordsman must have a strong body. Today, I finally see it. Your fleshly body has already reached the level of an invincible war god weapon. Ordinary invincible war god weapons won't be able to hurt you. Lin Fei felt that Sword Saint 33 had a good eye. He could even see that his fleshly body was indeed very powerful. Ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to hurt him, even if it was an invincible war god weapon. This fleshly body is just a so-so. It can't be considered anything. Although Lin Fei said so, Gu Yun and Sword Saint 30 didn't believe him. The three of them continued to fly forward. The void in front of them was getting harder and harder to walk. A streak of sword intent slashed out, cleaving open a path. Finally, they arrived at the peak of a snow mountain. It's here. A white whirlpool appeared at the end of the snow mountain. Boundless chilling intent directly surged up from the bottom. The three of them felt the chilling intent invading them, but none of it could hurt Lin Fei. Not to mention the other two. The passage is below. However, the formation here is very terrifying. I've already tried it a few times, but I can't stand it at all. Because in an instant, it can erupt with a terrifying danger. I think it will be troublesome to break this formation, Dao friend Lin. Lin Fei had already sensed it. He could clearly see that there was indeed a terrifying and dangerous aura below the white whirlpool. As long as a human came over, they would suffer a terrifying attack. No problem, this chilling intent is nothing to me. You guys stand aside, I'll tear it apart. In this industry, one could clearly feel the terror within. An ordinary fleshly body wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. It was the same for people at the level of a war god. To be able to leave such a white whirlpool here, it was indeed rare. Gu Yun and Sword Saint 30 had already gone far away. They didn't dare to get too close as they could feel the terror of the chilling intent. Lin Fei directly rushed into the white whirlpool. In an instant, all the frost gathered, and the chilling intent became even more terrifying. At this moment, even Gu Yun and Sword Saint 33 could feel the increase in the chilling intent. At this moment, the chilling intent had reached the power of a half-step invincible war god. Not everyone could withstand it. After a loud rumbling sound, a figure rushed out. A figure dashed out. It was Lin Fei. Lin Fei was already holding a white crystal in his hand. As soon as this crystal was taken out, Gu Yun congratulated him. It's this thing. Daoist Lin is really amazing to be able to take out this 10,000-year chill so quickly. Without this thing, the power of this formation will naturally increase slowly. Lin Fei was indeed holding a white crystal in his hand. Just this white crystal alone was enough to make people feel the terrifying power within it. Gu Yun prostrated himself in admiration. It was the same even if he was a Sword Saint 30. Their fleshly bodies couldn't withstand the attack of the chilling intent. If it dragged on, they would suffer a great loss. It seems that with Daoist Lin here this time, some things will be much more convenient. Sword Saint 33 laughed. He also couldn't withstand the power of this 10,000-year chill. Lin Fei chuckled and put it away. It seems that you guys don't want it. Then this thing belongs to me. It's pretty good to use it to temper my fleshly body when I'm free. Only Lin Fei could say something like this. As for the others, they really couldn't take it, let alone accept it. They couldn't withstand it at all. Then let's not delay any further. Let's go in now. We can solve the danger in this formation. They rushed in one after the other. Below them was a huge underground space. Pillars of ice stood tall, and wherever they passed, the chilling intent would still wreak havoc mercilessly. However, it was much weaker than before. People from Fengyun Tower, you're late. We've already booked this place.